A man in a black robe, pressed against the wall, sat on the floor with his arms stretched forward. And he shouted, begging for mercy, that he was only following an order. A young man in a gray robe looked at him menacingly, pointing a sword at him. And he told him that if he revealed the identity of the one who ordered the assassination of Samantha Eldred, he would let him go. The frightened man was about to object, when suddenly the young man asked him if he wanted to die, because death would be the end of everything. Reluctantly, he said he understood, and said that the one who ordered the death of Samantha Eldred was the Queen. He said he was pierced by the tip of the sword. The man grabbed the wound inflicted on his chest and fell to his knees groaning, asking why the young man was doing this. The black-haired man, with bright amber eyes, struck the man's body again. And he explained to him that he could not forgive him because he had invaded the life of his Samantha. Generally, he should have caused him intense pain and only then killed him. But he didn't have time to finish the sentence and asked the man if he could hear him. But he was already dead. Duke Eldred's house, Samantha's room. The girl was enthusiastically reading a book, when suddenly the maid called her saying that His Highness William had arrived. The lady, closing the book, smiled upon hearing this name and cheerfully ordered the maid to let him in. The young man entered the room smiling cheerfully. His cheeks flushed upon seeing Samantha, and he cheerfully said that he was very eager to see the girl. The black-haired man sat on his knees in front of the girl and placed his hands on her knees. He looked at her with puppy eyes and told her he missed her very much because they couldn't see each other for so long. The smiling girl looked sweetly at the young man and asked him if it was as long as he said. Well, only 5 days had passed. However, for His Highness, this time felt like an eternity. The girl thought she realized Will was exaggerating, but she knew he was serious. Suddenly, Samantha looked at the hands resting on her lap and noticing a red stain on her shirt. She pointed it out to the young man. However, William abruptly moved her hand away, not allowing her to finish the sentence. And sighing surprisedly, he said that apparently he got dirty while taking out the trash. The tense girl asked him if he had killed another man. The heroine believed she had done everything she could. However, apparently, Will was as cruel as in the novel. Looking sadly and worriedly at Samantha, and as if asking for forgiveness, she knew that she did not like that. William grabbed the hem of her dress. His hand was giving birth. Pitifully, he asked if the girl hated him. He asked her not to leave him because he had no one else but her. Samantha reassured Will by telling him she would never hate him, so she had no intention of leaving him. And when the young man asked her if she was telling the truth, she confirmed the accuracy of his words. Looking forward indifferently, the girl recalled one of the moments she had experienced, and confirmed that she could not imagine what would happen to him if they separated. Still, she cherished her cruel friend and stroked the killer boy's head as if he were a puppy. William, hopeful and loving, thanked Samantha and, smiling, said that he would protect her for his whole life. Protecting her in such a way that she wouldn't have to do anything for it, and he smiled sarcastically. Be that as it may, this future turned out not to be the one she had strived for until that moment. But at that moment, the girl looked at herself surprised in the mirror, not understanding how it happened. After all, when she woke up, she found herself in an unfamiliar room in the form she can be seen in now. It was truly the same reincarnation from the manga and novels she read, and apparently she died. However, this face and figure she saw in the mirror belonged to one Samantha. Just a small one. Samantha Eldred is a selfish villainess who is the older sister of the main character of her favorite novel. The love of a goddess. She abused her status as a duke's daughter, amused herself without measure, and was idle. She was a hated character who bullied her sister, the heroine Adelaide, and finally met her death at the hands of the prince. The main character. The girl thought about it. She had lived a pretty hard life before and didn't understand why she had this character. The former suffered from an illness since childhood and spent most of her life in bed. Enduring pain and torment day after day, her only joy was reading. The baby looked at her hand and realized that she could now move freely. Samantha began to cheerfully spin around the room, but before that she couldn't even walk properly. Suddenly, unexpectedly even to herself, the girl stumbled and fell to the ground, shouting loudly. With her shout, she alarmed her maids, and they rushed towards her worriedly. Samantha smiled cheerfully and apologized for her own carelessness, which worried the girls. And she thanked them for their help, which astonished the servants. Suddenly, the girl's eyes were drawn to a bright silhouette peeking from behind the door. It was her younger sister, Adelaide. The girl admired her sister's charm, which immediately made it clear that she was the main protagonist. Adelaide Eldred. The main character of Love Goddess was the complete opposite of Samantha, a softly sensual beauty and, according to the novel's plot, Adelaide and the first Prince Louis, who is the main character, fall in love at first sight. Initially, the story is about how this couple overcomes obstacles, dealing with a younger sister who is in love with Louis, and harasses Adelaide and the second prince, a dark mage who is also the final boss aiming at the first prince's life. In the end, they achieve their happiness, and in the end, only Samantha dies in this story. The Papatka thought that if she were Samantha, she would appreciate such a charming sister as Nadia. But she should have started with the fact that the only reason Samantha was killed in the end was because she bullied Adelina. And judging by her appearance, there was still time before the main story began. If she has a good relationship with Adelaide, she will manage without killing. I will kill two birds with one stone. Getting along with Adelaide, the motive for murder will disappear, without dying, continuing to live peacefully. Of course, the fact that she was reincarnated into a character, a villain who dies in the story, cannot help but depress her, but no, it's a stroke of luck that she has a healthy cause. In this body, she can definitely eat whatever she wants and go wherever she wants. This was a great opportunity for her. And she wants to experience ordinary happiness. I would even like to fall in love, which didn't happen to me in my previous life, but first I need to watch my diet otherwise. She won't have any love. The girl called out to her older sister, who was behind the door but only scared her, and began to apologize, saying that she didn't want to bother her sister. Samantha watched surprised as Adelaide fled, shouting that she would immediately disappear from her sight. But apparently, until that moment, Samantha did as she pleased, mocking Adelaide at the same time. And as a result, she cannot just start a conversation now. Papadanka couldn't believe that her fate was already cast. The girl decided not to despair, and, meeting her older sister, wanted to wish her good day. However, the sister only noticed Samantha and shyly ran away from her, without answering anything. On the street, in the courtyard of the house, the woman cautiously wanted to speak to Adelaide again. However, the Duke's eldest daughter was separated from the younger maid behind whom the girl hid. Samantha returned to the house and, approaching her sister's room, told the maid she would like to meet Adelaide. But the maid explained that her lady had told her not to let them see each other. After all the failed attempts, the girl returned to her room and lay down on the table from exhaustion, desperate because she couldn't even approach her sister. However, on the other hand, it was also natural, considering how the real Samantha acted towards Adelaide. But this was not a reason to give up, because the girl did not want to die again. And she wanted to get along with her. It seemed to the girl that she would have a fight with Adelaide. For now, she should start a diet. The baby started running. In this life, her health allowed it. It was difficult, but when she was sick, it was even more painful. While jogging, the girl met her mother and older sister, who were very surprised by the encounter. Psychologically and partly physically dead, Samantha barely uttered words of greeting. The Duke's wife looked surprised at the girl, who looked very unwell, added a few words about meeting later, and continued running. From the estate window, the Duke looked at what was happening in the courtyard and cautiously became interested in what was going on there. The assistant maid explained that lately Samantha has been running around the grounds every day. The man asked why this was so, but the assistant did not know. Then the Duke asked if anything else had changed. Adjusting her glasses by the frame, the maid said that the lady began to communicate with Lady Adelaide more often and often tries to talk to her herself. The man could not believe such behavior from his restless daughter and asked if it was hostile attacks. but the servant was quick to assure the master that everything was wrong. Samantha was just trying to talk to her, but the Duke did not fully understand the essence of these actions. During the communal dinner, many delicious dishes were brought to the table, which surprised Adelaide. Her older sister, also our heroine, is no less happy, but unlike everyone else. She puts very little on her plate. Behind her back, the maids wondered what was wrong with Mrs. Samantha, because she always ate larger portions. And sometimes, even for several people. Sitting at the table, the father turned to his daughter and asked what she was doing. The baby looked inquisitively at the head of the family, not understanding what he was talking about. The Duke explained that she had recently been involved in mysterious movements. The fool realized that she, as Samantha, is not very trustworthy, and that is why they think she is plotting something. However, the girl also did not want to miss this opportunity, because this would be her chance to announce her moral change and admit her guilt for what she had done. And then she, bowing her head, said that she wanted to ask everyone for forgiveness. She sincerely wiped away fake tears with a handkerchief and said that until recently she had caused them a lot of trouble and worries. With her words, she had already astonished her mother and sister. But she continued by saying that even she, being so stupid, finally realized her own actions. And now, she will do everything possible to justify the status of the Duchess and put her body in order. The maids, who before had no emotions, they reacted differently to the baby's last words. Looking at her surprised sister, she also said that she sincerely apologized to her. After all, unlike her, she was beautiful. Everyone adored her, which is why she felt hatred for her own envy. Such words of recognition and repentance struck the older sister deep down, and a red blush appeared on her cheeks. Samantha said that she certainly didn't expect to be accepted immediately, but asked them to watch her. The father was surprised and started stammering and saying that, no matter what, his daughter should not cause trouble for strangers. The girl understood him and asked the Duke to provide her with a home tutor, and preferably one who could teach her magic. The maids were alarmed because their mistress hadn't even wanted to look at the letter before. Duke Eldred, no less surprised, said that he had heard Samantha and would immediately take care of the matter. The little girl thanked her father and bowed to him, apologized, and said that she was the first to decline. Adelaide, surprised by her sister's behavior, as well as her repentance, was still recovering her senses. A week later, Samantha was still exercising and running, and that day she sweated a lot. Gradually, her muscles strengthened, and she ran quite a few more distances. At first, she was overweight, so she tried to lose weight as quickly as possible. So she lost 5 kilograms at once. It seemed to her that she was now in a plateau period, but she would continue to persist. When suddenly she saw Adelaide in front of her, Plump ran towards her older daughter and her maid, wishing her sister a good day. Adelaide politely bowed to her sister and also wished her a good day. It seemed that she now admired Samantha. Papadanka felt that the speech she gave the other day had taken effect in recent days. She returned her greetings, and today she was as charming as ever. The girl's gaze was drawn to her sister's appearance, and she asked if she was going somewhere. The maid interrupted Adelaide and told her that the guest her sister started talking about would arrive soon. Samantha was left alone and, depressed by the servant's order, thought that someone important was supposed to come. But of course, no one wanted to meet him, the girl thought sadly. That was natural. So, in order not to run into him and not interfere with his plans, the girl decided that today she would run a longer route. Suddenly, she heard the rustling of leaves among the bushes and, turning around, she found a black cat near the bushes. Its appearance amazed the little one. She was simply crazy about animals and the quirks of cats. Previously, due to illness, she couldn't even pet animals, so without hesitation she approached the cat. The frightened cat waved its paw, protecting itself from Samantha, but the girl managed to withdraw her hand and told the cat not to be afraid and suggested they play together. Literally, after a while, the cat was already in the girl's arms and was licking her cheek, wagging its tail. After which the girl released the cat from her hands and it ran forward. The girl playfully ran after it, but she didn't have time to run far when suddenly someone called her name from behind. And Samantha stopped. She turned sharply and saw in front of her a small boy with golden hair and amber eyes. She had seen him repeatedly in the novel's illustrations. The girl looked up surprisedly, looking at the young man. Although he was still a child, there was no doubt that the one in front of her was the first prince of this country. A handsome, slender, tall young man named Louis Percival. The chubby girl opened her mouth in surprise. Samantha looked up and greeted the prince. He was a head taller than her. The young man said affably that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Papadanka wondered how the novel's main character could end up in such a place, when suddenly she remembered a moment earlier. Still, Louis turned out to be the guest, she realized upon remembering the encounter with her sister. Now it was clear why they didn't want him to be met. Samantha liked Louis in the original story and always made furious attempts to get close. The first prince noticed that the girl's mood today was different than usual. Samantha said a little timidly that perhaps it was so. She was like in the play and in the interrupted performance, so open that it could be worse than meeting him like this. However, looking at the face of her interlocutor, she understood why her sympathy for him was aroused. It immediately became clear that the main character was simply incredibly handsome. And Samantha moved away from the blinding light emanating from the prince. And above all, he is such a good person that he doesn't even show hostility towards Samantha, which could cause greater concern. Suddenly, with her peripheral vision, the girl saw her sister and the servants approaching them. The man asked the girl what she was doing here. The duke's eldest daughter began to make excuses, saying she was just taking a walk, and that she met the prince by chance. And at that moment, the girl decided not to lose another similar opportunity and prove her worth as she should. She thought that if she showed she wasn't interested in Louis, whom she adored before, then her image would have to change. Smiling sweetly, she apologized for presenting herself before the prince in such an unpleasant manner. She also added that they should quietly enjoy the meeting, and that for now she would go rest. The sister didn't want to dismiss her sister so brazenly and, worried, told her to listen to her. And when she changed clothes, she suggested they go for a walk together. But she never finished the sentence, and our heroine thought her sister was a very good girl, despite all the bad things she did to her. Samantha thanked her for the offer, but said it was fine and apologized for having behaved inappropriately before, interfering with their time together. In the end, she added that she would no longer interfere in their conversations with her speeches. It astonished everyone, from the prince to the servants. In turn, the girl was happier than everyone else, because she had finally brought the main characters together. Now everything will definitely be in order. Otherwise, she already wants to see the lovebirds. However, the first prince, Louis, was very alarmed by the behavior of his old acquaintance. And his face changed a lot, as if he had stopped being interested and cheerful. Meanwhile, despite everything, the girl worked hard and studied with the same intensity. So the teacher was surprised by the correct answers and rated her work as impeccable. Samantha smiled happily upon hearing the praise directed at her and thanked her for the lesson. The teacher said goodbye, surprised, to the girl until next week. Samantha asked her to be kind in this. But first, Samantha lost her temper after only 5 minutes of studying. So the teacher's confusion was natural. After that conversation, her father immediately hired a home tutor for her, thanks to whom she learns more and more about this world and country. The girl was very happy to be able to sit at the table like this and study something. Now she eagerly awaits next week, when the practical magic lessons will begin. The main character, Adelaide, would soon manifest the goddess's power. But the poor girl thought that Samantha could also use ordinary magic. Having finished studying that day, the girl closed the book with relief and decided that she would now do physical education before dinner in the forest behind the house. The maids gathered in a circle, and one of them asked if the others had heard what Mrs. Samantha said. Supposedly, she was no longer interested in His Highness the First Prince. The second maid asked what kind of luck had happened, and the third, smiling, asked if maybe she had really come to her senses. But then the girls became indignant. They said that personality is formed before the age of 3, and the other was sure that she was plotting something. To which the redhead, the third maid, said that she thinks people can always change. To which Jenna was called frivolous. However, all this time Samantha was standing around the corner. And she overheard the whole dialogue and thought about how they would react if they knew. But she couldn't deny that they were wrong, because if she hadn't reincarnated into this body, Samantha wouldn't have changed either. And yet that girl Jenna, as it seemed to her randomly, was very kind. And she hoped that, even if gradually, more and more people would notice her changes. And efforts and came out into the yard. The girl was lying on the ground, resting from the run to lose weight, of course. It's not an easy task, but she felt that she was living. Samantha got up from the lawn and decided to exercise a couple more muscles just before dinner. Suddenly, she saw something lying near a nearby tree and approached, hoping it was again the cat she had met before. However, it wasn't a cat at all, but a real, apparently alive boy covered in dirt. And dressed in a robe, who was presumably sleeping. But our little one was very scared for the boy lying alone in front of her. And she loudly asked if he was alive. She put the young man on his back and, leaning worriedly on his chest, listened to his heartbeat. He was alive. The girl picked up the unconscious boy and decided to take him home as soon as possible. The man's robe fell off as Samantha lifted him, exposing his neck. And the man's chest. There were some strange patterns on it. The girl still didn't understand what she could do. Whatever it was, she had to take him home and seek help. While carrying the boy, the lady thought that, even though he appeared her age, he was light. Like cotton, notes of envy and sympathy sounded. She would definitely save him. Already at home, she laid him on the bed and called a doctor to assess the young man's condition. Exhausted by life, she asked an older man if this child would be all right and what he was sick with. The gray-haired man fell silent, thoughtful and a little worried. He removed the stethoscope from his ear and uttered the words. Jing explained to the girl that the young man had no external injuries, so this was not an illness. The girl, overjoyed, said then he was fine, to which the doctor replied no. He explained that a curse was placed on the child's body because he is now unconscious. Samantha became worried. The curse even sounded scary. The doctor explained that this curse was also quite strong. Thus occurred the meeting between the minor villainess of the novel, the love of the goddess. She, Samantha Eldred, and the final boss, the second prince, William Percival. The girl was reading a book, sitting next to the patient, and understood from what she read that holy water was effective in alleviating the symptoms of the curse. 2 days have passed since she brought this cursed child to the house, and during all this time, he keeps sleeping without ever waking up. They give him injections and nutrition, but it no longer seems certain that she will do anything about his case. The doctor suggested that this should be an innate curse, and at the same time a force so great that it is impossible to remove it. Therefore, it was not unlikely that he was abandoned by his parents and became an orphan. It was simply a terrible statement. The gray-haired doctor said that if this condition persisted for too long, his life would already be in doubt. The girl looked sadly at the young man. After all, he is still a child, and she wondered what hardships he must have endured at such an early age. But still, a curse is a curse, and everyone, including those living in the house, are disgusted by it, the annoyed girl realized. The father, holding his head, disheartened, didn't even think of dragging the cursed orphan into the house. And he asked the girl what she was thinking about. Samantha apologized and said she simply couldn't leave him, and the Duke explained that they would send the child to an orphanage. The girl screamed that he couldn't go there. She understood that, definitely, he would not receive proper attention there. The Duke wondered why she was trying to save a completely unknown child. And she explained to him that for her a person is not an animal. The little one was surprised. She understood that, from the adult's point of view, she was telling the whole truth. And there was nothing to contradict. However, she cannot tell him that she saw herself in a past life in him, so she wants to help him. She herself, sick with an incurable disease and abandoned even by her own family, humbly awaiting only her own death. And besides, she wanted at least this boy not to be alone, abandoned in this cruel world. The girl screamed that nothing would interfere, and that she herself would take care of him. Her father humbly told her to do as she wished. At that moment, the servants whispered that Samantha had greeted the cursed orphan from the forest, and they wondered why she was trying. However, curses are not contagious, but due to widespread false rumors. And the misfortune they supposedly bring, people are disgusted. Therefore, from the day she brought this boy into the house, everyone became even colder towards her. But the girl was in no hurry to despair, and, cheering herself up, told herself that she should not take it seriously. After all, no matter what, now she can start treating the boy with holy water. Samantha collected some dresses and jewelry from her wardrobe and ordered the maids to sell all the items in that pile. The maids were surprised by their mistress's decision and couldn't believe she wanted to sell everything in that pile. But the girl confirmed her words and asked to do everything as soon as possible and wanted them to buy holy water with all the money raised. And one of the maids, curious, suggested that water was needed to treat the cursed child. It was exactly as the girl said, which Samantha confirmed. The maids obeyed the lady's orders. As far as she knew, holy water was a very valuable and expensive commodity, and since she told her father she would have no difficulties, she couldn't say she needed money. And this also wouldn't be the style of the old Samantha, but by spending on holy water, she eliminates unnecessary accumulations in general. Kill two birds with one stone. The girl came to see the boy again. This time he was tossing and turning violently in bed, clearly in pain. Samantha determined he had a terribly high fever and placed a cold compress on his forehead to alleviate his suffering. Taking the boy's hand, she mentally asked him to hold on until the moment the holy water fell into her hands. She tied up and taking a pot of water, she left the room. Everyone hated the curse, so she needed to manage on her own. On the way she met Adelaide, accompanied by maids, who worriedly asked her sister what happened. Carefully carrying the water, Samantha told her sister she had work to do in the kitchen. The younger sister asked if she herself was taking care of the sick child she brought the other day. And Samantha casually said that everything was exactly as Adelaide had said. The maids were no less surprised than their sister. It was hard to imagine that old Selene, of her own free will, without any reason, would bring an orphan and take care of him herself. Everyone would have thought she was plotting something. Having passed the elder and the two servants accompanying him, Samantha said goodbye to her sister and told her they would see each other again. However, Adelaide did not answer the younger one, only worried about herself or about her plans. Upon arriving at the kitchen, the cook showed the little girl where the ice was, and the little one thanked her and told her she would take some. Having collected enough ice for water, Samantha got up and turned around before leaving, thanking the cook for her help. And yet, it's hard to manage on one's own. There is so much fat in this body that there isn't a single muscle, thought the trapped woman. Suddenly, a sweet and smiling redhead maid quickly snatched the pot of ice from her hands. She said she would bring the ice herself, which greatly impressed our independent little one. And although she thanked us, she still didn't expect such a gesture. The girl cheerfully said everything was in order. She said that although you might not notice it, she was still a strong woman. Samantha said that Jenna could put the pot on the table when they entered the room, and thanked her, but the maid asked to be allowed to help her more. Then the girl was even more surprised how she could not be afraid of the curse, and she asked the maid about it. Jenna asked again, surprised. She didn't understand what she should be afraid of because they weren't contagious at all, and started changing the sheets. Samantha thanked the redhead maid and thought that Jenna was definitely a very good girl. Upon leaving the room, she told the baby that if she needed anything again, she should call her at any time. Samantha said she understood and that she was very grateful to her. Now in her soul she felt as if she had made friends. She had never experienced such joy. So she started smiling. After a while her maids arrived, and looking at the jar, the girl asked if it was holy water. The maid said yes, that the purchase was made directly at the temple, so they were sure of the product's quality. She was happy, but she didn't believe that with that amount, she could buy only that much. But in any case, she had to get him drunk as soon as possible. The girl thanked the maid, saying they had helped her. The girl stuttered and said it was nothing. The girl approached the unconscious young man and poured holy water into his mouth outside. It was already dark, and so only candles illuminated the room. The job was done, all the bottles of holy water were used up, and she only asked that he feel at least a little better. Samantha was yawning from exhaustion. Lately, she had been carrying out various studies. And she was busy taking care of the sick, so she didn't get enough sleep. Therefore, the girl closed her eyes, and, unnoticed by herself, fell asleep leaning against the bed of the cursed young man, whose finger had finally moved. The morning was the most unexpected ever, because as soon as the heroine opened her eyes in front of her, she saw a young man sitting calmly, looking at her with surprise. Samantha jumped up sharply with joy and held out her hand to the boy, thanking the Lord that he had finally woken up. But the young man was not pleased with such a gesture and struck the hand of the girl, offering her hand. The hitwoman became cautious. The boy looked like a wild animal. Cornered while hunting, he looked at the girl with a menacing look. His shoulders were dressed, like his whole body. He held one hand over the shoulder of the other. Samantha realized that he constantly experienced all suffering alone. So his caution in an unfamiliar place towards a stranger was natural. She put her hands in front of her, indicating that she would not hurt him, and apologized for startling him. And she also introduced herself to the boy. Samantha said she found him unconscious in the forest and brought him here for medical attention. The boy looked menacingly at the girl until she told him she had given him 3 bottles of holy water, which helps in the fight against the curse, and that is why he felt better. The young man was surprised. She explained that she had no intention of harming him and that she had food for him, so he could spend time in this room safely until he recovered. Leaving the room, she told him to rest enough and not worry about anyone else entering. She would make sure this didn't happen. Samantha also mentioned that she would stop by later to bring him dinner. But the young man just remained silent, bewildered. And smiling sweetly, she said they would see each other again. Leaving his room, the girl thought it was the first time she had seen such a cold look. She knew she wasn't going to force him to do anything, but she would like him to start opening up to her a little. However, in any case, she was glad that at least he had finally woken up and had happily escaped. The next morning, she approached the awake patient again, wished him good day, and mentioned the wonderful weather outside the window to him. The dark-haired young man responded nothing to his new acquaintance, only remained discreetly silent, staring at a point in front of him. Samantha, smiling, opened the window and said the breeze was pleasant, so she would open the window. 3 days had passed since this boy regained consciousness, but he still hadn't touched the food, which was very worrying. The heroine tried to eat in front of him to show that the food was not poisoned. But it turned out to be useless, and if this continues, he will eventually die of exhaustion. She brought a tray with breakfast and invited the boy to eat breakfast together, telling him it was very tasty. However, the boy sat in the same position, ignoring all the girl's words. Samantha was about to cry because he refused again. She suggested that perhaps it might be due to the wounds. The only salvation is that he doesn't move. He spends all his time in bed. Samantha placed the tray with food on the table next to the bed and told him to eat if he changed his mind. Even at that moment, she didn't give up at lunchtime. She approached the boy again. She picked some flowers for him and put them in a vase, telling him they had a relaxing effect. In the evening, she also came and left a change of clothes nearby for the young man to change into later. But in response, there was silence. The next day, nothing changed, and the day after he still ignored Samantha. And the food. And so, in the evening, the girl said goodbye to the boy, telling him she would come tomorrow. And taking away the untouched tray, she wished him good night, and again there was silence. Looking at the plate, the girl sadly said that after all, he hadn't eaten anything again today. She went to the kitchen and, bowing to the cook, apologized for the fact that her work was in vain. The man was surprised as expected and said it was not a big deal. It was a little bit. Jenna approached from behind and said that, as expected, someday he would be hungry. And maybe he would eat tomorrow, said the positive maid. Samantha thanked her for her support. She left the kitchen with a smile on her face and asked the cook to prepare everything for tomorrow, leaving the surprised maid and the annoyed cook alone. Upon returning to her room, the girl immediately collapsed on the bed from fatigue, burying her face in the pillow and exhaling heavily. Although a little, she still gave up and lost motivation when dealing with this boy. She didn't get enough feedback not to give up. She thought perhaps she was trying in vain, and the father was against this idea. And the maids were indignant with her, and the boy himself reacted in no way. But she pushed these thoughts out of her head and realized that there was no need to give up. But it wouldn't be surprising if the boy died at that rate. Moreover, being completely alone generates discouragement. Our heroine herself was convinced of this when she lived in that world. The next morning, she cheerfully went to see the silent man again. Today they prepared absolutely comfortable soup for digestion and with high nutritional value. When asked if he would try a little soup, the boy, as expected, remained silent, simply looking at the floor, and since he woke up, it was already the 5th day. Apparently the symptoms of the curse were weakening, but if he didn't eat, as the doctor said, his death would only be a matter of time. She didn't understand what to do, because if he didn't take anything, everything would be in vain. She approached the boy and taking the freshly made soup with a spoon and holding the spoon forward. She said it was delicious and worth trying. However, the young man still refused to accept anything from her and forcefully slapped the spoon out of the girl's hands, causing it to fly several meters away. The baby apologized to the boy in a trembling voice. He scared her, but she didn't want to force him to eat. Trembling, she said she would clean everything up, but tears sprang from her eyes. The boy was very surprised to notice the girl's reaction in front of him. He didn't want to make her cry. Samantha Nick couldn't calm down. She didn't know what to do. The tears wouldn't stop. And she clutched the hem of her dress. Although she didn't intend to cry initially, she turned around and said something had gotten in her eye. She apologized and immediately ran out of the room. The boy was left alone again, but this time his own conscience tormented him for what he had done. So even his facial expression changed. In the evening, too, he couldn't sleep soundly and suddenly jumped out of bed with his eyes wide open, as if he had just had a nightmare. Groaning from pain in his body, he got out of bed and going down to the floor, leaned against the walls, and left the room. Approaching the lit hallway, he overheard a conversation between 2 maids. And he froze. They were discussing what Mrs. Samantha was trying to achieve. They said that hiding an orphan and taking care of him, receiving only disgust in return. It was madness. But she bought holy water with the money received from selling expensive dresses and accessories. Another one became interested. Over so many years of their salaries, this amount came out. They couldn't believe that it was all for helping the boy. Hearing their conversation, the boy's eyes widened. He never thought about the girl who saved him. And yet, the black-haired maid said she felt no sympathy for Mrs. Samantha, while the other said that, for her, it was impossible. Then the first one said that maybe if this happens, as Jenna says, a person really could change. Then the boy suddenly felt ashamed or sad and lowered his head. He didn't hear the subsequent dialogue between the 2 young women, or rather, he simply couldn't. His own thoughts filled his head, and that's why he returned. And the next morning, the girl, a little annoyed, carrying a tray, entered the boy's room. She thought that yesterday she had made a big mistake. She forced him and also burst into tears. But whatever the case, she didn't give up, and when she approached the place, she knocked on the door. Now she could only apologize. As if nothing had happened, she, a little confused, entered the room and smiling at the young man wished him good morning. As soon as she entered the room, she immediately bowed her head, curtsied to the young man, and apologized for yesterday. The boy remained silent. Having gotten up and straightened her back, the girl immediately saw that the cursed boy had put on new clothes, and thanked him. She placed a tray with food on the table next to the boy and asked him if he wanted to eat. She let him eat and waited for a reaction. The boy, in turn, simply looked at the food. Then our little one thought it would be better if she left, and decided to go to the room for the time being. When suddenly she saw the boy reach his hand towards the food, Samantha's eyes immediately lit up. She couldn't believe she was finally seeing this. The same boy who disliked her and wouldn't even accept food suddenly started eating. He raised his head and an eyebrow, as if asking the girl if she was doing the right thing, and if everything was all right. In front of him, she saw an unknown savior who, blushing, cried tears of joy upon seeing him, and thanked him for eating. The boy carefully chewed the soup the girl brought him and seemed to be thinking about something. But he didn't speak. Then the two sat there, the young man devouring food and the girl across from him watched him happily, and cheerfully chatted about something insignificant. After the boy ate, Samantha happily ran to the kitchen and asked to be heard, announcing that he had still eaten, although only 5 spoonfuls. With her news, the young lady delighted the cooks and the maids, and Jenna was happy that her mistress's feelings were finally being reciprocated. There was an awkward silence for a moment, but the woman's embarrassed reply was not long in coming. She sincerely thanked everyone for their help and hoped she could continue to rely on them in the future. The head cook and his assistant nodded happily. They were happy to help Lady Samantha. And then an active discussion began about easily digestible dishes in the kitchen. Jenna offered her ideas to the cook, and he contributed his own. Little Samantha was happier than ever and had a beaming smile on her face. The time for family dinner at the table had come. The same happy girl kept happily devouring her portion, without the smile leaving her face. Samantha's father and mother looked at their eldest daughter with concern. They thought this mood was related to some kind of trick. The Duke initiated a dialogue. He wanted to talk to Samantha about the orphan, but his daughter interrupted him, asking him to listen to her first. She said that today he ate a little soup and also ate a piece of bread. From the day he first ate, and every subsequent day, he ate a little more consistently. A month has passed, and now he is beginning to look healthier and even seems to have gained fullness in his cheeks. But nevertheless, he was still very thin, and the girl would even like to share her fatness with him. It was necessary for him to have even more energy, and she said that her health had also improved, which made her incredibly happy. For a moment the father's expression showed surprise, but soon softened. And he said he understood his daughter. But he also said that they told him she didn't use pocket money at all. To which the girl replied that this was because there were no things she particularly wanted. However, at the end of next month, His Highness the Prince will hold a party in the garden of the royal castle. The invitation should have arrived soon. Preparations must begin, said the Duke. The girl repeated in surprise the words about the reception in the garden. The thing is that she heard about it for the first time. So Samantha asked Adelaide what she would wear, to which her sister replied that she didn't know yet, but that she was only thinking of going shopping next week. The heroine smiled sweetly when she learned how things were. She was sure that the first outfit Adelaide tried on would suit her. Looking at her cute little sister, suddenly, imperceptibly to herself, she said she would like to choose a dress for her. Her sister's eyes widened, and she even opened her mouth slightly in surprise. In turn, the little one realized that she said it out loud and embarrassed, and abruptly closed her mouth. The next moment, she began to apologize and started asking Adelaide to forget what she had just said. But the redhead interrupted her. Samantha looked surprised at her sister as she loomed over her, emitting a sound of bewilderment. Adelaide, in tears, asked her sister to choose a dress for her. She really wanted it. Both parents were surprised by this outcome. Neither expected the sisters to start getting along and loving each other. Even Samantha herself couldn't believe what was happening. She thought she was dreaming all that and felt very embarrassed. But without delaying her words, she took her sister's hands and with tears of joy in her eyes. She promised to definitely do it. Her sister also thanked her with tears in her eyes. The girl thought that everything that was happening was too sweet. She realized that Adelaide had also noticed changes in her. So much so that the trapped girl didn't know what to do, as she was very happy. But still they agreed that they would meet next week and go shopping. The parents were very happy for their children. After lunch, she went to the rescued boy's room and told him how things were. That she would go shopping with her younger sister. She also said that so that Adelaide wouldn't be ashamed to be near her, she must follow a strict diet. Samantha concluded. And then she thought about it and realized that, since she moved around a lot when taking care of this boy, she lost a little weight. Sitting on a stool next to the bed, the girl happily asked the boy if he wanted anything. She could buy him anything. She wasn't sure if he knew how to read, so books were out of the question. She thought of toys, but she didn't even know how old he was. She lowered her head sadly. She didn't even know what to say because she didn't even know his name. Therefore, she decided to ask the boy if he would mind her finding out his name. The boy remained silent. At that very moment, the girl realized that it might be that he didn't even have a name. And she became worried. It meant there was no point in talking. When suddenly the boy said a letter, Samantha became cautious. During all this time, the young man who hadn't said anything suddenly spoke and said his name was Will. The girl opened her mouth in surprise. She asked Will if that was his name and asked if she could call him that. The boy nodded courteously and modestly. The girl felt embarrassed but happier. She said that Will is a wonderful name. Samantha applauded and thanked Will for saying his name and told him she would call him that then. Will looked with interest at the cheerful Samantha. She didn't even understand how much meaning his name held for her. The girl was very happy about what happened and hoped they would continue to grow closer. At the same time, in his blue and white palace, the first prince was calmly drinking tea and looking at the letters lying on the table. From behind, the prince's servant and assistant spoke, interested in what his master Louis was thinking. And the prince was thinking that it turns out Miss Samantha would also attend his reception. The servant said, a little shyly and stuttering, that he would have assumed she had come even if she hadn't been invited. The boy replied that his subordinate's assumption was probably correct. However, he himself did not agree with this opinion in their last encounter. Samantha behaved completely differently than when they met before. And then came the day when both sisters met at the store to choose dresses. Samantha's joy could not be expressed in words. She loved every dress her sister tried on. Adelaide shyly thanked her sister for the compliment, but she really looked gorgeous in a mint-colored floral dress. The elder one said this dress was made just for her younger sister. It was impossible to say otherwise. Today the long-awaited shopping day with Adelaide arrived. She was looking forward to it. She couldn't fall asleep. Samantha looked at the dresses in front of her. There were sparkles in her eyes, and with enthusiasm said she was taking them all. No matter what you look at, each one suits Adelaide well, so it is difficult to choose just one. And she saved her pocket money just for this very day. The sister happily gathered more and more new clothes, and Adelaide happily admired her eldest daughter. And then the redhead decided to remind the merchant that they needed to choose a dress. Samantha immediately came to her senses, even forgetting the purpose of her arrival. Then Adelaide asked her sister if she could choose a dress for her. Samantha, taking the girl's hands, happily allowed her to do this, even asked her to do it. Thus the day passed, they chose dresses for each other, they spent a pleasant time in a cafe. And they went to buy jewelry. Samantha returned to the carriage full of luggage, boxes, and bags. She greatly enjoyed today's trip. And she bought many gifts. Sitting opposite her sister, peacefully and happily, she thanked her for such a wonderful day. Adelaide was surprised by her sister's words. It was the first time she had thanked her for something. The elder one said she had a lot of fun and was very happy to be able to talk about many things with her. It seemed to our little one that the distance between her and Adelaide had narrowed in an instant. However, then, Samantha noticed something strange in her sister's behavior. She stopped smiling and lowered her head. Bitter tears sprang from Adelaide's eyes, and she herself began to tremble. Samantha put the bag aside and was extremely surprised. She approached her sister and, wanting to calm the alarmed one, asked what was wrong. What was wrong, and she wasn't in pain and had nothing. The pink-haired girl, wiping the tears from her eyes, sobbed. She said that she was simply happy. The girl didn't quite understand what that meant. No matter how much she wiped the tears. These continued to flow from her eyes, but she said she was happy to have gone with her. Adelaide always wanted them to be friends. As she sobbed saying this, tears also formed in Samantha's eyes, and her face turned red. She hugged her crying sister and apologized to her, saying she was truly sorry for having done that to her. Although Adelaide was bullied by Samantha for many years, who would have thought that she always thought about this? It is hard to think how many wounds she received, how lonely and sad she was. After thinking about this, the heroine burst into tears. She did not apologize, and the girls continued to cry together, hugging and crying. Only when they approached the house did the girls finally calm down, and Adelaide even fell asleep. There were still tears in Samantha's eyes, but the girls kept their hands intertwined. The little one decided that from now on Adelaide would be her priority. She had to do everything possible to make the charming one happy. And kind Adelaide. And closing her eyes, she rested her head on her younger sister's head and said she should be a good sister. As expected, little Samantha's eyes were red and swollen from all the shed tears. But still she was happy. Upon arriving at Will's room, she happily told him that today she had a wonderful day, during which she was also able to grow closer to Adelaide. And she also did not forget the numerous gifts she bought for the boy and sat down to unpack them. The first thing she took out of the boxes was clothes, of which she thought anything would suit him well, because it was very cute. Then came delicious sweets. They were for him to recover soon, in addition to toys. She didn't understand what children liked, but she picked some. Looking at Will, who was almost completely surrounded by shopping, the girl realized that there were quite a few purchases. Sweetly tilting her head to the side, she apologized, because she had been thinking so much about how to please him that she ended up getting carried away too much. Will looked down a little, not knowing how to react correctly to such concern. But whatever the case, his cheeks turned red and he looked away embarrassed. A little self-doubting, he clutched the clothes he was wearing and bowed his head so that his hair would cover his face. And he thanked Samantha with a brief thank you. The girl is surprised, but also incredibly happy that Will has started talking more. She said she would be happy if he was happy. She told him to try everything when he could move freely. She told him not to be ashamed to eat sweets, and of course, not as much as normal food. And she also suggested playing together with toys. Today was truly a happy day. She hoped those days would happen again and again, thought Lady Samantha. And so another month passed. This morning Jenna was braiding Samantha's hair. The girl, with a smile on her face, happily told the lady that her hair was done. Little Samantha, equally satisfied and cheerful, thanked Jenna for her work. Last week, Jenna had just become her personal maid because of the restless ardor of the former Samantha. The employees left this post, and finally this place became empty. Then, the father told the girl that he would need her soon, so she should choose someone. And Jenna is a cheerful and good girl, as well as resourceful, in general, the best choice. The personal maid turned to the girl and asked if she had lost weight again. Samantha was happy to receive the compliment that she had just changed the composition of her diet. Our little one never missed a workout nor broke her diet, so she safely lost weight. However, whatever the case, she is still far from having an average physique, so we must keep trying. The girl shyly reminded herself that when she was next to Adelaide, who had a small face and elegant lines, the difference was immediately obvious. Leaving Jenna in the room, Samantha said she would go to Will. The maid happily said goodbye to her mistress until the next meeting. On the way to her rescued friend's room, the girl met her younger sister and her mother. Both cheerfully wished her good morning. Samantha, too, placing her hand in the middle of her chest, wished her sister good morning. And her mother. Lately, she has been building relationships with both Adelaide and her stepmother. And tomorrow, she also plans to attend a reception in the garden of the royal castle with her sister. Now Samantha even calmed down knowing that Adelaide was no longer afraid of her. And she smiled sweetly at her. The sister invited the girl to bake sweets together after dinner. Samantha was only inspired by this proposal and agreed, saying she was looking forward to it. And they said goodbye. The girl, radiant entered the room of her friend Will, and with the same elegance shook his hand to wish him good morning. The young man reading the book looked up from it, returned a soft smile to her, and also wished her good morning. Samantha approached the boy and, stroking his head, told him he was worthy of admiration, because he had been studying since the same morning. Will successfully regained his health and started eating enough food, despite periodic temperature spikes. Now he can walk and do everyday things. But the most significant change is that he started talking to her. One could only assume that he understood intentions, and that is why he is gradually opening up. When he called Samantha by her name for the first time, tears sprang to her eyes. Will still hasn't talked about his past, but he has no problem with ordinary conversations. And he has common sense, although minimal, in addition to knowledge that he must have lived with someone until a certain age. Lately, Samantha gives him lessons instead of a teacher. She teaches him literacy. She tells him about the country they live in and gives him hints if something is not clear to him. And Will, in turn, learns obediently and enthusiastically. He is not indignant and is grateful for the advice. Samantha constantly looks at him and, raising her flushed cheeks, mentally calls this boy cute. And his actions, Will is a good and honest boy, and the girl finds it extremely endearing how he follows her like a hen. Mentally crying from tenderness, she realizes that Will is also an important person in her life. He is like a little brother to Samantha. Although there are still people in the house who treat him coldly, she can gradually make friends with other people. Thanks to establishing a relationship with Adelaide, the maids are no longer afraid of her and reject her. Samantha hoped she could help Will enough so that in the future, he could live alone. The girl reached out her hand to the boy. She told him that there were no clouds in the sky today, and it was also warm, and suggested why they shouldn't go for a walk. Will hesitated a little, made a decision, looked at Samantha's hand, but still grabbed it. Expressing his consent, the children went out into the forest next to the house holding hands. The girl asked the young man if everything was all right and if he was tired. The answer was negative. Then they went behind the tree trunk and found many mushrooms growing nearby. And along the tree trunk, they looked appetizing, and there were many. However, Will managed to warn his friend and, a little surprised, said that they should not eat them because his stomach would hurt. Samantha asked him how he knew this. Then, looking at the mushrooms, Will said that when there was nothing to eat, he tried them. After this conversation, they returned to the house. Samantha believed that this did not mean that everyone believed the same as Will. She wanted someday to have love, and said that she was waiting for the prince who was destined only for her to appear someday. And after that, the girl added that tomorrow she would not be able to visit him in the morning until the evening. And she asked him to behave well and wait for her with Jenna. Will asked her why she wouldn't come. But the fact is that there will be a guest reception at the royal castle. The girl was sure that everyone would admire the dear Adelaide. The young man, suspicious of the conversation about the prince, decided to ask Samantha if she liked Adelaide. The girl confirmed his words. She liked her very much. Adelaide was her top priority, she said, smiling. Cautious and annoyed by this answer, the young man's eyes and face darkened, and simply said that he understood how things were, and that he was already thinking about how to get this top priority. However, Samantha did not pay attention to the small change in the young man's face. Or maybe she just didn't notice, and after saying goodbye to him, she quickly ran out. Will was left alone with himself again, and an unpleasant feeling appeared in his heart, which made him press his hand against his chest. So the day of the garden reception arrived. Samantha was delighted. She told Adelaide that she was truly charming. And not only in this place, but in the whole world. Her sister, embarrassed, said that the elder one was also very beautiful. Thanks to the fact that our heroine became Samantha, she was able to visit these places for the first time and, for some reason, her heart beat very fast. However, the girl was sure that they would speak worse of her, and realizing this made her feel awful in her soul. Two older ladies approached the two sisters. A brunette in a yellow dress greeted Adelaide. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and she was really looking forward to meeting her. Suddenly, the younger sister's acquaintances, indignant, drew attention to Samantha, who was behind her. And her mood disappeared immediately. The girl greeted her sister's friends, and in her heart realized that she was Samantha, and that she used to push everyone around and do all sorts of tricks. The men, as soon as they saw her, whispered that it was better not to even make eye contact with her, because she would immediately expose all of a person's flaws. The atmosphere immediately became different, as the ladies noticed, as if they realized the variability in Samantha. It wasn't so scary that they hated her. The girl understood that no one would express this directly because of her status as a duchess. Samantha abruptly moved away from the three ladies. She didn't want Adelaide to feel embarrassed, so she decided it would be better if she was somewhere further away. Her younger sister called her like a friend, and a moment later she was by her side, clutching the girl's hand tightly. The people around were astonished by this behavior of the sisters, and at that moment, Adelaide told Samantha that she was incredibly happy to be able to come here with her today. By accepting her sister's help in such a gesture, the girl thought that Adelaide was trying to protect her. When suddenly, the gazes of the girls and the rest of the guests were drawn to the appearance of the prince, who greeted Miss Samantha and Miss Adelaide, thanking them for their attendance today. The noble ladies covered themselves with fans and admired the prince of their country, while the girls, curtsying, thanked Louis for the invitation to the reception. Samantha, for her part, exhaled in relief, but thought that today the prince was even more dazzling than usual. The girl noticed Louis's gaze upon her and assumed that the dress they had chosen did not suit her well. Anyway, her goal was to make sure the prince stayed alone with Adelaide. Samantha started talking about having one thing to do. When her sister interrupted her, she apologized to Louis because it seemed her mother was calling her, and she was forced to leave them. The girl didn't understand what was happening. She didn't understand why her sister was saying this. But she kept smiling and saying that the prince, of course, could talk to her sister. Samantha held her head. She thought that Adelaide still believed she liked Louis. She realized she should have made it clear first that this was not the case. Mentally, she asked Adelaide to stay a little longer and not leave her. Meanwhile, the prince looked at the girl smiling, suspecting nothing. He said he understood Adelaide, and also that he and Miss Samantha, of course. They were talking. The little one was about to cry. She didn't know what to do. And now they are already walking hand in hand in the garden. All the guests look at them with wide eyes. And the girl doesn't understand how it all turned out like this. The situation was such that she found herself alone with Louis, but Samantha didn't even know what they should talk about. And she followed him dejectedly. The prince initiated the dialogue first. He assumed everyone was surprised by the changes in his counterpart. He turned to Miss Samantha. The girl said that recently she wanted a change, so she was happy to try to achieve the desired result. Then Louis asked her why she wanted a change. Samantha explained that she realized she used to be a very grumpy person, about whom absolutely nothing could be done. Then the girl realized that nothing more could be said about this situation. The first Prince Louis remained silent, only smiling in response to the lady. Samantha continued the story, saying she was spoiled by the status and available benefits, which made her do whatever she wanted, and that she was jealous of everyone's beloved and charming Adelaide, which was very low of her. But now, said the girl with a smile on her face, she acted in such a way as not to create problems for anyone. The prince of her state, listening attentively to her, nodded his head gently, with understanding, saying that he understood her. And also with him, Lord Louis, she had been rude before and created some problems. Samantha regretted it, but the young man in front of her said not to keep it in her heart, because he had never considered it a problem. The poor woman considered Louis a truly kind person in her surroundings. Like Adelaide, she wanted them to be around him. The prince recalled that the duke had told him that she had recently taken philology lessons seriously, and that she also practiced magic. Samantha couldn't even imagine that her father was talking about her. Thanks to this, she felt like she was truly becoming a good person. The girl also didn't miss the opportunity to boast that she also likes to lose weight frankly. She has already lost 10 kilograms. The prince successfully supported the story of the duke's eldest daughter, praising her for having become noticeably more beautiful. The girl thanked the heir to the throne with a kind word, although she supposed it was probably a compliment. But she was still happy. The young man asked what the girl was currently studying in philology. Samantha replied that recently, the history of the kingdom and other countries. Then they talked cheerfully and discussed all sorts of things for quite some time. Forgetting the time. At the end of their dialogue, Louis said he didn't even think Miss Samantha was such a pleasant person to talk to. In fact, the girl also didn't think the conversation was with the prince. But the conversation was truly coming to an end. The prince had to return to the palace. And yet, if he marries Adelaide, they will become a family, and she will be able to communicate with Louis in the future. Which our little one couldn't fail to be pleased with. Only after moving a couple of steps away from Samantha, the young man stopped and, turning around, he asked if he could meet them again. He addressed the girl with respect, so she thought he must have wanted to come visit Adelaide. And she told him that they would surely be waiting for him. The young prince waved goodbye and smiled, adding that he was happy to hear this. That they would contact each other again, and left. Samantha, in turn, was satisfied with herself. It seemed to her that her relationship with Louis had improved a bit. According to the novel, Samantha ends up being murdered by Louis, so it wouldn't hurt to please him at least a little. She decided and returned to her sister. At home they had fun together, drank tea, and took Will to gatherings. However, the girl's head filled with something else. She was worried that in the end, she wouldn't make friends with a single person at the garden party. As expected, Samantha's image was at its worst. She even heard that she spilled tea on someone, although it was her fault. The sister tried to support the elder one, telling her that everything was fine. She was sure that in the near future, everyone would see how beautiful she was. And she said she would help her with this. Samantha, in turn, took care of Will, thinking that he would also benefit from making friends. But he said confidently that he didn't need them. Grabbing the girl by the forearm of her shirt, he, looking at the floor, admitted that only Samantha was enough for him. Such a confession struck the girl deep in her soul. She was so happy that a tear of joy formed in the corner of her eye. He was so cute to her that she couldn't control herself from tenderness and hugged her friend tightly. She was happy that he was so attached to her. Will was also happy to be close, right in the arms of his Samantha. A blush appeared on his cheeks from embarrassment. Adelaide noticed that he really liked her sister and asked about it, to which the young man remained silent. Samantha said that Will was like a little brother to her. She liked him very much too. Of course she liked Adelaide very much, her sweet little sister. With these words, she embarrassed her sister. Then, Adelaide decided to remind the elder that yesterday, she talked for a long time with Lord Louis, hinting that she was expecting an explanation. And then, the woman randomly decided to dot the i's and had to make it clear to her sister that she was not interested in Louis at all. Taking her sister's hands, she looked her straight in the eyes and told her that she really wasn't thinking about Mr. Louis at all. So she didn't have to worry about it anymore. The sister couldn't believe it immediately because she adored the first Prince Samantha very much. She perfectly understood that it wasn't about her, but when they say it directly, she gets a little embarrassed. You and Will became interested in the fact that this man was. Samantha explained to her friend that Lord Louis is the first prince of this country. That he is a wonderful person. She asked her friend if she liked the prince, to which the girl replied that it would be more correct to say she liked him. But she didn't finish the thought and changed the subject to sweets. It was noticeable that Will did not like this prince. It seemed he knew him, and Samantha's contact with him angered and greatly irritated the young man. A few days later, the girl was met with a very noisy and active morning. Prince Louis was supposed to arrive today, so everyone was busy. But as the girl thought, this event had absolutely nothing to do with her. So she took care of her own business. She visited Will's room, who, already in the morning, surprised the girl by memorizing information at once. All in a row. Samantha taught Will in her free time, and he absorbs knowledge at an amazing speed. It is enough to explain something to him once, and his memory will definitely remember it. It is excellent. Apparently, the girl supposed that he no longer had any health problems and was confident that soon he would be able to perform light household chores. Suddenly, looking up from her thoughts, Samantha noticed that the young man was looking eagerly out the window. She realized that Mr. Lewis had arrived and was already approaching the house, accompanied by 2 guards. Will said in a low voice, disappointed and sullen, that he was completely different from himself. Samantha noticed this incomprehensible depressive state of her friend and called him, but he did not respond. Suddenly, as if opening them in the middle of a dialogue, someone knocked forcefully on the door. A maid entered Will's room and told Samantha that her father, Mr. Duke, was calling her and asked for the girl to attend a tea party with His Highness the Prince. Samantha looked surprised at the maid before this day. She had never been invited to a tea party, so she was confused. The girl got up a little clumsily from her seat and a little nervously, but smiling, she apologized and told the young man she would be gone for a while. However, Samantha unexpectedly didn't manage to get far. A friend grabbed her hand. She knitted her eyebrows closer to the bridge of her nose. Her eyes looked as if Will was about to cry. In general, his entire appearance and his puppy eyes looked pitiful, making you sympathize with him. And he said not to go anywhere. She patted the young man's head and, calming her friend, told him everything was fine and that she would be back soon. But Will stood firm. He didn't let go of the girl's hand and categorically told her not to leave. Samantha was lost. It was the first time she had seen Will, such an obedient boy. And modest, suddenly having an outburst of irritation. Ready to cry because they wanted to exchange her for some prince. The young man hugged his girlfriend's hand and didn't let go. The girl didn't understand the reason, but she understood that he definitely didn't want her to go there. The Duke's eldest daughter wouldn't mind staying here, but she couldn't refuse her father's invitation. And Louis. She carefully removed the arms hugging her arm, saying she was very sorry. But she promised she would only talk a little and come right back. The young man was horrified, shocked, and desperate to have been abandoned so easily. The girl herself was very sad about leaving Will this way, but she had no other choice. However, as soon as the door slammed shut, a heavy lump of resentment fell on Will's chest, who was upset that this prince was so important in her life. Samantha arrived at the tea party, but she certainly wasn't happy, quite the opposite. She wanted to return to Will as quickly as possible. How then did the first prince, smiling, ask Miss Samantha what she was thinking about? Due to all this awkwardness, the girl was about to answer when her sister interrupted her. Smiling sweetly, Adelaide asked her sister what she preferred. She again wanted to answer, but fell silent. She cried mentally and didn't understand why both of them started talking only to her. And they didn't communicate with each other. She desperately tried to present them with a topic of discussion that they could discuss together. But for some reason, they constantly turned to her, and when she tried to slip away unnoticed, she was stopped, although gradually an appropriate atmosphere should have been created for this couple forming in the novel. However, neither the prince nor the younger sister were interested in each other anymore. But in our misfortune, even someone as unskilled in novels as she was understood that absolutely nothing was going on between these two. No matter how much they wanted Samantha to stay, she needed to leave them in peace without further delay. So she apologized and said she had to leave. The first prince, calmly sipping his tea, surprisingly asked the girl if she had something to do. Then, Adelaide guessed that her sister must have been planning to go with Will, and happily expressed her assumption. At that moment, Louis couldn't understand anything at all and asked who Will was. Adelaide happily told the prince that her sister had saved a boy who was lying unconscious in the forest, and that she was now taking care of him. The young man only wondered if he was someone else's orphan. In response to a positive answer, another question arose. Why is Samantha taking care of him herself? It is possible to send him to an orphanage and entrust his care to special people. To which the girl tried to explain her position, that she was worried about his poor health. And since she brought him here, then the responsibility for him rested on her. Samantha was worried, although Louis was a kind person. He still shouldn't know that Will was under a curse. Furthermore, Adelaide continued the story. Will was very attached to his older sister. Now the young prince understood everything about what kind of person Samantha was. And her guest, which is why he wished to see him. The girl didn't know why, but it seemed that Will didn't like Louis, and she said he was very shy. Saying that maybe they could see each other someday, directly stating that it wouldn't happen today. Intuition told our little one that it was better not to meet them. However, the very next day, Louis visited the estate again in the morning and, meeting the girl, wished her good morning. And on the second day, after the three of them had tea, he came again, this time talking about the beautiful weather. And on the third day, he came again and again, decidedly, to see Miss Samantha. Samantha, in turn, sincerely didn't understand why Louis had been visiting them so often lately, even when Adelaide wasn't home. These thoughts came to her mind when she saw the prince again and asked her father's close assistant why he visited them so often. To which the man replied that he dared to assume that this was because His Highness had been ordered to decide on the choice of a bride. This was because the influence of the aristocrats had been increasing recently. The girl looked inquiringly at the man, wondering if he was considering Adelaide as an option. The servant said that it was necessary to select the future queen from the Eldred family. But which of the two it would be is yet to be seen. The man adjusted his glasses, and Samantha thought that since he expressed himself so formally, she could be sure that she was definitely not being considered. Upon returning home, she went to Will. They sat down together, and taking out a book, the girl said that lately she had had many things to do, and that she had already missed reading a book quietly. The young man said sadly that lately he had spent almost all his time with the prince, completely forgetting about her. Samantha laughed awkwardly, not knowing how to react correctly to such a statement. But she was right. The girl realized that the number one reason she was so busy was that Louis came to visit them very often. Lately, Will has been following her more often than before. He doesn't want to talk to Adelaide or Jenna. He doesn't even agree with other people. Of course, it's cute that he is so attached to the heroine that she was even happy about it. But it won't do Will any good if he stays away from contact with everyone. Except with Samantha. But it was also impossible to rush this. It had already become a mistake before. The girl reasoned. Here, Samantha abruptly closed the book and announced that today she should try to lose weight. And she invited her friend to accompany her for a walk. They came to the flower beds together. The girl told her to look at these flowers. She said that recently there were buds here, but now they were blooming so beautifully. Samantha thought that Will liked flowers. Seeing his reaction to them, she even thought that someday he might help the gardeners. Then the girl asked her friend what he liked, to which she received an unexpected answer. He liked her, Samantha. The girl instantly blushed and froze in surprise. She expected to hear from him the sight of the flowers, not her name. However, she did not hesitate to answer, and told Will that she liked him very much too. Squeezing the hand of the Count's eldest daughter, which they had intertwined, the orphan asked if Samantha liked him more. Lifting his head, he admitted to Samantha that she was more important to him than anyone in the world. He looked directly into Samantha's soul with his black eyes, devouring every bit. Taking her hands, he said he wanted to be the first for her. The girl was very embarrassed by such a confession from her friend. The blush did not leave her face. The tension grew. Of course, Will is charming. She likes him, but she has other important people. And there is no place here. So Samantha said that for her everything, both him and Adelaide, come first. From the expression on the young man's face, it was clear that such an answer greatly displeased him, and even annoyed him. At the very moment when they were returning from a walk, Will suddenly stopped on the spot. The girl became interested in what had happened. And the point is that Will saw the prince right behind the bushes. The girl, realizing what was happening, was also interested in how Louis ended up here. No one told her he was coming. The girl's father and the prince approached a couple of friends, and the Duke said that he and His Highness the prince had met recently at a gathering held at the castle. And they invited him. Samantha said she was glad to see them. Louis responded in the same way and immediately noticed the boy standing behind him. He assumed it was the same boy she had been talking about earlier. Having heard an affirmative answer to his conjectures, the first prince looked with interest at the young man standing behind the duke's eldest daughter. The young man averted his gaze from His Highness's eyes. He didn't even want to look at him. But clenching his fist, Will still restrained himself and looked at Louis. His Highness the Prince harbored no dislike or hatred towards the boy, so. In a good mood, he asked if he could find out the name of his counterpart. But unlike Louis, Will was skeptical of the man standing in front of him. And he looked at him rather threateningly, without answering. All this time, Samantha was between them. Two growing tensions, as she suspected. Will did not like Louis and perhaps hated him. The girl rushed to protect her friend from the man she disliked, apologized to Louis for the fact that Will seemed embarrassed by their first meeting, and blocked the boy with herself. Samantha's father, who was behind him, slapped himself and the prince in turn. Said that he should apologize, that he must have frightened the child with his sudden address. The girl thought that Louis was still too kind and hesitantly smiled in response. Suddenly she noticed that Will, standing behind her, suddenly grabbed her by the shirt and began to squeeze the fabric of her clothes tightly until his hand trembled. Samantha was not very happy about this. She was worried about her friend's condition. Because of this, she decided to immediately remove him from this environment. She said that Will was feeling unwell, that they were forced to leave them. She apologized for this and left. The prince saw Samantha off with a slight smile and conjectures, thoughts that. Of course, he kept to himself. The friends returned to the boys' room. Samantha sat him down. Will, in turn, shrank greatly, lowered his head and trembled. Bending his head to the side, the little one noticed that tears were welling up in her friend's eyes. And she got very scared. Will's head and thoughts were filled with various unpleasant memories that assailed him at the wrong time. Hugging the boy Samantha, she asked what had happened. The girl understood that there was clearly something wrong with him. She supposed that he was feeling some kind of trauma. She hugged Will tightly and told him that everything was fine, that everything would be all right. By the end of the evening, the boy seemed to have calmed down, but an unpleasant feeling still remained in his soul. The young man's cheeks were flushed, his eyes were swollen. He nodded in response to the question of whether he had calmed down, but he still pouted. The girl understood that he was undoubtedly remembering something so difficult that she couldn't even imagine. And she stroked the young man's head. The girl smiled sweetly and clenched his hand into a fist. She said that from now on, she would try to leave all the bitter experiences he had to endure in the past. In her words, the boy heard real hope about his future. He asked if her words were true. Samantha confirmed her intentions. Will squeezed the girl's sundress and asked if they would always be together. Hugging the boy's hands, the girl thought that he had severe anxiety about the fact that his parents abandoned him. And he was afraid of being completely alone again. Samantha, like no one else, could understand her friend's feelings. She herself had experienced the exact same emotions in the past. She hugged the young man tightly again and promised him that she and he would always be together. Will squeezed the fabric on his friend's back, pressing Samantha closer to him. His face flushed, and his eyes looked like the eyes of a madman in happiness. Jenna, combing Mrs. Samantha's hair, told her that she had incredibly beautiful eyes like amethyst. The maid behind confirmed the girl's words. The Duke's eldest daughter sweetly turned to her personal maid and thanked her for the compliment. She was very happy that lately everyone was communicating with her more and more. Vividly remembering, she said that Adelaide's eye color is also the most beautiful. She would call it ice blue, and Lord Louis's eye color is gold, also very beautiful. Jenna explained to her mistress that His Highness Louis's eye color was special. And the girl became interested in this. The maid raised her finger and explained that the golden eyes were proof that he was of blue blood. Only a person belonging to a royal family can have a golden hue. Samantha was surprised by this fact. Moments like these helped her remember that she was in a fantasy novel. However, our little one was more drawn to Will's black hair and dark eyes. Samantha asked Jenna what her plans were for today or today before noon. She had lectures to listen to and then magic classes. The girl thanked the maid. She was happy because after finishing her business, she could spend time with Adelaide and Will. So Samantha spent the first half of the day diligently studying philology and practicing the art of magic. And finally, when she finished with her daily chores, the girl was able to meet her friends in the forest behind the house. Butterflies flew around her. Samantha felt complete peace spending time. She would like to enjoy it infinitely. However, in the near future, several problems will happen to the two main characters. She would call the most dangerous of them the second prince, who is the final boss. This prince was cursed at birth and was almost killed as a child by order of his own father. The king. Thanks to the nanny, he managed to escape, but after that, according to the novel, a cruel existence awaited him. Completely different from the first prince, who was raised in love and care. His intention is to kill the entire royal family, and Louis due to the hatred that has arisen. However, his hatred is natural considering how he was treated after all the hardships he suffered as a consequence of life. But even if the second prince tries to carry out his plan, the power of the main character, Louis, and the power of the goddess Adelaide, who will soon awaken, will undoubtedly help them cope. Samantha thought. According to the novel, Samantha was the only one who died, which could only sadden our misfortune. But be that as it may, it seemed she no longer needed to worry about this, because thanks to the difficulties, the love between the couple. On the contrary, it shone. By the way, she wondered what the second prince's curse was, if it was different from the one imposed on Will. And she asked the boy how his health had been lately. After a brief pause before answering, the young man said everything was fine. But the girl noticed this pause before answering. It seemed he was thinking about something before answering the question. Because of this, Samantha worried about her friend's condition. She asked if he was telling the truth and advised him to tell her immediately if something was wrong. The young man nodded his head but said nothing, to which the girl said that anyway. He should talk about his condition. And then the boy, pursing his lips, uttered a word and said, without looking her in the eyes, that he understood his girlfriend. Samantha was happy about this outcome. She believed that Will was sincere with her and was not lying. Their walk lasted until the evening. Said Adelaide, looking at the sunset and shielding her hair from the wind, that the sun was already setting. And it was time to go home. Then Samantha asked her family what they would do when they returned and offered to play in her room. Or just relax Will, rubbing his eyes. He said he was sleepy, so he would go to rest. The girl gave her friend a happy smile back and told him that it was okay. She understood that, of course, after so much entertainment, fatigue sets in. The sisters said goodbye to Will, and Samantha invited Adelaide to play cards after dinner. Her sister enthusiastically agreed, the last time she lost, so today she promised to win for sure. However, the elder sister could not lose, as she jokingly informed the younger one. The young man, upon returning to his room, abruptly closed the door and leaned against it, unbuttoning his shirt, which blocked the curse that ached his body. Only after taking a couple of steps forward did his legs stop supporting his body. It seemed like he could finally relax, but still the pain gave him no peace. Will fell to the floor near the bed and huddled in fear, enduring the pain emanating from the curse. At the moment, he was illuminated by the light coming from the window. Samantha was pacing around the mirror, posing, and couldn't stop admiring herself. Suddenly, in the reflection of the mirror, the girl saw, besides herself, another figure of a man looking at her surprised. An awkward silence settled between them, and the Duke's close associate asked what the girl Samantha had just done. Embarrassed, she explained that in recent days, it seemed to her that she had lost weight remarkably. So she looked at herself from head to toe from different angles. Her whole face turned red, and she even started sweating from embarrassment. When her father's maid said that the lady had indeed become more majestic, Samantha turned sweetly and asked if, after all, she had imagined it. In the interval between her studies and practicing magic, she continued exercising carefully and, thanks among other things to the diet, her belly shrank. All that remained of her past life was a difficult experience, but it only strengthened her willpower. But she still had room to lose weight. Still, she was aware that if you placed her next to Adelaide, she still looked quite huge. She thought about it, she wondered what could help her lose weight, and then the Duke's servant said that he had heard that horseback riding and fencing also used a lot of muscles. Exactly. This was what was needed. The little one thought she could handle both. It wasn't difficult for her. On the contrary, it was exciting, and she decided to ask her father. With joy, she thanked the servant for his help and advice, and saying goodbye to him, she ran away. The man, in turn, was also happy to be able to help his duke's daughter. The tables were set and filled with various delicacies and spices. Some ladies came to visit the Eldred family. A black-haired girl stuttered, thanks to Mrs. Samantha, for the invitation. The girl said that she shouldn't thank them for agreeing to come for tea. Today Samantha was hosting a big tea party. When she said she wanted to make friends, my mother suggested inviting our peers to a tea party. She thought she could be calm, because her mother carefully selected the girls to be from good families and have a proper reputation. But still, the atmosphere was very tense. Considering the actions the former Samantha had done, it would also take time to change her image. Even so, she needed to make a good impression now, the girl thought. When Adelaide entered the conversation, she smiled sweetly and said that the sweets her sister collected were very tasty. She said that Samantha wanted to please everyone, and that's why she put her soul into the selection. The elder thanked Adelaide. Our little one was very happy to see her sister's mercy, and her helping her make a good impression. Samantha was already imagining that today would end in failure, but she was rewarded by Adelaide's kindness, with a tear forming in the corner of her eye. When the red-haired girl, who had previously gone unnoticed, spoke, she asked Mrs. Samantha if she had resolved the previous dispute with Mrs. Adelaide. The Duke's eldest daughter turned sharply at the voice coming from the side and looked at her. In front of her was a girl in a turquoise dress and red hair. As she remembered, it was Mrs. Vanessa from the Follett Marquis family. The girl explained that she was arguing with her sister for all sorts of reasons, and made her a subject of ridicule by others. Adelaide was alarmed and wanted to answer the young mistress, but was blocked by Samantha, who understood that Vanessa distrusted her. To which she herself answered the question posed, saying that rather she did not settle the dispute, but rather apologized and was forgiven by Adelaide. Samantha explained that she admits that she used to be jealous of her sister, which is why she constantly did really low things. And Adelaide, in turn, forgave her all her sins and she will be grateful for it, the elder finished. Her sister felt flattered. Then the green-eyed lady nodded understandingly, accepting this answer, and said that in that case, she was glad that they had reached reconciliation. Both sisters were surprised and opened their eyes wide. They did not expect it to end so quickly. Vanessa said that if Mrs. Adelaide forgave her, then there was no problem. She could think about her behavior and work on what she considered necessary to improve, which is what human life is about. After expressing her opinion on this matter, the redhead took the pastry and, taking a bite, she said that it was indeed very delicious and that the other girls should try it too. The girls who arrived happily obeyed Vanessa and took pastry from the trays. The black-haired girl, a little embarrassed, said it was delicious. Samantha, at first, did not believe it, but was still happy to hear it. Vanessa, looking at the pastry, asked Samantha in which shop she bought them, and the heroine replied that her father brought them from a neighboring city. Adelaide, who was watching from the side, was incredibly happy that people had finally started opening up to her sister. And now she didn't feel alone. At the end of the tea party, Samantha ran up to the redhead and called her by name to turn around. Our girl thanked Vanessa for today and wondered if she specifically asked about everything in front of everyone. To which she received a question in response that the girl didn't seem to understand what she was being asked about. It was then that Samantha realized that the girl in front of her was truly a wonderful person. And if this were possible, she would like to be her friend. That is what she did. Embarrassed, the girl loudly apologized and asked Vanessa if she could be her friend. At first, the girl was a little surprised, but then she looked at Samantha sweetly and said she wouldn't mind. The heroine was happy. She finally made her first friend in this world. She thanked Vanessa for this and invited her to visit again. The green-eyed lady also invited Samantha to her house. During dinner, the girl announced loudly and cheerfully that she had made a friend today. During this time, it already became clear how her relationship with the family had changed. The mother finally spoke and congratulated her daughter and was happy for her. Samantha also thanked Adelaide for helping her a lot today, to which the girl replied that she hadn't done anything of the sort. The girl's father said that the teachers conveyed to him their joy for Samantha's success. They said she was a conscientious and quick student, the eldest daughter, of course. She was happy to hear this. The Duke also added that she had been doing well lately and smiled kindly. At that moment, all the girl's happiness could not be expressed in words. She was very happy. And she thanked her dad for such words. Moreover, it was the first time she had heard praise from her father, which brought tears to her eyes. She was so happy she didn't even know what to do. Clenching her fists, she brought them to her chest and said that in the future she would keep trying. And the Duke and his wife were happy about this. Outside, in the garden of the house, Will was already standing next to the gardener and listening to him attentively. Samantha was crying with joy in her heart. She saw that Will was also trying. She wanted to praise him and commend him. The thing is that, since the beginning of last month, he has been helping the gardener from time to time. He listens carefully to what they tell him and seems to show that he is a capable worker. The gardener himself praises him. Suddenly, Will saw a friend standing behind him, accompanied by a maid, and called her by name. Samantha was even glad that he noticed her, and the gardener in turn. He bowed and greeted the lady. The girl approached her friend, patted him on the head, and told him he was a great guy for trying so hard. Then, unexpectedly, the young man took out a yellow rose and presented it to Samantha, telling her that this rose was for her. The gardener explained that it was a flower that Will himself had cultivated for the first time, and told her that he wanted to test it for the sake of the young mistress. Samantha accepted the yellow rose and, smiling, cheerfully thanked Will. She was very, very happy and said that she would take care of it. Hearing these words, the boy smiled cheerfully but modestly, and his cheeks flushed. Samantha was very happy. She was reborn into a healthy body. She can study what she likes and make friends, and besides, she lives surrounded by the people she loves. And then she thought that the happy days and quiet ones would continue to last. The girl put the flower her friend gave her in a vase and didn't take her eyes off it, admiring the beauty of the rose. Will asked why she was so happy with the flower, to which Samantha replied that it was the first gift she had received from him. The heroine didn't want it to wither, so she cast a super high preservation spell on it. The young Will was also happy to see his beloved friend rejoice, and rejoiced with her. When he asked her if she would be even happier if he gave her many gifts, Samantha said that, of course she would. But she would still be happier that Will is healthy and happy, the girl added with a sweet smile. The young man was extremely surprised by this answer and opened his eyes wide. Samantha turned her head towards Will, noticed her friend's condition, and asked what was wrong. Then, without really answering anything, the boy hugged the Savior's hand and rested his head on her shoulder, and told her that everything was fine. However, Samantha felt that Will had been somewhat depressed lately. Every time she tried to find out something, he answered that everything was fine, but he even started eating less. Looking at the young man's face, the girl told him that if something was wrong, he should definitely tell her. Although Will nodded in response, his behavior still bothered Samantha. Just the other day, she suggested that he see a doctor, but he categorically objected. Although the girl decided not to press him anymore, but she still thought it would be more correct to show him to a doctor in the coming days. But be that as it may, Samantha arrived at her scheduled magic classes, her teacher asked correctly. And remember that the previous times they learned fire and water magic, the girl confirmed. Samantha has a large amount of magical power, and seems to have a talent for magic in general. If she had taken it seriously in the novel, things would have been better. However, it would be true to say that this was a waste of skill. Judging by what she learned, about 30% of the population around has magic in this world. The main elements are fire, water, air, and earth manifest in different proportions in a particular person. And it is important to start by recognizing which magic is better. The teacher said that today they would practice earth magic, although she mentioned that many daughters of aristocratic origin do not like it very much. But Samantha definitely wanted to learn it, because this way she could help Will if she could skillfully handle earth magic. Closing the book, the teacher said that they would immediately start the lesson and begin explaining the material. However, after some time, the teacher concluded that earth magic was not Samantha's strong suit. But she understood it herself. On the one hand, she felt it a lot, but it seemed that nothing could be done about it. So the girl just exhaled humbly. Then, behind her, Samantha saw that among all the growing tulips, there was one that had almost withered. She felt a lot of pity for him. He was the only one who was lethargic and assuming he was sick. Samantha wondered if he would feel better if she nurtured the earth. But she didn't know if she could do it. So the girl decided to take matters into her own hands and at least try. Instead of thinking, and directed her magic towards the withered flower. The girl was very surprised that from somewhere, a very beautiful light appeared that she had never seen before. And in the next moment, the lethargy of the flower began to pass and it rose, filling with a new scarlet color. As soon as the bloomed flower illuminated everything around it with light. The teacher, who had stepped aside, was completely shocked and confused. But the girl, who also did not understand what had happened, asked what it was. However, the old man, without really answering anything, suggested that Mrs. Samantha finish today's lesson with this. The lady suspected nothing of what was happening and also did not understand what she had just done. But she still agreed with the teacher. Then the teacher ran away, or rather left quickly and tactfully, leaving the girl alone. And confused. Upon returning home, she received the news that her father had suddenly called her home. Samantha had no idea what was going on. She was extremely worried that she might do something wrong again and be guilty. On the way to her father's office, the girl met her younger sister, who asked her if she was going to see her father. Samantha confirmed Adelaide's words and asked how she knew this. Then the younger one said that she had heard from the servants that there would be a celebration in her honor at dinner today. And they were ordered to prepare everything properly. The elder sister could not even imagine in honor of what and on what occasion a celebration could be organized, especially in her honor. Knocking on her father's office door, the girl hesitantly asked for clearance and entered. In the office, 3 men awaited her: her father, his closest servant, and a very unusual person. A magic teacher. Samantha was very stressed by the fact that even the teacher was here. And besides, the atmosphere seemed somewhat heavy, not festive at all. So the Count was the first to initiate a dialogue. He addressed his eldest daughter by name, in a rather serious and excited tone. Making sure his daughter was listening attentively, he said that it was as if the goddess's power had awakened in her. Hearing this, Samantha, to put it mildly, was simply speechless. The man asked his daughter if she knew anything about this power, but the girl still couldn't find the words. The Duke continued. He said that he was told that today she healed a withered flower at lunch, and this is one of the forms of healing magic. But Samantha didn't let him finish and asked him to wait. The girl couldn't believe what she had just heard. She shouldn't have any goddess magic. She believed there was some kind of mistake here. After all, as prescribed by the story, this power was supposed to awaken in the main character, Adelaide, and it shouldn't happen that it awakened in her, the villain character. The Duke asked the magic teacher to give this to his daughter, and the man, taking the pillow with the stone, nodded. He presented the pillow to Miss Samantha and asked her to pour her magical power into the object that was on it. The girl understood that this would not lead to anything good. The novel line was already decided, so she hesitated greatly. But be that as it may, She could not refuse her father's request and poured magical power into the stone. The teacher explained to everyone surprised in this room that this stone contained the unclean energy of the Hell Ruler's magic. And Mrs. Samantha had just cleaned it. The girl was truly disappointed with the outcome of the events. She couldn't believe all this was real. The teacher confirmed that this, without a doubt, was the goddess's magic. No other type of magic could do this. Samantha looked at her hands in horror. She still needed time to accept what was happening. That she really had the power of a goddess. The father said that he could not even imagine that such magic was really hidden in her. The servant said it was a very great virtue. The whole kingdom would bless her. However, only Samantha was not happy about this. On the contrary, she was very creeped out. And she was afraid that now the plot of the novel had completely changed. And everything happened this way. The fool did not understand why the power had awakened in her. It was really because she, the character, the villain, had morally corrected herself. She couldn't even imagine what would happen to Adelaide now if the same power awakened in her. The girl's worries were also compounded by her father's statement that Samantha would definitely now be chosen as the fiancée of His Highness Louis. The Duke said that the goddess's magic was special. It was valued more than anything else. His Majesty would probably also nominate Samantha. Judging by what he had seen lately, he was sure she would manage well with this role even now. But Samantha herself did not try at all. She didn't even want to become the prince's fiancée instead of her sister. After all, if she becomes the fiancée, one fears that Louis and Adelaide will not be together and therefore everything might change. Samantha stood in complete stupor and horror, not even imagining how she should act in such a situation. After that situation, Samantha approached Will and sat down silently, lost in thought, while the boy was writing something. There was even a celebration last night to celebrate the awakening of the goddess powers by our heroine. Despite the fact that she felt uncomfortable during it, the girl thought it was the first time she had seen her father so cheerful. Apparently, this was the honor of begetting a man who possessed the power of a goddess. In 2 weeks, a respected archbishop was returning from another country, and the plan was to validate the power Samantha possessed. And then, if it was determined that she really had this power, she could really change everything. However, Samantha herself ran several tests, and it seemed that she really had the power of the goddess. Who would have thought that the villain would take possession of the main character's power? This would derail the original story. Now Adelaide's happy future, which the girl imagined for herself, would probably undergo changes. The engagement also weighed heavily on her shoulders, which made her wonder if she could somehow avoid it until the goddess's power awakened in Adelaide. Or maybe it was thanks to her that her sister would never have the power. Suddenly, she was distracted from her thoughts by the boy next to her, who pulled her by the sleeve of her dress and asked if something had happened to Samantha because she looked extremely sad. Then the girl, without showing emotion, simply apologized for her behavior, saying she was just thinking about something. But such an answer did not suit the young man at all, but as an understanding friend. He decided to keep silent about this matter contact. When he himself suddenly needed help, a sharp pain pierced his heart and Will gasped in pain. Fear and surprise. Samantha noticed this strange behavior, and seeing that the boy was holding his heart, she asked, surprised, if something was wrong. The boy did not reveal all his cards, however, as he had done before, so he lied and said that he was just a little hungry. In response, the girl laughed sweetly. She left the table where they were sitting together and asked the young man to wait until she quickly went to dinner. All this time, Will tightly squeezed the spot behind his heart and suppressed any sound so as not to worry Samantha. The very next day, the first prince came to visit the Eldred family, and the three of them had tea. Louis said he had heard that the goddess's power had been discovered in Samantha. Adelaide replied that she was very inspired by this event. He said it was simply amazing. He was not surprised that it was his sister who had the power. And the old man himself sadly thought that initially this power should have awakened in her. Samantha, a little excited, said that perhaps it was some kind of misunderstanding. Her sister continued reminding her that she had healed the withered flower and cleaned the glass. She had no doubts that it was a misunderstanding. Samantha was about to burst into tears, but she kept them to herself. She really didn't know what to do. And I found nothing better than to ask, how is a person chosen in whom the goddess's power will awaken? Louis replied that a girl is chosen who has such a beautiful heart, such rich blood of the kingdom, and so much abundance of magic, that the goddess herself falls in love with this creature. Samantha was hooked by the words about a beautiful heart. Without believing this applies to her, the rumor has already spread throughout the country. And not to mention her blessing. People doubt if everything is really like this. Apparently, Samantha's notoriety is widespread among the people, but the woman understood that this was not unfounded. The family of the Eldred Counts is a famous family with a long history. Furthermore, she understood that many people also possess a great amount of magical power. Because even old Samantha had inclinations for magic. Even Adelaide was like an angel, who was undoubtedly loved by the goddess and by God himself. So of course, the strength in her would awaken. If her heart was beautiful, that was what was in doubt. Then the girl asked if the goddess's power could awaken in only one person. To which Louis replied negatively. He heard that several hundred years ago there were cases where the power awakened in several people. However, after that, for a long time, this time it did not happen again. This information made the girl very happy, who couldn't contain her emotions, who initially didn't even believe what she was saying. Then she even calmed down, but if a person is not necessarily alone, then it turned out to be just an anomaly. Samantha reasoned, and Adelaide, according to the novel, also has high chances of awakening the strength. But if her power is revealed only in the future, then, in that case, she and Louis will probably already be engaged. These thoughts gave the poor girl no peace for a second, which her sister noticed, and told the prince that Samantha must be confused. Louis said she could be understood after all. They were not talking about an enormous force that could lead the country into shock. So Adelaide decided to change the subject and told her sister that she had brought her favorite sweets. Samantha didn't understand why her sister was doing this. After her announcement, the little one moved away from the terrace, which raised many questions from her older sister. But only when she looked forward again did she realize that Adelaide had left just her. And Louis again. And she supposed that Louis must have also realized that there was a high chance she would become the fiancé, which made her feel uncomfortable when she thought about it. Bringing a cup of tea to her mouth, she thought that Adelaide, not her, would be the best candidate for the first prince. But then Louis called her. The girl answered with fear, and then His Highness asked her if she would mind going for a walk with him next weekend. The girl didn't understand the intentions and was interested in what kind of place the prince wanted to visit. She didn't understand why the prince invited her, but be that as it may, she couldn't refuse the crown prince. So, smiling sweetly, she said she wouldn't mind. The prince humbly thanked his interlocutor. But then Samantha asked the question, when Adelaide returns, will they ask her this too? The young man was surprised. He smiled mischievously, holding back a laugh clearly escaping from his trembling lips. And he explained to the young lady that he was not going to invite Miss Adelaide for a walk. The girl didn't understand what that meant. So the prince, smiling gently, continued by saying that he would like to go for a walk only with her. With Miss Samantha. The girl looked at him with wide eyes. She couldn't understand why the prince was doing this, and why he only needed her company. Already at home, when the prince was taken away, Samantha told her sister what had happened. And she immediately cheerfully explained that it was an invitation to a date. The heroine's eyes became smaller than a nickel. She asked if she heard the word correctly, and Adelaide confirmed that it was undoubtedly so. Samantha thought that in her past life she had never had relationships with boys, so it didn't even occur to her that they might invite her on a date. Indeed, she didn't think much about such circumstances. A walk together could only be a date, the girl thought, while her sister was happy that her charm had amazed even Lord Louis. But Adelaide also noticed that Samantha was not very happy because her feelings for the prince had changed. And having stated her guess, she heard in response that not everything was like that. It was about something else, but the younger sister did not pressure the older one and obeyed her peacefully. Scientifically, however, Samantha herself had many thoughts in her head that needed to be resolved, which made her look quite worried. After thinking about it for several seconds, the girl finally decided what she had planned. And she called Adelaide, who immediately drew attention to her sister. Samantha placed her hands on her sister's shoulders and, looking clearly into her eyes, she seriously asked her what she thought about His Highness Louis. Adelaide did not understand what her sister meant by her question, so the girl expressed herself more correctly. She wondered what she thought of him as a representative of the male gender. The younger sister was quite surprised by this question, so she was in a stupor for some time. After which, with a smile on her face, she quickly replied that she thought nothing special of the prince. At that moment, her sister was already concerned, with a slightly trembling voice, asked if he was at least a little bit her type, or if she thought about him even a little. But the answer was brilliant and blinding, like Adelaide herself, a brief no. But deadly. There was an awkward silence, or rather it was a complete collapse of the plot and Samantha's confusion at the unknown. She didn't understand why everything was happening this way, because at that moment, her sister should have already developed the corresponding feelings. But in reality, everything happened completely differently than in the novel. That the trapped woman couldn't believe that it was all happening because of her. Adelaide was still wonderful and reminded me that I had to start preparing for next week's date, and asked me to let her choose the dress. Samantha thanked her sister for her help, but her face said the opposite. Although she was happy that Adelaide was so beautiful today. But now there isn't just a pile of problems, only they existed. The trapped girl really didn't understand what to do, so desperate. She simply hugged her sister like a tender animal to calm down somehow. The heiress of the Follett Marquis family, Samantha arrived at a tea party with her friend and told her about the incident that happened with the prince. Vanessa immediately grasped the essence, and she was happy that she was invited on a secret date. However, Samantha herself was still not sure that this was not just an invitation for a walk, but a real date. But Vanessa saw the whole situation from the outside and concluded that this, of course, it was a date. She explained that His Highness Louis would not invite such a girl. Today, Samantha had tea with Mrs. Vanessa of the Marquis family, whom she befriended at a recent afternoon tea. And although our heroine was nervous, because it was her first meeting alone with a friend who has a sincere character, she found it easy to communicate, and they were having a great time. But then Vanessa noticed that her new friend was not very happy about this, and she could understand her. It was a great honor for her, but Samantha said she thought there were more suitable options for Mr. Louis. For example, Adelaide or Adelaide. The girl touched her cheeks and blushed and said that, moreover, she understood that it would be difficult, given her status, but that she dreamed of getting married, falling in love like everyone else, loving and being loved. Such words from her new friend greatly disconcerted Vanessa and even surprised her. She had never thought of Samantha that way, without thinking that she was so sweet. What she basically told her new friend was that Mrs. Samantha was much kinder than expected. Vanessa said she thought this was wonderful because Samantha correctly noted that among aristocrats, most marriages are for convenience. But there are also those for love. Her family could serve as an equally striking example. Here Samantha really thought about it and said that indeed, now that Vanessa reminded her of this, she remembered that it was so. The previous Duchess, Samantha's own mother, died immediately after giving birth. But soon the Duke fell in love with the Baron's daughter, who is now his wife, and then Adelaide was born to the couple. From which one could guess where Samantha Dee's anger came from. The redhead said she would pray that someday her friend, Mrs. Samantha, would meet a wonderful person. The girl shyly thanked Vanessa. And then the green-eyed friend, covering her mouth with her hand, asked Samantha to be the first to tell her about him. Our heroine promised him with a laugh. The next morning arrived, and Samantha was a little worried, remembering that the day had finally come. While Jenna skillfully braided her mistress's hair. Having finished putting beauty on her head, the personal maid told Mrs. Samantha that she looked perfect and very charming. Our heroine thanked Jenna and asked her today, when Will was distracted, to put into practice the strategy they talked about the other day. The girl nodded. And the other day, Samantha called a doctor to the house twice, but apparently out of fear. Will locked himself in the room both times, but today she called the doctor without informing him. And she would like him to examine Will, even if he would be against his will. The girl was worried about him, and although she felt bad, there was nothing left but to take extreme measures. And she really would have liked to be with him at that moment, but the doctor could only come the day she had plans. After the girl came out of her thoughts, she said goodbye to Jenna and told her she was leaving. But the maid told the girl to be careful. After Louis came to pick up Samantha, they watched the now popular opera together at the theater. And now they are eating delicious dishes at a gourmet restaurant. All this time, the prince behaved incredibly like a gentleman and showed so much attention to detail that they both enjoyed their time together. How did the young prince decide to ask if tomorrow should be the day when the expert would give his verdict in the temple? Samantha, bowing her head, said that everything was so, but she wanted to honestly admit that since that very day, she had never used the goddess's power. Finally, tomorrow in the temple, the respected archbishop must make a decision. All this time, she pretended that she couldn't use the goddess's power, but she was afraid she wouldn't be able to fool him. Who possessed a special power? The girl was upset because a way that would help her avoid this never occurred to her. She again tried to find information about the goddess's power, but besides the fact that with its help, you can cleanse something of dark magic. Use healing magic and heal wounds, she found nothing out. But by the way, she reads how you can use healing magic by reading the prayer. The prince continued the dialogue and asked if his companion needed more bread. But Samantha, thanking him for the offer, refused. She was following a diet. Then the prince said rather strange words that sounded like a feeling of déjà vu. He said that the girl was charming, just like she is now. Samantha was very surprised by his vision. These words not only took her home with Will, but she also felt that Louis was very similar to her rescued friend. Now she realized that Will had told her the same words, but moreover, she even thought for a moment that they were similar, although they had a completely different aura. The girl thanked her interlocutor for the compliment because, in any case, she thought, unlike Will's sincerity, she could be sure that Louis was just being polite. Then His Highness remembered that the Duke would not be happy if he brought Samantha back too late, and asked her if it was time for them to leave. The girl agreed. When leaving the restaurant, the young man went to say something to his coachman, and at that moment the girl heard a child crying behind her. And she turned around. Indeed, not far from her sat a small child, whom the adults surrounded. And they cried bitterly. Then Samantha ran up to him and asked if he was okay. Wiping the tears from his eyes, the boy said he felt pain. Then the woman immediately noticed a large abrasion on his knee. The Duke's eldest daughter looked around, making sure she wasn't attracting attention, and began to heal the young boy's knee with her acquired goddess power. The boy began to calm down watching the miracles. Samantha smiled sweetly and said that now everything was in order. The surprised boy became happy and asked what his sister had done to his knee. Then the girl, pressing her index finger to her lips and smiling cheerfully, said it was a secret, but that they couldn't tell her she had such power. The crown prince watched this whole action and smiled peacefully. He was happy, but he felt more drawn to the sweetness, kindness, and aura emanating from the girl. So they arrived at the Eldred family house, and the prince, helping the girl out of the carriage, said he really enjoyed spending time with Miss Samantha and thanked her for the company. The girl said she should have thanked Louis, to which the boy asked if he could still invite her. A little timidly, the girl, placing her hand on her chest, said that of course the prince could invite her. However, the time spent was more enjoyable than she could imagine. Saying goodbye to the departing carriage, she thought that Louis was truly a good person, and hoped to be with Adelaide as soon as possible. Upon entering the house, Samantha first approached Jenna and told her she was back, and asked if anything strange had happened, but was interrupted. Suddenly, her speech was interrupted by her younger sister, who ran towards her as fast as she could and called her older sister by name. Adelaide put her hands on her knees to catch her breath, and at that moment Samantha, frantic and worried, asked her what happened. The younger sister raised her head, her cheeks were flushed and tears welled up in her eyes. Stuttering and stammering, she tried to say something about Will. After hearing the whole story, through her sister's sobs, Samantha fell into a stupor. The boy was lying on the bed. His face clearly showed that he was suffering from a fever caused by the curse. Running to the room, the girl saw him as soon as possible in a sad state and asked the doctor what had happened. Then the doctor told the little duchess that when he came for the examination, Will was already in this state. The girl couldn't believe it, because yesterday everything was normal. The doctor said that it was impossible to predict how the curse would continue to develop, especially if it was so strong. But judging by everything he could observe now, the man concluded that he had held out until the end. This sentence stuck in her heart, becoming a huge lump of guilt. So the girl abruptly turned to the doctor, hesitatingly but hopefully. He told her that if she bought holy water again then, but he did not finish this sentence, because he saw the expression on the man's face. Unfortunately, he said that the holy water only eased the condition. He was afraid that the curse had spread, so the water was most likely no longer effective. Bitter tears of sadness and resentment appeared in the girl's eyes, and she asked what she should do then. The man simply lowered his head and said they couldn't do anything else. But Samantha refused to believe it. She approached the young man and looked at him almost crying, still unable to accept that this was really happening. Will had been unconscious for a whole day, and from his face it was clear that he was getting worse. Samantha had already tried all the methods. She even gave him holy water. But it was no use. He seemed to realize. She could only hope. Yesterday, before leaving, the doctor told her that curses are very difficult to fight, and he asked her not to reproach herself so much. She took the hand of the sleeping boy, but she was sure that he was hiding it with all his might. Only because he didn't want her to worry, tears formed in her eyes. And she asked his forgiveness for her inattention. When someone knocked on the door, Jenna entered the room. She said that tomorrow her mistress would have to go to the temple. The Duke said that everything should be ready, and as soon as possible. Jenna, worried, told Samantha that she was worried about her mistress's condition, because she hadn't eaten since yesterday. The girl apologized for worrying her. Samantha understood that staying there wouldn't change anything, but she still didn't want to leave Will alone. Jenna saw how depressed her mistress was, and, deciding to cheer her up, said she had brought her a book about the temple, that the Duke asked her to read, in addition to a snack, because here she could take care of reading. Samantha wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, smiled sweetly, and thanked her maid for her help and support. Our heroine looked extremely tired, but still took the book. She opened it, was greeted with the rules of greeting while walking inside the temple walls, and much more. Suddenly, Samantha's attention was caught by one of the passages. It only spoke of the goddess's power. She read that the first ruler was saved precisely by this magic. The king, struck by the curse of the evil dragon, was healed by the power of the goddess. These lines greatly surprised the girl. Now, looking at her friend struggling with the curse, she understood that the goddess's power also acted on curses. And she found hope. In the end, she read the whole book, but she still couldn't find how to use this magic. So she could only try to do it herself. Samantha decided to pretend it was healing magic. First, she decided to let the magical power spread, and then she would pray for Will's curse to disappear. Samantha's face contracted with unpleasant sensations. Her whole body seemed to be on fire and terribly painful. The curse from Will's body flowed into the girl's hands and disappeared immediately. That's why she felt this burning sensation. Now she understood for certain that Will had been enduring such sharp pain all this time. Samantha decided to save him, no matter the cost, but meanwhile, cloudy drops of tears formed in her eyes. But she continued to spread magic, sharing Will's pain. Although Will's curse slowly began to weaken, the girl rejoiced that the effect really existed. Samantha didn't know how much time she had, because she hadn't learned to handle this magic yet. But in any case, she had no other choice. She could only pray and spread her magic. She looked at Will sadly. Time and again, she was overwhelmed by waves of regret. But she still wanted him to wake up and called him. The girl remembered, or rather, the happiest moments with Will flashed before her eyes. How he ate for the first time, how she followed his leads, and how happy she was when he gave the girl a rose for the first time. She wanted Will to be happy and asked God to help her. The next morning, the girl woke up in her bed, but as soon as she opened her eyes, in front of her, she saw a worried sister whose eyes were moist. That's right, now she started to remember, because she was trying to free Will from the curse. And it seemed that this was her limit. As if in an instant, the girl's eyes opened. Exactly, Will suddenly jumped out of bed and asked what was wrong with Will. Adelaide replied that he was sleeping. It seemed he already felt better. Tears formed in the girl's eyes, as she couldn't believe that everything was over. Samantha was very happy that everything was finally over, and that she had overcome it. However, her younger sister, crying, got angry and shouted at her, telling her there was nothing to rejoice about because Samantha used the goddess's power to heal Will. Adelaide got angry and indignantly asked her sister how much power was needed to lose consciousness. She wondered if she thought it was very dangerous. However, Samantha understood why Adelaide was angry. The teacher also told her that, in general, she should be very careful, because magical exhaustion was very dangerous. And she apologized to her sister. Although, the girl thought, she still doesn't know how to wield this power. Even now she realized how strong it was. Then another inconvenience appeared, and the girl asked if her father knew anything. Adelaide, putting her hand on her heart, said that her father knew nothing. Jenna ran straight to her as soon as she found her, so the Duke knew nothing. The father was told that Samantha just wasn't feeling well, and that they hadn't told anyone about Will's condition yet. Otherwise, everyone would have known that the eldest was using the power. Tears of joy welled up in Samantha's eyes. She couldn't even imagine that she, being such an honest girl, would do such a thing. And not even in secret from her father. Adelaide, in turn, asked her sister to promise her that she would not do anything dangerous anymore. Samantha promised this to her sister and apologized for worrying her. The girl also thanked Jenna for her help in this matter. To which the maid said there was nothing to thank her for. When the maid remembered and reminded the girl that it was time to get ready to go to the temple. The Duke was supposed to arrive soon. Adelaide said that Samantha doesn't need to worry about Will, she will take care of him. The older sister again thanked the younger one literally for everything. And after that she hugged her peacefully, thinking to herself that Adelaide was a true angel. And that as soon as she returned, she would immediately go to Will. And now they are returning home to their father, who would have thought that everything would turn out exactly like this. And everything happened an hour ago. The Archbishop, examining the heroine, said that she had some trace of the goddess's power. But there was practically no magical power. Samantha was surprised. She didn't understand why this was happening, because it hadn't even occurred to her a way to get rid of everything. The father became alarmed. He said that his daughter had definitely achieved purification, to which the Archbishop replied that the color of the goddess's magical power was special. And clearly visible, but not entirely, and he asked if she had lost it. Samantha then realized that it was all because she had spent all her strength healing Will. And she said out loud that this was not the case. The man said he didn't say that the goddess didn't have the strength in the girl, she was just extremely weak. He believed that if the girl accumulated more magical power, she could heal minor wounds. Duke Eldred was extremely surprised by this statement, but Samantha rejoiced internally. Although on the way home, she realized how embarrassed she was, but she was happier that everything had turned out this way. Now she could only wait for the goddess's power to manifest. In Adelaide, upon returning home, the girl immediately went to Will's room, shouting loudly that he had woken up. She quickly flew to the young man and hugged his head tightly. She thanked God for helping her and Will. Letting go of the boy, she placed her hand on his shoulder and wanted to ask him if anything else hurt. But suddenly, Samantha's eyes opened. Will himself was sitting in front of her, but his eyes, His eyes were golden in color. The girl remembered what Jenna had told her, that golden eyes were proof that a person was of royal blood. But she didn't understand why he also had them. The young man's eyes bravely observed the expression on the girl's face, and they were not only there, but they literally shone and glowed with gold. Samantha approached the boy's face and, amazed by this fact, asked him why he had those eyes. She understood that there could be no mistake here. Louis's eyes were exactly the same color. She asked if the young man in front of her was the second prince. The boy pursed his lips and his shoulders trembled. Still looking at Will, she couldn't believe what she was seeing. That all this was true because they were connected only by a curse, but like in the novel. Samantha and the second prince were not in contact. Because of this, she didn't even think that everything could turn out like this, but now everything definitely fits. They say that eyes are susceptible to magical power, which means they darken due to the curse. Even then, there was a feeling that Will hated Louis. He seemed to hold a grudge against him. The girl couldn't believe that she had been fighting those feelings all this time because of Louis. Then, cautiously, the girl decided to ask the young man if he knew his original origin. Will wet. In the novel, the past of the second prince was truly terrible. Just thinking about what he had to go through. Will made our heroine's heart break. Tears welled up in her eyes. He said that he had been through a lot and apologized for not realizing it. Tears welled up in Will's eyes. He pursed his lips, but his eyes and facial expressions spoke more than words. Then the two of them, both unhappy, exhausted by their past lives, hugged each other and burst into tears. After a while, the boy, grabbing the dress on Samantha's shoulder. He apologized for not telling her this sooner. But the girl understood that Will couldn't do anything else and said that everything was fine. Because he did it, because he had no other choice. After all, if someone found out he was alive, he would be in danger. He didn't tell Samantha that he was the second prince so he could survive. Immediately the boy confessed. He said that William Percival was his real name. The girl repeated the name Will out loud. Now she definitely remembered this name from the novel, so the burden on her soul seemed to become greater. William asked, seeing Samantha's mood and expression, if she liked him now. But Samantha quickly put her sorrows aside and, opening her arms in different directions, told him to never say something like that again. To her, he was still the same Will as before. She didn't care what his origin was. William's eyes lit up and his cheeks flushed. He did not expect to be received so warmly in real life and was very happy. Having hugged the girl tightly, tears had already formed in his eyes. He buried his head in her chest and began to say something, but Samantha did not hear him. After she asked again, the young man's cheeks flushed even redder than before. And tears welled up in his eyes, and he said that he liked Samantha and liked her very much. Tears gathered in the corners of the girl's eyes, and her face took on an expression. A noticeable blush when William said he wanted to be with her always. Placing her hand on the young man's head, smiling, she said that he was also very dear to her. And she promised him that she would never leave him. Samantha believed that she had to protect Will. She could not allow him to repeat the fate of the novel. She wiped a tear from the young man's golden eyes and told him that they had to keep their origins a secret from others. They had to be more careful now than before. After all, if others find out that it was she who healed William, they will immediately understand the use of the goddess's power. And then the question of her engagement to Louis will be raised again. Samantha told Will to try not to show himself to other people and asked him to promise her this. The boy said he understood her. However, and Samantha realized that it would be extremely difficult to hide it from others. She realized that she had to be persistent. The boy noticed changes in the girl's facial expressions and called her by name. Samantha flinched in surprise. Pressing her fist against her chest, the girl smiled and said that William didn't have to worry about anything. However, the young man's face showed that he was sad seeing Samantha in such a state. But he said nothing. Already sitting at the vanity before going to bed, Samantha thought about the fact that she had not the slightest idea what to do. She wondered what the royal family thought about Will, but she didn't think they would easily accept him back. since he was no longer sick and they were planning to kill him. And if others find out that they continued to hide the second prince here, they will blame not only our heroine, but also her whole family. The girl clutched her head in despair, but she only wanted Will to be happy. She ordered her thoughts and realized that too many things had happened today, and that now it was better for her to rest and think about everything else tomorrow. And in turn, William could not fall asleep. All the thoughts in his head were occupied by Samantha, and he wanted to see her. Although this meeting did not last long, he got out of bed and put on the beret. Samantha gave him this beret that very day, with the words that he should wear it for now. And try not to leave the room. Walking towards Samantha's room, the young man heard someone talking about his beloved behind the door. He heard that Samantha had used all the available power of the goddess to save him. The boy's eyes widened. He stopped and looked through the gap. The discussion took place between Adelaide and Jenna. The latter simply confirmed the words spoken earlier, and the younger sister said that her whole life depended on this power. Jenna did not understand why she did not tell everyone the truth, and Adelaide was talking about how she intentionally used the goddess's power. And even on that child, and not only her sister, but also her father, would have responsibility for this. Tears formed in her eyes, of course. She said, Samantha is not stupid and will definitely not allow such an outcome before she can become a queen who is loved by all the people. Her sister was outraged. Now the boy understood the situation in his own way and realized that even though Samantha smiled at him, telling him everything was fine, in reality, she had problems because of him. The boy sat behind the door, hugging his knees, and listened to the conversations for a long time. And he thought about how he should correct the situation and help Samantha. He didn't want her to hate him. He wanted to help her in the future to become a beloved being to her. When he remembered the words said by the girl that she was waiting for a prince who would be destined only for her, the word prince seemed to sink into William's mind. He rose confidently from the stone floor, took off his beret, and determined to act, headed somewhere. Morning arrived. Samantha walked quickly towards Will, thinking he had slept for a long time, and referring to the fatigue he had accumulated during this time. The girl opened the door a little, flew towards the opening, and, smiling cheerfully, she immediately started apologizing for having slept so long, but she couldn't finish this sentence. And the thing is, she was shocked by what she saw in front of her. Her dear Will was being combed and dressed by two maids, and he, in turn, wasn't even hiding the color of his eyes. Samantha looked surprised at the second prince and didn't understand if she was still asleep or if everything was really happening. She wondered why he was wearing that suit, and the others were not surprised at all by his true eye color. The young man called Samantha, and she seemed to come to her senses, but she was still scared and anxious. So Will also decided to end it. He said in a completely calm and very casual tone that he was going to the royal castle. This information turned Samantha's world upside down. She pressed her fist against her chest and asked what it meant. The girl couldn't understand what could have happened in just one night. She couldn't even move due to the shock and the confusion she was in. The young man took her hands, bringing her to her senses, looked her in the eyes, and called her by name. He said with complete seriousness that he wanted to become a prince. The girl simply had no words to answer when the young man said that this is why he was going to the royal castle. Samantha pushed one of his hands away and, placing her hand on her chest, shouted that it was too risky. She was worried that something would happen to him. However, William was calm. His face expressed no emotion. He said he would be fine. Samantha realized that he seemed to have made a decision, despite having agreed with her yesterday on how they would proceed. When her father, Duke Eldred, entered Will's room and called Samantha, the girl tensed up. The older daughter turned surprised towards her father. How the Duke preempted his daughter's worries, telling her not to worry, that he would be by His Highness's side, and that they would only go to the royal castle in half a year. Samantha still didn't understand what was happening here. She took a step back, her legs weakened. She didn't understand what was happening here, and why her father and Will were talking about the same thing. William hugged her from behind and apologized. It didn't end very happily, and Celine fainted from the stress, after which the three of them met. And the father asked his daughter how she felt. A little worried, she put her fist to her chest and said that everything was fine for her, and asked for forgiveness for what happened recently. Will and I sat next to each other on the same sofa and held hands. The boy looked at the floor guiltily, and the girl thought about him. The Duke said that last night, His Highness William came to his room and told him not only about himself, but also that Samantha saved him with her goddess power, and also added that he would like to continue living as the second prince. Samantha called Will again, but her father continued. He said that honestly he was very surprised. He didn't believe that the orphan would turn out to be His Highness the Prince. But seeing his eyes, the Duke continued, he was absolutely convinced that Will was a prince. Samantha then realized that her father had already found out about her lies. Suddenly she jumped off the sofa, bowed to her father and asked for forgiveness. She apologized for hiding from him and the respected archbishop the fact that she had used the goddess's power. She understood that she was threatened with punishment for such a reckless act. William called Samantha, who lowered her head, but the girl now thought that she still didn't regret saving Will. The father told his daughter to raise her head. As she said, her action was reckless. But this is what saved His Highness. Concluding his speech, the Duke added that this time he would turn a blind eye to this act. The man said he could understand why she lied to him, and suggested that perhaps she simply did not deserve his trust. Samantha's eyes shone. She felt very warm in her heart that her father spoke so much about her and forgave her for her transgression. But he also advised her that next time she shouldn't forget to tell him everything, because these wouldn't only be her problems. The girl said she was very sorry. She was surprised that her father was so happy about the fact that she had the power of a goddess that she didn't even think he would forgive her so easily. Because her father had mixed feelings about Samantha. He asked his daughter again if she had the power of a goddess, and humbly received an affirmative answer. The Duke said that problems would arise if others found out that his daughter had tricked the archbishop. Because his power within the temple walls was equal to that of His Majesty, and they would have to hide it more. The girl exhaled a sigh of relief. She thought that it turned out that her engagement to Louis would never happen. The Duke also said that the responsibility of protecting His Highness would fall on him. So he would take him to the royal castle. Because if his family was the patron, then Will wouldn't be in any danger. Samantha thought that the influence of Duke Eldred's family would be enough. After all, if you start acting now, then there was a possibility that others would discover her power. So for the next 6 months, His Highness would hide with them. And then they would make it look like the curse had lifted on its own. The girl said she understood and thanked her father. After all, if everyone knew this, it wouldn't be easy for her father. The girl started reproaching herself. Slightly annoyed, she asked what would happen next. She was only sure that if Will returned to the royal castle, he would completely forget about them. She thought they wouldn't be able to see him at all. The couple returned to the room and sat down on the sofa again. Then William apologized to the girl for taking action without consulting her. Samantha, smiling, said that he didn't need to apologize because after all it was his life and besides, his father agreed to help him. The girl thought that Will would have a hard time in the castle. As the second prince, he would study hard to make up for everything he had lost. He might also have prejudices due to the curse and upbringing. And now she doesn't know what would happen next, as the course of events has changed a lot. As here, looking into the eyes of the sad Samantha, William said that everything would be fine. That he wouldn't give up. Samantha now wondered how she could be sad when Will was so positive. And then she decided to ask the young man why he decided to return to the castle so abruptly. Samantha asked what for his own good meant, but William told the girl to forget about it. The girl understood nothing. When William abruptly hugged Samantha and asked if she would forget him, the girl was surprised. But she immediately replied sweetly that she would write him many letters and ask permission to meet. In response, Will shouted. Samantha also said that there were still 6 months left before he left for the castle, and suggested that, Until then, they spend as much time together as possible. The young man's cheeks flushed. He was satisfied with the outcome of events. And he agreed to the proposal. He said that he liked Samantha very much, and that he would always like only her. He asked if she had the same feelings. Samantha, smiling sweetly at Will's face, said that everything was exactly like that. All this they promised each other with their pinky fingers, that they would always, always like each other. And now, a week has passed since that day. My father asked a neighboring country for eye drops that can cover Will's eye color. But otherwise, everything remained the same. Only Will's treatment changed. He was given a larger room and assigned servants selected by the father. So, they gathered again in the usual company, and Adelaide enthusiastically said that she was very surprised. Saying who would have thought that Will would turn out to be a prince, Samantha agreed with her sister. The older sister patted the young man on the head and told him that when she remembered they only had half a year left, she felt very sad. This was clearly noticeable. Both sisters lived these feelings. Samantha thought that now nothing should have interfered with Adelaide, unlike the events of the novel. She and Will would never hurt her. Although she still held a grudge against Louis, the girl considered it her responsibility to change. When Jenna entered the room and announced that the Duke was calling for Lady Samantha, Samantha asked again, surprised. She was interested to know why her father called her. She arrived quite quickly. The Duke was waiting for her near the closed door and said that it seemed His Highness, Louis, wanted to speak with her alone. Samantha gave her father an expression of surprise and her usual E at the end of sentences. The girl carefully opened the door behind her father and entered. In front of her, on the sofa, sat Prince Louis. He apologized for his sudden arrival, but said that he had urgent matters about which he had to ask the girl. Samantha sat on the sofa opposite His Highness and said that there was nothing wrong. But in her thoughts, she spoke of how uncomfortable she felt now because of Will. She wondered what he wanted to know. Then the prince drank tea from a snow-white cup with a golden rim and, putting the dishes on the table, he asked why she had deceived everyone. Samantha's face remained the same, with subtitles. She gave the prince an expression of surprise and her usual E at the end of a sentence. After which she apologized and said that she didn't understand what he was talking about. Then Louis correctly corrected his question and asked her why she hid that she had the power of a goddess. That was what interested him, said the prince with an irritated look. He said that he saw with his own eyes the stone she cleaned, as well as the child whose wound she healed during the walk. His Highness said that he simply couldn't believe that Samantha had no power, and he told her. The girl nervously squeezed the fabric of her dress. She didn't know that Louis had seen everything, but she said that her strength reserves were simply very limited. And her strength was barely enough to heal even a small abrasion. She said that even the Archbishop himself said that she had strength, and that she had almost run out. An awkward silence hung between the young people. Samantha didn't know what to do. It didn't seem like he was going to harm her, but she had no other proof. Most importantly, the girl first looked up and then straightened up. After which she apologized and asked why the prince was so angry. The young man, puzzled, answered the question with his own question. He asked if she seemed angry. Samantha answered positively. Louis was normally gentle and calm, but now he was tense. The young man put his hand to his heart and said that Samantha was right. He was nervous. He admitted that he felt hurt thinking that Samantha lied to him about her strength because she didn't want to confess to him. The girl froze. Samantha, worried, waved her hands in different directions, saying that it wasn't like that at all. However, if you think about it this way, the girl realized that he was right about this. But then she started to worry about the question of why our dear little one bothered him so much. She didn't understand people at all. Louis, squeezing the fabric of his pants, asked Samantha if she was unpleasant to him. However, Samantha denied it. She said that she considered him a wonderful person. After all, he was kind even to the previous Samantha, and this already said a lot. His Highness said he was glad to hear it. Looking at the sweetly smiling prince, Samantha's heart began to beat faster. And she even thought that her heart couldn't take it. Then the crown prince said that since everything turned out this way, he would tell his father that he did not want to marry her. Miss Samantha, the girl's eyes widened, and she asked him what he meant. Louis said that the power of the goddess in this case did not matter, and that he did not like Samantha. The correctness was overcome by incommensurable shock. She didn't understand why everything was happening this way, because she hadn't done anything that could hook the crown prince. Excited and fearful, the girl asked the boy why she was his choice. To which Louis replied that the girl was charming and gave the prince an expression of surprise. And her usual "e" at the end of the sentence. Louis continued. He said that he couldn't take his eyes off her beautiful smile, and that he, in general, liked that she was open and determined. A noticeable blush appeared on the girl's cheeks, or rather, her whole face turned red. And she gasped in surprise. Samantha did not expect that he would like so many things about her, and she rarely heard such things from men. That now she couldn't calm down, and lowered her head in embarrassment. The heir to the throne recounted that his mother always told him that if he liked someone, he didn't need to look for serious reasons to justify his feelings. Timidly, Samantha replied that she understood. But she also said that the power of the goddess could also awaken in Adelaide. But the prince, laughing, said that this power does not simply arise. Only one of our girls knew that her younger sister's power would really awaken. Then the prince asked the question again. He asked if she liked him, but the girl denied it again, saying that she simply didn't believe that she was suitable for him. Louis. It was also difficult for her to imagine herself as a queen, so she said that she would like to marry the person she loved, realizing that she sounded stupid given her title. But the prince was persistent and had genuinely fallen for the girl, so for a start. Smiling, he said that the girl was really very sweet. He got up from the sofa and, leaning forward and bowing, already said that he would then try to interest our heroine. The girl was surprised. Suddenly, the boy took a lock of the girl's hair with his hand and kissed her hair, and wished her all the best until they meet again. The little one's face flushed. Her thoughts were one thing, my God, how awkward. After saying goodbye to the prince, the girl returned to the room, where Adelaide was already waiting for her, and William playing chess. The younger sister immediately congratulated her sister on her return, and Samantha herself entered the room with trembling legs and a red face. Her heart seemed to burst in her chest. Adelaide asked what her father had to do with her. However, the woman didn't want Will to know about her meeting with Louis. Therefore, she dropped the question, saying the matter was trivial, nothing interesting. However, William, who was already next to Samantha and hugged her hand, seemed to guess something. From that day on, Louis began to visit Samantha frequently, and William never left her end. As usual, Adelaide was an angel. Half a year passed with the same peace and quiet, and the whole family gathered on the street to accompany Will to the palace. But this day came too quickly. No one ever found out about his origins, and that it was Samantha who lifted the curse from him. It seems luck was on his side. Her father also agreed that Will would be accepted as a member of the royal family. So Samantha said not to be too demanding of him, and to remember that he could always come back here. William, taking the girl's hand, thanked Samantha for everything. He was glad he met her. Tears formed in the girl's eyes. She was very sad because she didn't even know what to do or how to behave. She couldn't even prepare for this moment. Not even in half a year. William's cheeks turned red. He smiled and said that he liked her very much. The girl responded likewise to the young prince and asked him to be happy. When saying goodbye, William still looked through the glass at his beloved, but he knew it would be better this way. After all, only by becoming a prince will he finally be able to do his thing as soon as possible. One morning, the girl asked Jenna if her father had returned yet, to which the maid replied that he had not returned yet. Looking out the window, the girl, smiling, simply said something brief and understandable. And meanwhile, a month had already passed since William left. During all this time, they never contacted him, so she didn't know how things were with him. Although Samantha was worried, she still tried to believe her father's words that everything was fine. Today she had just been invited to the castle, so the girl hoped to definitely find something out today. But for now, she decided to keep studying. She was sure that Will was working tirelessly. The time spent studying passed unnoticed, and when the girl finished, she left the room. And she found her father returning and greeted him. The girl asked if everything was fine with Will, to which the Duke replied that the prince looked quite cheerful. He said that he was now engaged in fencing and magic, and that he studied a lot. Samantha was glad because, as she thought, Will tried very hard and supposed they would treat him well there too, since he was receiving a proper education. And then the girl asked her father when she could meet Will. The Duke remained silent, which made the little Duchess very cautious. And she asked if everything was okay. After thinking for several minutes, the man finally replied that he could no longer meet His Highness William. The girl looked at her father in surprise and asked if she had heard correctly. Samantha tried to find out what the father and king of this state meant by this. To which the father said that it would be more correct to say until he could not. They told her it would be better if no one came to him. It would be easier to hide him from others that way. The worried girl asked if he had not been accepted as the second prince. To which the father, replying affirmatively, explained that the existence of His Highness would be announced after he came of age. The man thought that they could only see him when he turned 18. Samantha could not believe it. She thought it was because there had already been an assassination attempt on his life, and he did not receive proper education. Then the father, seeing his daughter's depressed state, said that they promised to take good care of him. And he asked Samantha not to worry. He knelt down and took the girl by the shoulders, looked her in the eyes, and told her that the knights of the royal family had their own reasons for this. The girl nodded. But she still thought that Will was so small due to poor nutrition, because he was already 12 years old. She couldn't even think that they wouldn't see each other for 6 years. As the Duke pleased Samantha with wonderful news for her, they were allowed to exchange letters. The girl didn't even believe it, but nevertheless, her mood instantly improved. She was glad that at least they could communicate with him this way, smiling cheerfully. She informed her father that she would go write a letter right away. The Duke nodded and smiled. Samantha placed a sheet of paper in front of her, took a brush, and placed ink nearby. She signed who the letter was for and thought she didn't know where to start because she wanted to say so many things. She was sure that he felt very lonely there. She should probably have said that he was loved by all of them, and they never stopped thinking about him. While writing down her thoughts, the girl also thought that she would like to see the 6 years. It was quite a long time, but no matter how much time passed, he would still remain a beloved person to her family. Wrote the girl. When she suddenly slapped both hands to her cheeks, including her brain, because she needed to cheer him up with her letter. Samantha and Adelaide, heiresses of the Follett Marquis family, went to Mrs. Vanessa and congratulated her on her birthday. The young woman thanked the girls for coming to her party and was glad. Vanessa told the sisters to have fun. Samantha said that they just had to, and she also hoped that the young Marquis would be happy with this day. Today they were invited to Mrs. Vanessa's birthday. The girl came to a friend's party for the first time, so it took her 2 whole weeks to choose a gift. The young ladies she knew also greeted both sisters. Samantha was glad that everyone came too. And although the girl still felt gazes upon her, she slowly began to communicate with others, which she was very happy about because they were starting to have a friendly conversation with her. Although communicating with people was a bit tiring for the girl, she warned her friends that she would take a short walk outside. Adelaide even asked if she needed company, but the older sister replied that everything was fine, that it was not necessary. Samantha went out onto the balcony of the house and was amazed at whom she saw. Louis was also surprised by the presence of Miss Samantha here. The girl wondered why the prince was there, although the celebration was taking place at the Marquis's house, which explained that his presence here was not surprising. This is how Louis got to know after William left. The young man asked if the girl had also come out to get some fresh air. Samantha nodded and asked him the same thing. The young man replied affirmatively and explained that his arrival here had caused a great stir that had tired him out. After which, Louis called Samantha to come closer to him, and an excellent view of the city at night opened up in front of the girl. The girl's face immediately blossomed and became cheerful. She was delighted with the view that opened up before her. It was very beautiful. Then the young man, who all this time continued to admire the soft features of the girl's face, asked her with a smile if she missed William. Samantha looked softly at Louis and said yes, in a slightly muffled voice, because they were always next to him. But really, who would have thought that the boy found by the heroine herself would turn out to be the younger brother of Crown Prince Samantha? She asked if this surprised Louis, because the sudden appearance of a younger brother is still a surprise. But contrary to expectations, His Highness denied her guesses. Because this is not rare in the royal family, Samantha was already surprised. Cut. The girl's cheeks turned pink, and she thought that Louis was very smart for his age. If something like this happened to her, she would be very angry. Samantha, stuttering, asked if her good friend had seen Will, to which Louis replied that they had only crossed paths with him once. His existence was hidden even within the castle walls, so he didn't think about meeting him again. The girl nodded in understanding the fact that Will was accepted into the royal family. It did not mean that his position would be the same as Louis's. When the crown prince promised the girl that he would definitely tell her if he found out anything about her brother, the girl immediately cheered up and thanked Louis. She also awkwardly added that Will was like a little brother to her. Louis, in turn, saw something completely different unlike Samantha. He was clearly aware that William had completely different feelings towards her. When the girl noticed that Mr. Lewis's mood had changed, she called him. But the young man said nothing except that everything was fine and taking the girl's hand. He suggested returning to the house. Vanessa's birthday celebration had long passed, and now our girls were sitting quietly on the gazebo and speaking sweetly among themselves. When Jenna approached the girls and announced that Mrs. Samantha had received a letter from His Highness William, the baby's cheeks immediately turned red. She joyfully accepted the letter and began to look at it. Adelaide was equally happy for her sister. There was a royal coat of arms on the letter. He really is the second prince. The young man wrote that he was doing well, that he was doing a lot now. He was very much looking forward to meeting her. And he thought about her all the time. He really liked Samantha and asked how she was. Samantha held the letter close to her and was about to cry from how sweet it was. She was happy. The girl could also follow his efforts even by his handwriting, which improved noticeably. Tears formed at the corners of her eyes. Adelaide asked if her sister was happy, to which she received an affirmative answer. She said that Will was fine and thought she should write him a reply immediately. The girl decided to try even harder in the future, so that at their next meeting with him, she would stand with her head held high. The girl studied a lot, ran, and exercised. And of course, she didn't forget to spend time with her sister and send letters, which William reread and replied with the same joy. Thus 6 years passed. On the morning of this day, the mature Adelaide met Jenna and, wishing her a good day, asked if she was going to see her sister. The maid, no less cheerfully, said that she was about to call her, because she was really looking forward to this day that she had already prepared for. The Duke's youngest daughter laughed sweetly and said that today they would meet Will, so one could assume such a reaction. Jenna confirmed. Mrs. Samantha had been waiting for this for all 6 years. After saying goodbye to Adelaide, the Duke's eldest daughter's personal maid went to Mrs. Samantha's room and told her that the carriage was already ready. The mature Samantha got up and smiled kindly at Jenna and said she would come down now. 6 years had passed since Will left Duke Eldred's house and headed to the royal castle, judging by his letters. Everything was fine. It seemed to her that he had become even smarter than her. His writing style had changed a lot during this time. According to Will, among his peers, he is the best in swords and magic. But over the years, Samantha had also learned a lot, although she still had room for improvement. But her extra pounds completely disappeared. Her relationship with Adelaide and her parents improved, so the days passed peacefully. But the relationship between Louis and Adelaide never took off, which could not help but disappoint our heroine. Of course, the main thing is that Adelaide was happy. But then it became clear that she would not see her favorite main couple from the novel. The goddess's love. And Louis no longer hid his sympathy for Samantha from others. She even heard that there were rumors in society that they were engaged to him. With age, Louis only became more handsome, which could not fail to affect the heart of our little one. Although the aunt every time she saw him, the girl herself could not call it love, and apparently. Louis also understood this, so he did not touch upon the engagement topic again. The girl sighed disappointed and wondered if she would ever truly fall in love. By the way, the power of the goddess only grew stronger during this time. Now she could use it calmly, but it was high time for this power and Adelaide to awaken. But so far this has not happened. However, Samantha's soul warmed more from the fact that she and Will could finally meet. And her cheeks flushed just recalling it. Last week she just turned 18. A gala evening will be held at the royal castle on this occasion. But since William really wanted to see her, they were allowed to meet earlier. Samantha hugged her burning cheeks and was sure that he had grown up a lot. And she wondered how much shorter she was now than him. The girl was thinking about where to start the conversation. She wanted to tell him so many things, but then she composed herself. There were still 3 days left before their meeting, and she decided to deal with the matter for now. And so she finally went to the royal castle. Adelaide asked to say hello to Will. Samantha said she would tell him that her sister was also looking forward to meeting him. The girl said goodbye to her younger sister and Jenna and got into the carriage, and then realized that she was very nervous. And her heart was beating wildly. Although she felt through the letters that her affection had not disappeared, but that Will had already grown up. She wondered if it would be normal to continue treating him like a brother. But now he was a member of the royal family, so she shouldn't have allowed herself too much. The girl clutched her head and her face was burning as she shouted, asking what she should do. When suddenly the carriage door opened and the coachman announced that they had arrived. Samantha realized that she had already arrived before she could even blink and just thanked the man. Then she drove to the royal palace. It was blue, white, and decorated with gold. The girl had calmed down a little. Whatever the case, she was very happy to see them. The maid led the girl to the room and told her to sit on the sofa. Samantha thanked her. The maid reported that Mr. William was not free yet and asked the lady if she could wait a little. The girl happily said yes. Samantha sat on the sofa and yawned from lack of sleep yesterday. The girl thought so much about their meeting that she couldn't sleep for a long time. After all, they hadn't seen each other for a full 6 years. How could she keep calm here? Samantha thought she would like to see him sooner. She tilted her head to one side and closed her eyes. How then did someone call the girl by her name, but her eyes couldn't focus after sleeping? And the image became blurry. The girl opened her eyes and asked who was calling her. The dialogue was very sweet, as happens upon waking up. The young man said it was William and apologized for making her wait. The girl began to come to her senses and realized that she had fallen asleep while waiting for Will. And then she opened her eyes wide and couldn't believe she had seen him. Samantha immediately hugged the boy in front of her by the shoulders and joyfully called him by name. And told him she was glad to see him. The girl was happy that they had finally met. She didn't even know what to do. She couldn't do anything with her joy, even by touch. She understood that his physique had changed. He had matured a lot. The girl put her hands on his shoulders and told him respectfully that he had grown a lot. When she finally opened her eyes and saw what the man smiling at her and named William looked like, the girl's face flushed and she couldn't form a single clear word. She couldn't believe this handsome boy in front of her was Will. The boy hugged the girl and said he was very happy that the girl was also waiting for their mutual meeting. William looked away. He was very chic and said he was really looking forward to seeing her. The young man's appearance truly surprised Samantha, who couldn't say anything. But the boy's face seemed to shine. William called Samantha and the girl flinched in fear, making a characteristic sound. Her face looked like a tomato and her body temperature increased. Tears formed in the corners of the boy's eyes, and he asked, worriedly, if she imagined him differently, and wondering if she liked him more. When the girl grabbed the boy's hands and started denying everything said, the young man asked her if it was true. She lowered her head. The smile never left his face, and he said that, of course, Will had matured a lot, and that she was only surprised by what he had become. William was very surprised by such frankness from his former beloved, and a slight blush formed on his face. And he asked her if he could become the ideal prince she imagined. Samantha was surprised. She didn't quite understand what her sworn brother was talking about, but Will was now truly a real prince. She said that he had become such that William looked great, and the young man immediately changed his face and became happy. The boy said he was very happy and added that Samantha was also very beautiful and looked at her affectionately. The young man said he imagined her every day, thinking what she would look like at 19. But Samantha surpassed all his expectations. She was like a goddess descended from heaven. The girl thanked him for the compliment, surprised. She thought that Will was exaggerating everything, and meanwhile, the boy gently stroked her cheek. And the girl wondered who had taught him those words. Then the young man, who was still close to the girl, asked her if he could look at her face more closely, because it was very beautiful. Samantha's face spoke volumes: surprise, shame, and a lack of understanding of what was happening. She wanted to stop suddenly, not knowing why. It seemed to her that Will looked like a completely unknown man. Suddenly someone knocked on the room door and William stopped abruptly, taking his hands off Samantha's face. The maid entered the room and apologized for disturbing her friends, saying she had prepared tea. Samantha was glad. She thought she was lucky. Thanks to the girl, she had time to come to her senses. After frowning, calming her racing heart, she took a sip of the tea that had just been brought to her. And the young man kept looking at her. When he suddenly called the girl by her name, she seemed to calm down and her mood changed. Samantha turned her head to him and asked what he wanted, handing him the last letter. As in the old days, William hugged the girl's hand and seemed to be stroking her head with his dress like an affectionate cat. Both friends had a red blush on their cheeks. Samantha replied that she missed him very much too. At that moment, the friends looked like a married couple. When William said that, he thought that Samantha could not be compared to him and smiled mischievously. When suddenly Samantha asked if it was time for the boy to let go of her hand. Her heart beat very fast, which made her feel embarrassed. But William was more assertive. He held her hand even tighter and said that he wanted to stay like this forever. The girl smiled sweetly, urging the young man to let go, but she herself thought that this reminded her of old times. When William let go of Samantha's hand, he looked her in the eyes and said that he really liked our heroine. He looked very cute, like a dog, looking affectionately at its owner and saying that he liked Samantha very much. But then the girl extended her hands in front of her to maintain distance, although she understood that there was no deep meaning here. But he said all this with such an expression on his face that perhaps she wouldn't have understood it in the way she thought she could. After which she said, to continue the dialogue, that Adelaide asked her to tell him that she also wanted to meet him. The young man, without any emotion, said that he understood. The girl also decided to ask him how the boy's health was now, to which he replied that everything was fine, because she had healed him back then. So it turned out. This outcome of events pleased Samantha, about which she told her friend. The second prince asked what Samantha had been doing during all these 6 years. And the poor girl replied that she was doing the same as before. Nothing had changed much. She was studying, training in magic, and losing weight. The only thing that changed was that she began to attend social events. As a duchess, Samantha had to attend them, but she had already made friends with many. So she even started to like it. The young man was satisfied with this answer and asked if other young men approached Samantha. She was so beautiful. William congratulated her again. To this question, the girl replied that, frankly, this happens. She would even say that she is very popular. Samantha initially had beautiful facial features, but after losing extra pounds, she began to stand out even more, and male representatives were also very attracted to her title. However, our little one never learned to control herself, so it was impossible to avoid company. But fortunately, Adelaide always came to her aid, and scared away all the men who bothered her. And if Louis hadn't been around, there would have been even more suitors. William thought for a moment and said with a bit of coldness and surprise how many arrogant people there were. He asked her if she had fallen in love with anyone, to which Samantha replied no. She had never fallen in love. And then William smiled cheerfully and said he was glad to hear this, that it calmed him. The girl asked what Will was doing all this time. She listened and recalled many letters, but still. The second prince said he was busy doing the same as Samantha. He worked hard. And he wasn't lazy. However, Samantha thought that even if he said so, he probably had a harder time than her. When the older boy said that it would have been harder for him even without a clear goal. The girl was surprised. Will confirmed her words. He had something he really wanted to achieve. That's why he was willing to do anything. And he started touching a lock of Samantha's hair. The girl wondered what he really wanted to achieve, because having a clear goal is still good. And also, a little embarrassed, the young man admitted that her letters also gave him a lot of strength. He admitted that he had read them more than 100 times. Samantha was surprised and asked him if he had read them so many times. But William confirmed that he was right in the 6 years. He said there wasn't a day when he didn't think about her. She occupied his thoughts from morning till night. Samantha was surprised how much Will valued her, of course. She was happy, but it seemed he felt lonely in the castle. The girl said she thought that, when he was introduced, he would start attending social events. It probably was like that. The young man realized he would have more things to do. And then Samantha, smiling cheerfully, said she was sure he would become very popular. William looked at the happy girl in front of him, smiling. Samantha said that, of course, beautiful ladies would also pay attention to him. But then the young man interrupted her and called her by name. The second prince told the girl that others were not important to him, that he only wanted to please her. The girl asked him if she had heard him correctly. To which William replied that he wasn't interested in dating. Samantha turned cold. The entire atmosphere around the two interlocutors seemed tense. Will really didn't want this, but due to his title he couldn't avoid it because he was a prince. And he asked her if she understood this. They didn't understand each other at all, so Samantha thought that probably Will was still distrustful of people. After all, he was constantly growing up running away and apart from her and Adelaide. He had no friends. She thought that the more people surrounded him, the more his mindset would change. Just like the girl here, lowering her reasoning, paid attention to the time. And she told Will that it was time for him to return. But the second prince did not want to leave, and Samantha was not there at all. She didn't want him to leave. As the girl stroked the young man's head, she told him that he reminded her of the old days. William hugged the girl's hand and seemed to be stroking her head with his dress like an affectionate cat. Both friends had a red blush on their cheeks. Samantha thought it seemed like it would take her a while to get used to all this. William lifted his head to the girl's ear and called Samantha by name, looking at her like a puppy asking if she liked him. Will held the girl by the elbows as the girl processed the surprised information, and asked her if she remembered that they made a promise that they would be together. Samantha remembered this and smiled sweetly and said yes, that she really liked him, that her feelings hadn't changed. And then the second prince said he was glad to hear this. He hugged the girl by the arm again, resting his head on her shoulder, and told her that he liked her too. He liked her very much. Samantha found him cute. The girl thought that at first her heart beat fast out of habit, but now she saw that Will himself was in front of her. She hoped to spend time together like before, when suddenly Will said that his feelings were different from hers. Then Samantha, still unsuspecting, turned to the boy and asked what he meant. In front of her, she saw a relaxed young man who was simply looking at her lovingly, smiling sweetly, waiting for an answer. Looking surprisingly at the young man in front of her, our girl asked what Will meant. To which the second prince answered the question and asked her how she thought. The girl still didn't understand what the prince wanted to hear from her, how her feelings for him differed. She still didn't understand. But William quickly dropped the subject and said that was all they would stop. The adult young prince, tenderly kissing the girl on the cheek, said that he would gradually convey it to her. Samantha became alarmed, abruptly putting her hand on the spot of the kiss. Her face turned very red, and she asked why he was doing that. To which the second prince said that the girl often did this to him before going to bed. And he asked her if she remembered it. Papadanka remembered that such a moment had happened, but now everything was very different from those times. And her heart started beating fast again. William, sparkling, asked if she didn't like it, to which the Duke's eldest daughter replied that this was not the case. Then the second prince concluded that he would do this more often then. She gave the prince an expression of surprise and her usual at the end of a sentence. And her face turned very red. The young man hugged his beloved girl and told her that he liked her very much. Samantha was surprised how William knew how to keep his distance and how he knew when to stop without crossing boundaries. The girl thought that everything was because he grew up away from people and decided that she should explain it to him. But then the girl told the young man to let him know that he could only behave like this with her. But contrary to Samantha's expectations, Will said that he knew that and, moreover, he would never do this to others in his life. Samantha immediately remembered that she was already late and getting up from the sofa. She said it was time to leave. Although they were allowed to meet, but not for long, otherwise problems could arise. William apologized for not being able to see the girl off, to which she replied that everything was fine. Samantha said that they would meet in a week, so there was no reason to be angry. Or Will said that he was still sad that Samantha was leaving. The girl said she understood, but now they could see each other quite often. Although they had to go through difficulties, now they can spend as much time together as they want in peace. For Will's happiness, our little one was ready for anything. Suddenly, the atmosphere around the second prince darkened again. And he asked how peaceful it would be. To which Samantha asked how Will was and what he had just said. To which the young man changed his mind in the blink of an eye, and with a smile on his face. He denied that anything had happened. In any case, said William, he would be happy if she were by his side. To which Samantha laughed sweetly. He said goodbye to the girl who left the room and told her that they would see each other again. And he also added that he liked her very much, so they said goodbye. This is how Samantha left the walls of the royal castle. Her soul was warm. She was glad to have been able to see Will. Now she realized how dear he was to her. Although even the girl reasoned stutteringly, much of this meeting surprised her. And her brain was boiling from an excess of information. Suddenly, the girl heard someone calling her from the side and turned around. The girl saw the first crown prince in front of her and wished Mr. Lewis a good day. The prince asked about Samantha's destination here and if she had come on some business. Indeed, the girl suddenly began to speak, when she suddenly looked around closed. And she whispered in Lewis's ear that she had come to see Will. Faced with such unexpected information, the first prince's eyes widened. But they quickly returned to normal when the girl, blushing, continued saying that she was very happy to have met him after a full 6 years. At the prince's positive nod, the girl confirmed her own words and said she was very surprised by how much he had grown. But the next moment, His Highness approached Samantha and asked why her face was so red. Samantha clasped her hands and, showing her shame, not just for her facial expression, but also for joining her index fingers, said it was because of everything. In response, Louis simply smiled, looking at the lady. She really attracted him. At that moment he said, taking the girl by the hand, that he would take her to the door. And the girl thanked him for it. Louis asked our little one to come with him next time, saying he was sad because only he was seeking a meeting. Samantha promised, to which the first crown prince smiled at the girl and thanked her. The second crown prince watched this whole scene from the windows of his room. He looked at his older brother with much arrogance, saying he was a thorn in his life. Upon returning home, Samantha sat at the table with her family and said that Will looked very cheerful, and that he had also grown a lot. That's how the father replied. He was glad to hear this and to see his daughter happy. Adelaide cheerfully said that she would also like to see William as soon as possible. Then Samantha said they would go together. All members of her family were invited to the gala evening. Everyone already wanted to see him, and Samantha too. Our heroine said she was thinking that Will might come to visit them and hoped it would be sooner. Adelaide nodded her head. Samantha was sure that Jenna was definitely happy to see him. Will is no less an important family member for her. Meanwhile, within the walls of the royal castle, blood emanated from the man's mouth in a stream. His Highness, the second prince, sitting calmly on the sofa, clearly looked at him suffering pain. Or wounds, looking at him indifferently. The man spitting blood said he was a monster, to which the prince, kicking him in the head, asked him if this little man was talking alone, and, disappointed, even said that not even the crowd could kill him. There were already 3 bodies of men in suits lying in the room, and William, thoughtfully, asked if the fact that there were more of them lately was related to the future event. Thanks to the patronage of Duke Eldred, he received at least some attention, although attempts had already been made on his life more than once. William thought this was the Queen's doing, who did not like his existence. And the king clearly did not step aside, but managed to survive thanks to the huge amount of dark magic power that appeared in his body due to the curse. It was ironic for the second prince that it was this dark magical force that finally saved him. William would like to get rid of all of them as quickly as possible, because he would never forgive them all for that treatment. But he also didn't want Samantha to see this side of him, because she was so pure and innocent to him that he wanted her to have no reason to fear and anxiety. He wanted her to love him like this, but it was okay, Will made sure. He would do anything to make Samantha happy. Jenna said, having finished her duties, that everything was ready and complimented her, saying she was very beautiful. Dressed in a beautiful and luxurious dress, Samantha thanked her maid for the compliment. Samantha looked at her face in the mirror and realized she was really beautiful. The Samantha from the novel had always been overweight. The poor woman thought that was a complete waste. The girl didn't have time to look back when the day of the gala evening arrived, at which Will would be presented. Her heart wouldn't stop beating from the emotions. Will would finally be recognized by society as the second prince. In the novel, he tried to kill Louis and Adelaide, and therefore he was not recognized as a prince until the end of the story. But now what was happening was different from the novel's plot. But still, whatever the case, Samantha was sure that everything would be fine and everything should change for the better. Samantha and Jenna arrived at Adelaide's room and saw a beautiful girl in front of them. The older sister spoke and admired how beautiful she was. She was the most beautiful in the world in her opinion. Not in the whole universe, the younger sister thanked her sister, saying that all this was thanks to the dress she had chosen. Adelaide enthusiastically said that her sister was no less beautiful. Samantha hesitantly thanked her sister. Our girl noticed that Adelaide has become much more confident lately. The girl's parents arrived at their room and called them to finally leave. The sisters happily looked at their parents and, of course, agreed with them. However, upon arriving at the royal palace, the father, slightly disappointed, announced that they were a little late. The girl's mother said it seemed Will had already been presented. The Duke's eldest daughter was about to cry. Who would have thought that today they would get stuck in a traffic jam? But then she wondered where Will was now. And then she realized where he was. Right in that direction there was a large crowd of people, and among them she saw the prince. She understood that this was normal, because he is now the second prince. Samantha, even from afar, was glad to see him like this, actively communicating with other people. Adelaide also noticed the second prince and asked surprised if this man was Will. Samantha confirmed it and said he had grown into a wonderful young man. When His Highness noticed his beloved friend, they looked into each other's eyes, and the prince's mood immediately improved. And it was clear even from their facial expressions how happy he was to see Samantha. Samantha and Adelaide bowed to the prince, greeted His Highness William, and congratulated him on today's celebration. But the prince, having no right to express his emotions, thanked her in front of the supposed new person. As Samantha expected, she was not allowed to address him informally in front of others. Their friendship could give rise to strange rumors, which the girl decided they would talk about later in person, and said goodbye to him, saying they would see each other again. The young man did not want to let the girl go or even lose her from his field of vision, so he almost called out to her, even raising his hand, but he managed to pull away in time, remembering his status. Adelaide said that Will had really changed a lot, and Samantha replied saying that was what she was talking about. Then Samantha noticed that her father was conversing with Madame Queen, which truly astonished her. The Queen greeted the Duke by telling him it had been a long time since they last met. The Duke replied that it had been a long time since their last meeting. The Queen, hidden behind her fan, said she would not like to recall this unthinkable incident. But she thanked him for having picked up the child. The situation between the two had built up, and Samantha's father was slightly irritated. But trying to save appearances, he said he would consider it an honor. Samantha, who was not far from these two, felt all the tension in the atmosphere, which even frightened her. It seemed to the girl that Mrs. Queen did not favor William, but still, she was Louis's mother. They were similar in appearance, but their auras were extremely different. When the Queen noticed our hook, she asked if it was the same Samantha. The golden-haired woman closed her fan and said that she often heard about her from Louis, and praised how beautiful she had become. Samantha thanked the Queen for the compliment, and the woman told the girl to continue having a good relationship with Louis in the future. The girl nodded, but in her thoughts she was thinking that it wasn't like she didn't like him. But still it seemed she needed to be more careful. Samantha was heading somewhere with her family when suddenly someone grabbed her by the elbow and pulled her towards him. His Highness, the second prince, pulled the girl out onto the balcony and wrapped one arm around her shoulder. He indicated with the other that she should not shout. Samantha straightened up again and stuttered a little and said that the young man had scared her, and asked him what it was. To which William apologized and said that they simply couldn't talk any other way. Then the girl, gasping in surprise, asked if it was normal for the hero of the occasion to be here. But Will said that everything would be fine because they didn't go out for long. He lowered his head and admitted that he was simply nervous and quickly got tired. Samantha then realized that he had always felt alone and that such different changes were difficult for him. She thought that they scared him. The girl patted the young man on the head and praised him for his effort, saying he was great. Although she saw him from afar, he was still impeccable. William was happy to hear this. Our little one thought he looked like a completely different person. Suddenly, the young man hugged his beloved girl tightly, to which Samantha, surprised by this behavior, called her friend, to which His Highness the Prince, burying his head in the young woman's shoulder, said that if she stayed in this position for a while, then he could keep trying. In this beautiful and sweet moment, the Duke's eldest daughter thought that Will was still as gentle as ever. The girl was sure that there would still be difficulties on the way, but she, while still being hugged by the boy, thought that she was ready for all difficulties, and that she would always support him. His Highness, the first crown prince, observed all this, glancing at the girl he liked, and the brother he didn't like. Louis looked at them with a bit of arrogance, but more with displeasure and disappointment, which was visible in his gaze. And William looked at his brother jokingly. This situation aroused in him feelings of excitement, joy, and superiority over the fact that he was winning in this unspoken fight. This moment lasted a long time, and Louis continued to look sadly at how the couple were tenderly hugging on the balcony next door. Although the celebration had not yet ended, Eldred's family had to go home earlier. Because their father had to get up early, Samantha thought that Will was still going through a difficult time. But she was sure that he would overcome it. Immediately, Adelaide asked her older sister where she had been, claiming she was worried. The older one just apologized to her sister. And then the girl thought that even though William promised they wouldn't stay like that for long, in the end, he didn't want to let her go at all. Suddenly, our heroine bumped into a girl and immediately apologized. The girl they just met gasped, blamed herself for the collision, and asked if Samantha was hurt. The girl's face expressed surprise, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. The girl was amazed by the beauty in front of her and compared her to a doll. Samantha quickly replied and said that everything was fine, but thanked the lady for her concern. After that, they parted ways. Samantha thought there were so many beauties in this world, a real pleasure to the eye. But Adelaide was still first for her. The girl she met went further and, turning to her maid, praised the lady's beauty. She supposed the girl held a high title. The maid, walking behind, said that her highness was much better than her. The girl tossed her hair back and said it was natural. No one could be more beautiful than her. She reasoned that someday she would get married and live in this country, and thought she should have found out her name. Because her friends wouldn't have bothered her. The maid told her there was no need to rush. The blonde laughed and said she wanted to see Mr. William, her future husband, as soon as possible. Samantha sat in her room and wrote something on a piece of paper, and as she wrote down her thoughts, she smiled. Jenna looked from behind the girl and asked her mistress if she had written a letter to His Highness William. Samantha said that was so. She said he had recently written to her that he could come to visit them next week. The maid was delighted and couldn't wait. After that celebration, Will had a lot of things to do, of course. They didn't tell anyone about his curse. They just said he had been sick all this time, in addition to the story about the latest events. She wondered how to answer his numerous sheets and inscriptions, "I want to meet you." "And I like you very much." She, of course, was happy and also wanted to see him, but it was too much. Jenna also reminded her lady that Mr. Lewis would be coming soon, and Samantha wondered who would come with His Highness. And it turned out that Louis, for the first time, announced that he would not be alone, and then a knock was heard on the room door. And Mrs. Samantha was told that His Highness, the first prince, had arrived. After knocking on the door, Samantha entered the room where Louis was, and greeted the prince. Then she saw that in the room, besides Louis, who had already wished the girl a good day, there was also a girl she had met at a recent banquet. Then the beauty sat down, curtsied, and greeted Samantha. She said she was happy to meet her, and asked for forgiveness for the suddenness. The girl introduced herself, said her name was Cornelia Dowdswell. She was the second daughter of the Duke Dowdswell family from a neighboring country. Samantha was surprised and thought that, of course, it was obvious from the girl that she was of noble blood. But she didn't think much. A shiver ran down her skin, thinking about why Louis had brought her here. But still, she curtsied and introduced herself as Samantha Eldred. His Highness the Prince said that Cornelia had come to our country. The girl confirmed his words. After which the girl continued that she complained to her brother Louis that she had no friends here. And then he decided to introduce her to his good friend. The first prince explained that out of everyone he knew, Miss Samantha was the most wonderful. The girl's cheeks flushed, and she thanked him for the compliment. Then Cornelia asked if Samantha would mind being her friend. The girl happily replied, of course she could. The girl from the neighboring country smiled very cheerfully. She felt very good about it, and said she was very happy about it. Samantha was also pleased with what she saw. The girl was charming and very beautiful. The girl from the neighboring country continued the dialogue, and said that she and her brother Louis had a good relationship since childhood. So she often heard about her, Miss Samantha, from him. The girl was surprised. Louis, embarrassed, asked his friend not to say too much, but our heroine was surprised that His Highness, the first prince, was talking about her. And then he asked Cornelia how she came to his country. Was it really for her studies? However, the girl answered quite unexpectedly, and quickly, that she had come here as His Highness's fiancé. William asked Samantha aloud if she had heard it. This was the first time our girl heard that William had a fiancé, and she was very surprised. Louis decided to correct his friend upon seeing the girl's shock, and said that this was in the plans for now, but that it would happen sooner or later. Samantha felt a little embarrassed thinking that Will was already of age, and could tell her. Cornelia embraced her face and said that Mr. William was wonderful. She admired his cold expression and manners. Here Samantha was no less surprised. She couldn't believe her new friend was now talking about William. When Louis said he couldn't reveal all the circumstances, but explained to his friend that Miss Samantha and William were close, Cornelia was surprised. The first prince reiterated what he had said, and said they were like brother and sister to each other. Cornelia and Louis asked Samantha if this was the case. The girl, a little hesitantly, said that Will was truly like a younger brother to her, and smiled sweetly. Cornelia was very happy about this fact and said it out loud, without hiding her emotions. Taking a cup of tea in her hands, she added, perhaps someday she could call the girl her little sister. Both Louis and Samantha were surprised by this statement, which Cornelia noticed, making her laugh sweetly, covering her mouth with her hand, and saying that the two were very suitable for each other. Then Samantha became alarmed, realizing that she would marry William and that she would end up married to Louis. And she started to worry. The new acquaintance added that even from the facial expression and behavior of Madame Queen, it was clear to her that she was already tired of waiting. After these words, there was an awkward silence. To tell the truth, Samantha also felt that pressure from her father and understood that due to her position, she could not refuse forever. But she couldn't help doing it. After the meeting, they went out to the courtyard to say goodbye. Cornelia said she was very happy to meet our little one, to which she agreed with her, and added when saying goodbye that they would see each other. Louis also did not stand aside and, coming closer, said that he was also happy to meet her. Miss Samantha. But then a conspiracy about the engagement began, saying that he feared he could not wait any longer soon. The girl had no words to answer. He leaned even closer to her face and apologized, after which he added that the girl's feelings were important to him. But then he leaned close to Samantha's ear and, covering it with his hand, whispered that he definitely preferred her. Samantha's face instantly turned red. After his words, the first prince, smiling satisfied, left, leaving the girl embarrassed and in complete oblivion about what to do next. But then the day of William's arrival at Duke Eldred's house came. Jenna was delighted with the young man, and her parents were glad to see him. After checking everyone, the couple returned to Samantha's room, to which His Highness said that her room was still the same, and that it brought him memories, and that he would like to live here again. The girl simply laughed at him, and then smiling, said that, by the way, she was surprised by the rumors about his engagement. William even seemed to pale, but turned colder, both him and the atmosphere surrounding him. And he asked what the girl was talking about. Then Samantha explained to him that Mr. Louis and Mrs. Cornelia, with whom they had become friends, had recently come to visit her, and that's how she learned about his engagement. At that moment, even the gaze of the second crown prince turned cold. There was rage and hatred in it, and he himself, as if sarcastically, said that everything was going very well. The girl noticed that Will's mood had changed, and from his clenched teeth it was clear that he was angry. Then William, with hope and sadness in his voice, asked her if she was against his fiancée, Samantha. She was surprised. Annoyed by the crown prince's behavior, he asked the girl if she had told him anything else. Samantha asked who the conversation was about, and William replied the first prince. Our little one blushed, recalling how Louis had whispered in her ear that he definitely preferred her, and, stuttering, she told William about it. His Highness the Prince simply froze. He was extremely surprised. His eyes opened, and mentally, he already hated and wanted to deal with his older brother. From all the hatred that filled him, William suddenly got up from the sofa and loomed over Samantha, who only managed to call the boy and ask him what had happened. Suddenly, the next moment, she saw the face of the boy she had once saved. But he was different from before. He looked like the face of a madman, absorbed in love. Angry but still wanting to appear gentle, and then the man in front of her, smiling, and making a pitiful appearance, said that he was truly offended. His Highness, the second prince, asked Samantha what she thought, why she had to leave her lover, and suddenly returned to the royal castle, although the young man's face softened. Samantha was still scared, and with a trembling voice asked him why he was asking. The girl suggested that maybe it was because he wanted to become a prince, when suddenly Will's face suddenly became the same as a moment before, wanting something and creepy, and then he said that there was only one way, that he was not interested in social networks, status, or money. Samantha looked at her friend with pity and some fear, and thought what kind of method that was. And what was the motive then? Suddenly, William placed his hand on the girl's face, All this time she looked into his eyes. And then, caressing his beloved's cheek, he said, bowing his head, that all this was because he desired Samantha. The misfit asked, surprised. Then William opened his beautiful golden eyes and looked at Samantha tenderly, and said that all this time he wanted to make her only his. The girl placed her hand on his chest, as if wanting to push him away, but did not. But only looked at Will with surprise. Samantha thought with horror that even though Jenna and Adelaide had told her more than once that it took him a long time to understand it, now even she understood everything. It would be more accurate to say that they opened her eyes to this, putting everything in order. Our little one finally realized that William loved her not only as a friend or family member, but as a girl, and a shiver ran down her spine. The young man, who had been hiding it from her all this time, looked at his beloved with a pitiful gaze and, smiling, asked if she understood now. But despite Samantha understanding all this, she had a lump in her throat and an extremely mixed feeling in her soul. And she had never thought about it, so she couldn't answer anything. But William himself already realized that the girl understood everything and did not need confirmation of his beliefs. He just turned his head and said that, in general, he did not want to rush so much in this matter. But thanks to him, everything went to one place. William didn't even call his brother by name, but even before her eyes, it was clear that even the mention of him was terribly annoying. At that moment, the girl, still shocked by everything that had happened, could finally think. And she realized that Will was completely different from him. He grabbed her trembling hand and pressed it against his chest, realizing that for the first time she was scared near him. The next moment, the young man realized what he had done. Fearful and worried, he approached his beloved and apologized for himself. He said he didn't want to scare her. He took Samantha's hand and admitted that he wanted her to smile, that he was willing to do anything for her happiness. And then he added that he liked her very much since childhood. He looked at her kindly, lovingly, and said that Samantha was the only lady of his heart. These words moved the girl very much. Suddenly she gasped and her face blushed. But the girl did not know what to do in this situation, because before she didn't even suspect his feelings. He was her younger brother. Recent moments flashed through the girl's head, where Will said that his feelings were different from hers. That he didn't care about others, that he only wanted to please her, that he had something he wanted to achieve, and for which he was willing to do anything. Then Samantha realized that he was talking all that about her, and he also wanted so much to return to the castle. To become a prince and match his status, she called Will. The girl, blushing, lowered her head in shame and apologized to the young man for being so absent-minded. The second crown prince's eyes opened. He did not expect such words from his beloved. And she, in turn, thought that Will had loved her for all these 6 years. He had tried so hard for her that now it was clear why he was so angry about the conversation. About the engagement with another girl. His Highness William was also not cheerful, and told the girl to forgive him for not controlling his jealousy. The girl gasped in shock. Now it was clear to her that Louis was bothering him. When suddenly, His Highness abruptly got up from his knees and grabbing the girl by the forearm. Looking into her eyes, he asked her if she liked that man. The girl was surprised. Meanwhile, William's eyes were very wild, and he asked with a creepy voice if she would marry him. If she would leave him. The next moment he softened and even looked like a pitiful puppy that had just been scolded by its owners, and admitted that he didn't even want to think about it. He hugged his beloved girl, rested his head on her shoulder, and asked her how he could live without her. Samantha felt sad and disheartened. She realized that Will was afraid of being left alone. Still, his own parents tried to kill him. He had to suffer a curse throughout his entire childhood. It's no wonder the situation in the castle didn't improve. But Samantha understood well how difficult it was to be alone. Even the day she brought him home changed not only the whole story, but also Will's life. She needed to take responsibility for this, and she herself only wished Will happiness. She wanted to be with him, even if his feelings were different, but this did not change the fact that he was very dear to her. So Samantha hugged the young man and said that everything is fine. She promised she would never leave him. His Highness happily asked if it was true. He asked if they would always be together. Samantha said yes, she wants this. But she couldn't be sure about the engagement with Mr. Louis, she said, looking away. After all, that was the fate of the eldest daughter of the Marquis of Eldred family. 6 years ago, her father helped her and Will a lot, and in general, their relationship improved greatly. But the girl also realized that they couldn't spoil her forever. His Highness, the second prince, fell silent. He was also thinking about how they could get out of this difficult task. Here Samantha hesitantly remembered that he and Mrs. Cornelia should meet. To which William, looking seriously at the girl and interrupting her, replied that he was not going to marry her. Samantha said she understood his feelings, but she couldn't help it either. She squeezed the fabric of her dress and thought about what her father told her, that royalty had no more freedom than aristocrats. After all, even Louis was allowed to look after her only because she is the daughter of a duke. So, in silence and with their thoughts about the future and the past, they continued to sit quietly. Suddenly, William asked, everything would be fine if he had more power, right? Samantha, opening her eyes wide, asked surprised what he meant. To which the second crown prince, tilting his head to the side and smiling widely, said that then no one would object. It sounded creepy. And the girl simply did not understand what his words meant when someone knocked on the door. Jenna announced to His Highness William that he had an appointment. The boy simply nodded. He took his beloved's hand, and she stared at him with incomprehension and surprise, after which the young man, a little abruptly but still gently, lifted her from her seat and told her in a serious tone so that she would know he was serious, and that he would do whatever was necessary to be there for her, Samantha. He said he wanted to become the only man for her. Faced with these words, the girl's eyes widened. And then he repeated the precious words, "I like you," and tenderly kissed his beloved girl on the ear. Embarrassed by such gentle actions on the part of the man who loved her, she blushed deeply and covered the place of the kiss with her palm. Then, His Highness, extending his hand in front of him, called her to accompany him. Samantha didn't even have words to answer anything, not only words, but also thoughts. So she, simply embarrassed and happy, placed her hand on his. The second crown prince returned to the castle at night. He was still immersed in his thoughts after meeting Samantha and opened the room door. However, instead of his usual empty room, the young prince suddenly saw a man with blue eyes in front of him and platinum hair who, without tightly holding a glass of wine in his hands, said that he was already waiting for William. However, His Highness the second prince entered his room and, sitting on the sofa, and resting his elbows on his knees, asked what he needed. The platinum-haired young man sat opposite William on the sofa, crossed his legs, and wondered if the prince was too cold towards his friend in his person. William remained taciturnly silent and brought the wine glass to his mouth. And this young man in front of him was Richard, the Marquis, whom William met on a recent night. They had similar goals. So they decided to team up to achieve them together. After all, the point is that his influence was still not enough, so now there was no time to criticize trifles. The young man gasped and asked why it seemed to him that William was in a good mood, and asked why he had recently seen Samantha. His Highness the Prince simply confirmed his guesses, whereupon his new acquaintance laughed and praised him, saying that he was very clever. This astonished him. Then William recalled Samantha's worries about her possible engagement to his brother and indignant, resting his head in his hand, he said that this guy was standing in his way. Richard asked if his new friend was talking about Mr. First Prince and wondered how many times he was going to restrain himself. Because he had been hanging around his lady for so many years, and even with such a smug face, reminding him that he was definitely obsessed. William laughed mischievously, irritated and a little crazy at his friend's words. The second prince was grateful to him for keeping everyone away from Samantha while he sat in the shadows. But now he didn't need it. Richard thoughtfully asked if everything would be fine and said that the queen was now dealing with the issue of the first prince's marriage. To which Will replied that he already had a plan for this. The young man was intrigued and chuckled, raising an eyebrow and smiling kindly. After that, he rested his elbows on his knees and concluded that for the sake of his own prosperous future. It is worth destroying this country as soon as possible, William confirmed his interlocutor's conclusion. At the same time, Samantha spent her free time with her sister, but did not participate in the conversation. She just stayed nearby while her sister drank tea and looked thoughtfully out the window. Adelaide noticed this indifferent state of her older sister and decided to pay attention. The girl asked if it seemed to her, or if she was constantly in the clouds after the last meeting with William. Samantha turned abruptly and apologized to her sister, because it had been a long time since they could sit so quietly. After Will's confession, her already growing anxiety reached its limit. Now the girl was constantly thinking about her feelings and her future. Her sister took her hand and told her not to worry about it, because she only wanted to help her. Samantha's eyes immediately lit up. She was once again imbued with kindness. And Adelaide's angelic character, and she thought she adored her. Our little one thought she had been thinking about this for a long time, but still hadn't found the answer, and decided that consulting with Adelaide wouldn't be the worst option. When the younger sister suggested that perhaps Will had confessed his feelings, Samantha froze in horror. When she suddenly jumped up and blushed, she repeated exactly the phrase Adelaide had said before, and asked how she knew. How is it possible that the girl, tilting her head to the side, said quite calmly that lately one would have to be blind not to notice her facial expression? Adelaide said she was sure that her father and mother also noticed this. The girl felt extremely ashamed and embarrassed. Now she understood that she was ashamed of this now, that she hadn't realized it before. After all, 6 years ago, she was mentally 20 and Will was 12. It would be strange if she thought this way. Now she had matured quite a bit, so she didn't feel the age difference. The girl said that he wanted her to see him as a man, but Mr. Louis was already rewarding her to get engaged. And she didn't know what to do. Gasping, Adelaide covered her mouth with her hand and recalled that Mr. Louis was very attached to her. Samantha became worried. Previously, the girl thought the first prince would calm down over time. But in the end, nothing has changed in 6 years. She would be lying if she said she wasn't happy about this fact. Even though Louis admired her, but only as a person. However, she still had no romantic feelings for him. She thought that somehow it would be inappropriate to refuse him, because no one had officially proposed marriage to her yet. And our little one couldn't say that this was something Will could decide. And she clutched the fabric of her skirt. Suddenly, Adelaide, smiling sweetly, carefully asked her sister what she wanted. To which Samantha replied that she dreamed of a marriage for love, but that it would be better to accept an offer that was more beneficial to the family. The girl turned her head to her younger sister again and explained that now she did not want to leave Will. Samantha had no doubt that Will was serious then about the fact that he couldn't live without her. She felt that now she couldn't leave him alone. Of course, she understood that this wouldn't always be the case, but that was until William's condition improved after all. He had a good childhood, and not much had changed in those 6 years. Now he had few friends and acquaintances, so he needed her more than anyone. She didn't mean to say that she doubted his feelings, but there was still a possibility that she was confusing affection with infatuation. Probably, if her social circle expands, it will be easier for her to sort out her feelings, which is more important. She didn't know what would happen to Will if the engagement with Louis happened so soon. Besides, it seemed that he still hated Louis. Of course, William is a good and kind boy, and he wouldn't aim for Louis's life as he did in the novel. Samantha understood that it was selfish to say this and simply hoped for the best. But she asked God to give her at least a little more time, when Adelaide reminded her that Will had started to like her a long time ago, and told her to remember how much she valued him. Samantha succumbed to the memories. Her soul and heart became incredibly warm and joyful, and she confirmed her sister's words. But they could not directly tell their father and Mr. Lewis that William had confessed his feelings to her. Concluded the youngest, the eldest, with a burden on her soul and doubts, said that it was so. It would be good if he remained her little brother, Samantha reasoned, but she could not continue to postpone the engagement just because feelings were confessed to her. Adelaide also reminded her sister not to forget about Will's future wife, Mrs. Cornelia. She was sure it would be difficult for her sister to stay close to him. Anxiety took hold of our little one again. She held her head and wondered if she was really in a dead end. However, she only wanted to be close to Will, but now the situation was different from 6 years ago. At that moment, Adelaide gathered strength and decided, she is also thinking about this, and will try to find some way out. The older sister was very happy about her sister's enthusiasm and hugged and thanked Adelaide for her help. Samantha approached the window again and thought that there must still be a way out. Be that as it may, she should have been by Will's side now. That's what she wanted, but when there was an unexpected tea party where the 4 of them gathered, Cornelia asked her future husband if he wanted a refreshment. But Will thanked her and refused. The visiting duchess from a neighboring country laughed and said that Will was colder than usual today, whereas the young man was truly darker than night. It was clear how unpleasant this whole company was to him. Suddenly, on another sofa opposite, His Highness Louis asked Samantha if our little one was cold. She wasn't cold, but awkward and uncomfortable. But the first prince was not going to give up. His face lit up as he took the girl's hand and told her that her hands were cold. The girl thought her heart was about to stop, and due to stress and tension, the sympathetic nervous system was constricting her blood vessels, so they cooled down. Louis took off his jacket and, throwing it over the girl's shoulders, said that if she wanted to, she could take it. It was equally uncomfortable and strange, but more unsettling for the soul, but still the girl thanked the first prince. Cornelia, on the opposite sofa, laughed at what she saw and said that Brother Louis and Mrs. Samantha were so cute that William became annoyed. And while Cornelia spoke with admiration that she couldn't stop looking at them and that they truly suited each other, William, filled with anger and hopelessness, dropped the cup he was holding in his hands to the floor. The young man grunted disdainfully and said that the cup had slipped. Cornelia, still trying to please and be nice in front of everyone, grumbled and called Mr. William clumsy. Louis at that moment seemed to glow with joy, and Samantha sat next to him restlessly and as completely horrified. Our little one was ready to cry over this whole situation and didn't understand how she could deal with all this. Suddenly, William picked up the broken pieces of dishes, but raised his hand without taking anything. And blood flowed from his palm in a stream and slightly surprised, but still reacted calmly. Cornelia, horrified by the mess she saw on the second crown prince's hand, gasped and froze. However, our little one did not stand still and quickly ran to her friend upon seeing the blood and asked if he was in pain. Samantha, looking at the wound on the back of his hand, got scared and thought what to do. The wound turned out to be deeper than expected, but she couldn't use the goddess's power in front of everyone. Therefore, the girl lifted the young man from his seat and, holding him by the wrist, apologized out loud and told him that she would take Will to the doctor. William, in turn, did not complain of pain, did not pretend to be sick, on the contrary. He smiled mischievously, glad to finally leave this environment with his beloved. Cornelia said out loud that she hoped everything was fine with Mr. William. Louis dismissed his brother and his fiancée with an irritated look. As soon as the couple retired to a separate room and sat on the sofa, Samantha immediately healed Will's wound with her power and, exhaling a sigh of relief, said that everything was fine now. The boy thanked her. The girl took a bandage from the first aid kit and, thinking that she needed to bandage the wound, otherwise others would have doubts due to the sudden healing, she bandaged her hand. Suddenly, she thought, devastated, that she felt terribly uncomfortable sitting with them, and her face darkened. And it all started when Mrs. Cornelia invited her to a tea party, and then, for some reason, Will and Louis joined them. Finishing bandaging his hand, Samantha asked Will how he ended up there. She was a little surprised that he came here with Louis, to which the boy replied that that girl said that she would also be here. But she forgot to mention it, William said irritatedly. To which Our Lady replied that she understood. She thought it seemed that he really didn't know. Apparently, Mrs. Cornelia didn't even think that this needed to be clarified. She finally finished bandaging his hand and looking sadly at her friend's hand. Said that the wound was deep and asked if it hurt. After all, to cut oneself like that, one had to grab the shard quite hard. But the young man managed to avoid unnecessary worries and said that everything was fine. Looking down, he admitted that what happened before felt much more painful. The girl's eyes opened and, lifting her head, asked him what he was talking about. William said irritably that she had touched him. That was the reason for all his bad mood, and he was already thinking of somehow justifying his actions. But William didn't want to hear anything. He took Samantha's hand and brought his hand to his lips, calling this action cleansing. The girl's cheeks instantly turned red, and her eyes widened in surprise. An awkwardness which made her gasp. While William held Our Lady's hand to his lips, the girl thought about where he could have learned this. And that this did not help Will understand his feelings. And these actions only encouraged his addiction. Besides, don't forget about Mrs. Cornelia. She returned his hand and asked Will if he could stop doing this. The second crown prince's eyes instantly became sad, and he asked her why he should stop. Maybe he had become displeased with her. But the girl, exclaiming out loud, began to deny it, saying that it was all for his own good. Will asked what this meant, to which the girl explained to him, squeezing his hands, that they should keep their distance. William, with a crazy face, asked her what she meant. If she really meant that they had a normal relationship with her, he said that she would be enough for him. Only that she was special to him. The girl was worried about such fluctuations in Will's behavior, and told him to calm down, although in reality she didn't understand anything what to do, because it was clear that he was losing composure. When suddenly there was a knock on the door of the room they were in, and, without entering, they asked how His Highness William was doing. Outside the door, it was announced that His Highness Louise was worried about his health. To which William told his beloved that he didn't believe this was the case, but nothing could be done. Of which Will informed Samantha, and taking her hand, asked if they would return. The girl agreed. They clasped their hands together in a lock, and when they started walking towards the door, William, turning to Samantha, thanked her for healing him. Smiling sweetly in response, the girl said there was no need to thank. And now the couple had already returned to the room where Cornelia was waiting for them. And Louis. The girl congratulated them on their return and asked if everything was fine now. Then William, with a smile on his face, said that now everything was in order. It was clear how his mood had improved. Samantha, in turn, apologized to the first prince for making them wait, to which Louis replied that there was nothing wrong with that, and said that after all she shouldn't have helped herself because they had an excellent doctor. The girl, surprised almost red-handed, lowered her head and said that she understood. Only she understood that a common doctor would simply disinfect the wound and put a bandage on it. And the girl did not want Will to suffer pain. As well as Cornelia said that she couldn't wait for next month to arrive, she officially wanted her engagement to Mr. William to be officially announced. William, in turn, asked out loud what she was talking about and said that he hadn't heard anything about it. Cornelia replied hesitantly that this was strange, because the queen herself told her. Will only remained silent, looking away. But his mood soured precisely when a girl from a neighboring country cheerfully asked him if Samantha would come to congratulate them. Samantha exchanged glances with the second crown prince. Both were not happy about this information, but still had no idea how to improve their situation. In her thoughts, Samantha mentioned the devil and realized that she could not refuse. But she could not agree either, and was confused about what she should do. When suddenly an opportunity arose to postpone the response to the invitation. Louis announced that Samantha would soon be picked up and asked her if it was time for her to leave. Mentally, the girl was already ready to cry and thanked Louis, because he was literally her savior in this situation. Likewise, Cornelia did not miss the opportunity to strike up a dialogue with Samantha and asked if they could leave them alone with the mistress. A blonde girl brusquely hugged our victim's hand and, smiling, said that she had had an important conversation with her. She finished her speech and asked if they would go together then, and Samantha wondered what kind of important conversation was planned. However, the irritated and tired look of her friend alarmed her. It was clear that he was not happy that Cornelia was alone with Samantha. When suddenly, the blonde added fuel to the fire and said that there were guards, so there was no need to dismiss them. Louis said that it was fine. Unexpectedly, he approached his beloved lady and placing his hand on her cheek told her to take care. And that he would contact her again soon. A red blush formed on Samantha's face. And he thanked the prince. Suddenly, the second prince also decided to call her and wish her well or warn her, but the girl with violet hair only said that they would see each other again. And then, His Highness William took no further action. He only looked at his beloved with a pitiful look. The girls were walking hand in hand through the territory of the royal castle, when suddenly, covering her mouth with her hand, Cornelia asked Samantha if Mr. William was fond of her. Looking at the girl with a sly look, she said that it was easy to understand with just one look. And it seems she said she had nothing against these feelings, because they arose even before her appearance. But she suddenly announced that from now on she would support him, so that Samantha would not have to worry about her younger brother. And quietly separate from him. Our little one shuddered at such an unexpected declaration that surprised her. And she couldn't even object to this girl. Suddenly, taking the Duke's eldest daughter's hands, Cornelia said that she liked her too. And in the end, she focused on the name, after which she asked to continue maintaining good relations. After such an extraordinary declaration, the cunning and agile noble took her leave of our heroine and got into her carriage. Samantha could only watch her vehicle drive away and wonder why she felt that pain in her chest. The second prince, who was in the palace, continued watching the girls through the window for a while, after which he abruptly turned around and walked away. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the first crown prince appeared and grabbed the young man's hand, who had been injured at today's tea party. His Highness quickly unwrapped the bandage that had previously been tied over the wound, and threw it on the floor, looking at his brother's palm without any surprise. Even in this man's eyes, His Highness William quickly withdrew his hand, and quickly walked away. All this time the blonde smiled, happy that his assumptions were correct. William, for his part, walked away quickly, moving away from his brother and says that time was running out. And Louis remained standing in the same spot, recalling how his beloved used to behave with his brother. And while thinking about all this, he suddenly called out loudly to the very innocent girl. And he wondered how it was possible to be so pretty, because no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't fool her. The next day, Duke Eldred called his eldest daughter and told her that His Majesty had sent a letter of invitation to the royal castle next weekend. And in this letter, he asked that only he and she should come. This information horrified our entrapment. The father continued talking and explained that he was sure the conversation would be about her engagement to His Highness Louis. Immediately, the girl realized that, after all, she couldn't run forever. But she still didn't want to. The Duke immediately affirmed that his daughter's feelings would always be important to her. And in the end, he emphasized by addressing the girl by her name. Although the girl saw hope in her father, she understood that he was saying this despite the fact that her family's reputation could worsen. The Duke got up from his seat and told his daughter that there was still time to think. Samantha agreed with him and thanked him for his support. But be that as it may, her soul felt terrible and she thought that even if her father said so now, that didn't mean she had the right to refuse. She also heard that His Majesty is cold towards those who cross his will, William. Louis, Cornelia, and even she are no exception. It seemed to Samantha that there was no outcome for them in which everyone would be happy. And breathed deeply. Suddenly, a maid passing by dropped the tray and spilled boiling water on her hand. The girl jumped up abruptly and asked her if she was okay. But the maid had no right to burden her mistress with troubles, so she quickly pulled her hand aside. And putting a smile on her face, said everything was fine and there was nothing to worry about. Samantha wanted to help her, but she withdrew her hand in time and felt sad because with the help of power, she could have healed her immediately. In truth, for a long time, it seemed to her that hiding her power was not entirely the right decision, because she could have saved many lives. Suddenly, there were those who suffered the same as Will, and she realized that if she married Louis, she would no longer have to hide her strength. And the fact that she tricked the archbishop can be eliminated by saying that her magic suddenly intensified and, sadly, she said it was time to make a decision. Adelaide had been watching her sister for some time. She was at the door and felt very sorry for her, but could not help her. But still, the younger sister knew how to find a solution to cheer up her sister. And they went out for a walk. They arrived at an establishment where Samantha was already admiring the dessert with admiration, to which Adelaide replied that she was sure she would like it. And because of that, rejoicing in her sister's good mood, Adelaide continued to tell Samantha about the type of tea. The girl was happy about this. She was even happier that the charming Adelaide had invited her to cheer her up. And she remembered the dialogue when her sister asked why they didn't go to the city together. The younger sister also suggested they go to a store later, saying it was very cute. Samantha agreed. As the girls, walking through the busy city, heard admiring conversations from other charming ladies. And Samantha looked back to see the objects of admiration. And the thing was that not far from them walked two handsome young men, among whom was William. Suddenly, the stern and severe gaze of the golden eyes rushed directly into the crowd of girls arguing about them. But in an instant it changed, becoming very desirable, sparkling, and cheerful. Now His Highness William really looked like a cat, and he called her beloved. Then he didn't hesitate, and instantly ran to the girl, wrapping her in a tight hug. At first, Samantha was even surprised to see her friend in the city. But now she was glad to realize that Will was getting better again. Exclaiming, the young man was the first to start a dialogue, saying who would have thought they would meet in this place. And said he was happy to see her. Samantha laughed in response and said that she too. The girl was happy that Will could now walk calmly through the city. And then started asking what he was there for. Suddenly, a platinum-haired young man stepped out from behind Louis and told William not to leave him alone when he saw Samantha. A laugh of surprise came from the boy's mouth, and his friend surprised him and told him that Will, who was still hugging his beloved, was serious. As if he were someone else, Samantha thought. She wondered who this handsome man was. At the same moment, William separated from Samantha and straightened up, remembering that he was in a public place, and that he also wanted to introduce her to a friend. Suddenly, the blue-eyed young man was faster and said, taking the girl's hand, that he was happy to meet her, and introduced himself as Richard Sterling. Gently holding the girl's tender and small hand, he bowed his head to her wrist to kiss her hand. But several circumstances prevented him from doing so in the first place. William, who blocked the girl with his hand. And secondly, Adelaide, who pushed her sister back in time. Seeing all this misunderstanding, the young man scratched the back of his neck embarrassed and said that Miss Samantha is very popular. The girl said that maybe it is so. Our little one also decided to keep up and introduced herself as Samantha Eldred. And introduced her younger sister, Adelaide, who did not look at Richard very happily. The platinum-haired man, placing his hand on his chest, said that the lady with purple hair was much more beautiful than they say, and said it was an honor for him to meet her. William was indignant with his friend. Samantha apologized to Richard, but still asked what his relationship with Will was. To which the blue-eyed man said that he was his good friend, at which point the second prince pushed his friend in the chest, trying to get out of his embrace. Samantha was amazed and very surprised by this. A red blush formed on her face. She couldn't believe that Will had a friend. She didn't even know what to do because she was too happy. Our heroine asked with admiration to remain friends with Will, saying that he was a very kind boy. And nice. William, embarrassed, asked her to stop doing that. But Samantha was so happy that in response to his request, only Richard laughed, calling their relationship charming. When William mumbled quietly, he said that nevertheless everything turned out very well. Samantha looked with surprised eyes at her friend, whose mood had changed again. When she became very sweet again and looked like a cat, she asked her beloved if she wouldn't mind taking a walk together, and told her when they would have that opportunity again. Samantha's gaze immediately lit up, and she called him by his name. Then she immediately looked at her sister and asked Adelaide if the girl minded. Of course she didn't mind. Richard's friend said that it was almost noon and that he knew a good place nearby, and invited everyone to have lunch there. Samantha nodded happily, and her cheeks blushed. William stood behind the girl, wrapping his arm around her waist and admiring her sweet face, and smiling, and also unconsciously copied her movements. The company arrived at a pleasant establishment, and the girl, looking and listening to Richard's stories, thought about Mr. Sterling and thought he was a good person. Smiling cheerfully, her smile stretched from ear to ear, and she hoped that over time Will would make even more friends. Samantha asked him her conjectures and suggested that Mr. Richard must be very popular with girls, to which he replied, smiling, that everything was something like that. However, when he asked Miss Samantha to realize that Miss Adelaide was his favorite, the girl looked away in displeasure and remained silent. Noticing this behavior of her sister, Samantha thought that it seemed her sister didn't like such guys at all. As William called his beloved, and when the girl turned to him, she almost jumped back in surprise. The boy cheerfully brought a piece of dessert from a fork to her mouth, gifting her. Samantha was very embarrassed by such actions. Her face turned red. She didn't believe such behavior should be encouraged and still needed to tell him about her engagement to Louis. But I don't want to spoil that very cheerful and sweet atmosphere. And the girl again thought that Will was very cute. But in the next moment, Samantha accepted the gift from the boy's hands, which surprised him at first. But then the young man smiled cheerfully, his cheeks blushed, and he said that he adored her. At that very moment, while chewing the dessert, Samantha thought that it couldn't be so sweet. Richard sighed sweetly and, resting his head on his hand, said that there was a sweet atmosphere in the air now. Adelaide agreed with the young man beside her and laughed. The company left the establishment when William immediately called Adelaide to go with him, claiming that he had a small matter with her. Duke Eldred's youngest daughter turned inquiringly towards His Highness and asking if he meant her. She agreed. Samantha was happy to see this, but it was the first time she saw William invite Adelaide somewhere. As he left and took his beloved sister with him, he looked seriously at Richard, making sure everything was going according to plan. The platinum-haired young man was self-confident and, exhaling relieved, continued to walk sweetly with Samantha, when he turned to the girl and asked why they shouldn't take a walk around the area. Our heroine happily agreed. So they decided to return. Samantha agreed and said she was glad to spend time together. When they returned to the starting point and saw a large crowd of people, looking ahead, Richard concluded with a frown that it seemed an accident had occurred. Samantha's eyes opened abruptly. She suddenly felt anxious and thought she had a bad feeling. Then the girl began to look ahead to find out the cause of the accident, when suddenly she saw Will, covered in blood, lying on the stone floor. Suddenly, from what she saw, the girl's heart sank, her face showed horror and animal fear. She wondered why it was Will. Samantha, in the next moment, ran forward, pushing her way through the crowd and holding the cape over herself, when suddenly she stopped and her eyes widened even more. In front of her, she saw an unusual sight. Not only did her loved one lie on the bloody floor, but also her little sister was using magic, spreading a bright pink light. She adjusted the bulky kerchief on her forearms and looked down in horror. And she couldn't believe that the goddess's power had awakened in Adelaide. William saw the state the two sisters were in and was very pleased with their actions. So a malicious and wicked smile appeared on his face. Samantha immediately called the young man lying on the floor and sat down next to him. The young man looked pitiful, tired, and looked at the girl pitifully. He called her by her name. Samantha didn't look any better. Her face also expressed fear and pity. She asked why and what happened. The girl noticed that the wounds had already healed. There was no doubt that was the power of the goddess. Adelaide attended to His Highness William, but it was clear how difficult it was for her, how tired she was, and tears were already welling up in her eyes. Samantha looked up and looked worriedly at her younger sister. The last wound on the prince's hand finally healed, and in the next moment Adelaide lost consciousness and began to fall. Our heroine called out loudly to her sister, who was losing consciousness. Suddenly, literally the next moment, Richard picked up Adelaide, who arrived in time, and groaned as the girl fell onto him. After that, the platinum-haired man looked at the girl, who was hugging her by the shoulder, and concluded, reassuring his new friend that his sister had simply lost consciousness. This reassured our heroine. She thought that it was probably because it was the first time she used her power, and in such quantity. Immediately, the second crown prince got up from the floor, covering the place where the wound had been with his hand. And the girl asked him if he was okay. William said yes. After this, the young man tried to stand up, but still had difficulty staying upright. So the girl jumped up abruptly and hugged William to support him. Holding her head, Sar the prince said that he seemed to have lost too much blood. And Samantha said that he needed to rest. Then Richard also joined the conversation. He, taking Adelaide in his arms, said that they would send William to the castle first, and then he would escort the two of them to the estate. The man looked around and concluded that there were too many strange eyes gathered here. The people around said that the boy had a very deep wound, and the girl healed him. They couldn't believe that this was the power of the goddess. Samantha looked horrified at those people talking about her loved one, and got scared. All this time, she held William's hand, and then the boy asked her if they could leave. The girl accepted sadly, and the whole company left. 2 days have passed since then. Our couple met, and Will apologized for making the girl worry about him. But Samantha happily said there was nothing wrong, that it wasn't her fault. They told her that Will suffered that day due to a crew accident. The wounds he received, which served as the reason for awakening Adelaide the goddess's power, were completely healed, so nothing threatened his life now, but at the same time the thoughts that everything could have been worse, causing tears. In fact, tears formed at the corners of her eyes, but she felt scared, and abruptly buried herself in the young man's chest, hugging him. William returned the hug to his beloved girlfriend, reassuring her, but he, in turn, would be incredibly happy that the girl was worried about him and depended on his presence in her life. Suddenly, he said he couldn't even think that the goddess's power would also awaken in Adelaide. Although he continued, Samantha had been talking about this for a long time. The girl had already calmed down, but was surprised that he remembered it. But 6 years ago, she said that in the future, her beautiful Adelaide would definitely awaken the goddess's power. Then Will asked her how she knew, to which our little heroine, smiling sweetly, replied that she was simply sure of it. Then little William just chuckled, but it turned out that he even remembered this information. After his memories, Samantha definitely calmed down and smiling cheerfully, said that in any case, she was glad that everything was well with them. Adelaide, whom Mr. Richard helped bring to the estate, woke up the next day, and woke up surprised, and asked how who would have thought that the goddess's power would awaken in her. The younger sister, reasoning, said she wanted to save Will so much that she didn't notice how the light began to come out of her hands. She examined her hand and, smiling tiredly, said that then everything was like a fog. Our little one started thinking to herself, because the goddess's power also awoke in her when she wanted to save someone. And apparently, the desire to help someone activates the goddess's power. Adelaide immediately asked what her father was doing now, and Samantha explained that he had gone to the royal castle. It seemed to her that His Majesty had invited him. The point was that Adelaide had used her power in front of people, so now everyone was talking about it. It seemed the king had summoned him as soon as he heard what happened. Now Samantha was thinking that Adelaide's life would change a lot now, and this worried her. Adelaide noticed this condition in her sister, and that's why she said she was glad to be similar to her. This greatly encouraged our protagonist, and she was very grateful to her sister for this support. After all, she was the main protagonist of the novel, so she thought everything would be fine, and said it was mutual. William continued the dialogue. Pulling his beloved out of her memories, he said that he met Adelaide on the way. Samantha said she knew because today her sister was called to the royal castle and hoped that everything would turn out well, and nothing would happen. To which William replied that he thought she would now become his brother's new bride candidate. Samantha asked her friend in surprise if she had heard correctly. William replied that now she also has the power of a goddess, just like her. Samantha, so it was obvious. His Highness the Second Prince also said it was logical that she would also be considered. This information surprised the girl because she hadn't thought about it. She didn't know what to do, because now there was no mutual love between this couple, and she and her father never went to the castle. Now, realizing all this information, our heroine became uneasy and even scared. But William hurried to reassure her and told her that everything would be fine, but he thought he would not agree with this. Samantha asked if he was talking about Mr. Lewis, and His Highness nodded, but insisted that there would be no engagement. The girl looked at her friend with assessment and concern and thought where he got so much confidence from. William, as usual, smiled mischievously and mumbled quietly that he would just give it time. And he happily said out loud that he hoped there would be no engagement. Samantha asked in surprise what he meant. Suddenly, the young man approached the girl's face, and our heroine looked at him inquiringly. And then His Highness, the second crown prince, blushing and smiling, said that then no one would bother them anymore. Looking at William's creepy face, the girl thought she was shackled and deeply immersed in this whole adventure. Our little one, looking surprisingly at the boy, wondered if the queen could really change her mind so easily. And she realized that sometimes she didn't understand William at all. At that very moment, the young man's face changed and looking at the girl with pitiful eyes. He asked why Samantha was not happy. But the girl flatly denied it, saying that it wasn't like that. She only said that she was simply surprised. But after all, she herself wanted to be by Will's side and closing her eyes. She thought she would be very happy if everything turned out well for them. But now that she started thinking about it, she realized that now that she remembered Cornelia's words when they were alone. She started to feel awful. While the girl was worried about all this, the boy next to her felt quite good. And he was very happy to look at her. When he suddenly took Samantha's hand in his, locked them and, hugging her, he said that he liked her very much. He also said that he would like to spend all his free time with her, Samantha, and then he wouldn't need anything else. The girl's eyes immediately shone, her cheeks flushed, and her soul immediately felt warm from his words. Hugging, the girl thought that he was still very cute, but she thought, why was her soul so restless? After a day with his beloved, the second prince returned to the castle, where he met Richard. And literally, at the beginning of the dialogue, he said that today she was very charming. His friend sighed tiredly. Thoughtfully resting his chin on his hand, he reasoned out loud why she was so beautiful. Richard, placing the cup and saucer on the table, was about to start talking about it. But his friend interrupted him again, not even allowing him to insert a single word. He again said that he already wanted to see her. How Richard finally decided to make his presence in this hall known, and asked if William thought he was going too far. Because he could really have died that day. But His Highness denied it. He didn't even consider that he could die, because he was attentive. Then Richard menacingly said that he wasn't sure that Miss Adelaide would be very interested in him. To which William replied that in that case, Samantha would have healed him. The young man exhaled, disappointed, realizing that arguing with his interlocutor was simply useless. But still, he asked him what he would do if Samantha found out that he had caused the accident. He asked him what he thought she would think of him at that moment. William found no answer to this. He just started looking seriously and a little menacingly at the young man. As Richard said, this was part of his plan. After reading countless books from the Royal Personal Library related to the power of the goddess, and realizing that she was awakened mainly by a strong desire to help someone. Then he wondered if being on the verge of death in front of Adelaide would awaken the power within her. When Richard asked him if that meant he was simply relying on the words Samantha had told him as a child. To which His Highness, the second prince, answered with all seriousness that this girl was special. So far, Samantha had accidentally predicted the future more than once, so she decided to trust her. Although she didn't expect everything to turn out so well. If the goddess's power manifested in Adelaide, the royal family would definitely try to capture her. Also that Samantha wouldn't become his girlfriend. But the young man was also clearly aware that his brother would definitely resist this decision. But in any case, the main thing now was to postpone his engagement. Immediately, His Highness the Crown Prince succumbed to memories of his beloved, who called him a good boy. Then William told his friend that Samantha would never find out. He also added that it was simply useless to imagine something like that, but the young man still wanted to catch him. And he extended his hand forward and told him to admit that he felt pain. But still, Will replied that this was not new to him. After all, as a child, he had to experience much more pain and raising his head proudly. William said he would do anything to get Samantha back. Richard, upon hearing this sincere confession, opened his mouth and asked if this was true love. Since William could not answer and changing the subject, asked what about the Queen. The platinum-haired friend said that generally things were going well and said that he would soon get what he wanted. Resting his chin, our prince thoughtfully said that the only thing left was to arrange the engagement with that girl. Richard commented that he was very careful with Lady Cornelia, and His Highness replied that she was one of those people who get what they want by any means. This even made him happy, and with a malicious smile on his face, he thought that in this they resembled her. When a friend of his friend declared that in this situation he was not his help, the answer was silence. But he said out loud, and his cheeks flushed, that he really liked Miss Adelaide. The young prince grabbed his head, shielding himself from the bright glare emanating from his friend, and told him to do whatever he wanted. That same evening, His Highness Prince Louis was sitting alone in the room, drinking wine, when suddenly a hand touched his shoulder and a voice was heard calling him brother. He said that judging by his appearance, things were not going well. Louis said that it was true. He told his friend what had happened. And the girl was surprised that Lady Adelaide had pulverized the power of the goddess Louis. Also said that judging by the rumors this happened due to the serious wounds of the Mr. William and then Cornelia asked if everything had turned out in a surprising way to this statement. The first prince could not find the right words to find an answer, and in his head, he had the feeling of having reached a dead end. He did not think that this accident happened by chance. Moreover, his mother, the Queen, once said that she heard that this monster had again killed all the assassins without anyone's help, that she couldn't see him anymore, and asked when he would die. And the mere appearance of two people with the power of a goddess raised doubts. When suddenly the prince realized, after all, even in childhood, when they discussed the possibility of the appearance of two people with the power of gods, for some reason she sighed with relief. But the young man still doubted his assumptions, and holding his head with his hand he thought. He was still thinking about this. After all, only God could know this. He needed to understand how valuable his power as God is. His owners have long been considered protectors of the country. But on the other hand, if this power was in the hands of others, it could become a problem. And he was sure that his parents would do everything possible to make Adelaide a member of the royal family. Now it became difficult to dissuade them, but he still needed Samantha. Only he knew. And he had no special reasons or reasonable motives, but he just wanted her to smile only at him. How could Cornelia, realizing that her friend had been lost in her thoughts for a long time, say that she was sure he would fix everything? But this did not deny that Mr. William was a terrible person, and it seemed to her that soon she too would be removed from the way. Said dramatically the girl. But Louis definitely assured Cornelia that this would not have happened. William kills people without the slightest hesitation, and even his affection for Samantha is frightening. And Louis realized that he needed to separate them as soon as possible because it was too dangerous. But hugging, Cornelia began to talk and stated that she liked such Mr. William. Then the prince asked her what was good about him. Then the girl replied crazily that it was the first time she had seen such a wonderful person. Samantha asked, meaning Mr. Lewis did not intend to marry her. Adelaide confirmed it and said that now the royal family was trying to bring him closer to her. But His Highness, Mr. Lewis, did not agree with this arrangement. So William, sitting next to her and hugging Samantha, indignantly told her to stop talking about him. Then our heroine asked well, if it was normal for him to come visit them like this. And William happily said that there was no problem and that he had already done everything he should have done. To tell the truth, our heroine felt embarrassed by Mrs. Cornelia and still wanted to draw a line between them. But because of that accident, she didn't have the strength to push him away. Even thinking about this, Samantha felt ashamed and embarrassed, which made her face blush noticeably. Then she asked if William's situation would worsen, to which Adelaide replied that he said he didn't care. The older sister asked him why he had gone so far, and the younger sister was about to answer. Suddenly, William interrupted her and told her that everything was fine, that they didn't have to worry about him, that he understood everything. And then Adelaide continued and said that apparently he wanted to marry her. Samantha, for some reason, this surprised the girl. She realized that Louis loved her so much and suddenly felt ashamed and even embarrassed. William immediately said that it would be better if she didn't know and continued in the dark. Then Adelaide apologized cautiously and conscientiously, to which I fled and replied happily that everything was fine, and asked him not to take it seriously. And then Samantha began to look happy again and remembered that the royal family would soon organize a hunting tournament. And she asked them if they remembered this. This event is held annually. She and Adelaide also participate in it. While the men hunt, the girls drink tea behind the curtain, and then each participant presents their catch to the lady of their choice. And the one who gets the best loot becomes the queen of the year. Last year, Samantha received this title thanks to Louis. Only in the novel at this time, Will tried to kill him, and then Adelaide healed Louis with the help of her goddess power. But now this will not happen. Samantha hoped, and with this question she and her sister arrived at the tournament. This year more people participated than last year, especially girls. The sister nodded and said that most likely it was caused due to the appearance of the second prince. However, our heroine noticed that most of the looks were directed at Adelaide. A few days ago, the bishop just recognized the power of the goddess at the ceremony. And apparently now, everyone will be dedicated to her training, to then use it for the good of the country. The younger sister happily said that she wanted to help people with this power. As expected of the main character, Samantha thought she was charming. Suddenly, our heroine heard a familiar and unpleasant female voice calling her by name. And turning around, the girl saw Mrs. Cornelia running sweetly towards them. Running towards her friend, a girl from another country happily announced that she really wanted to meet her, which surprised Samantha. But she felt guilty about the situation with Will. Cornelia also drew attention to Adelaide and said she had heard that the power of the goddess had awakened in her. The girl calmly confirmed it. Then the girl from another country happily congratulated Samantha's younger sister for this. When suddenly, she again hugged our heroine's hand and said that the home tournament was expected to be fun. Samantha said it was a lot. Then, after tucking her hair behind her ear, Cornelia began to speculate out loud whether Mr. William would give her the loot. Samantha even looked at her friend with some sadness, as if realizing that she would get nothing. Suddenly, loud cries of admiration from the charming ladies began to be heard throughout the forest, rejoicing over the arrival of His Highness, William, and His Highness Louis. All the girls in the area called the two brothers wonderful, and, in fact, they were simply excellent. However, Will gained popularity when, suddenly, Mrs. Cornelia quickly lunged at him, hugging his arm and telling him she was really looking forward to meeting him. Doubts took hold of Samantha's head. She was frightened at the thought that they would really marry, and sadly thought that these two really looked good together. She remained silent on this matter, but again thought about what that annoying feeling in her chest was. Then Adelaide saw her sister's poor condition and called her. Suddenly, His Highness Louis approached the group of girls and also called Miss Samantha. Happily ignoring Adelaide and taking the girl's hand, he said that this year he would do everything possible to make her queen. Samantha looked surprised at the first prince and addressed him by name with surprise, to which the crown prince explained that his feelings for her are real, that they will not change, not even with the passing of time. After expressing everything he wanted, he left saying they would see each other later. Samantha thought she was very sorry she couldn't reciprocate his feelings, but still, he was a good person. All this was observed by the second crown prince, His Highness William, who had been bothered by Cornelia the entire time. And he looked a bit angry at his brother. Samantha was sitting in a portable gazebo drinking tea when, suddenly, Jenna ran up to her. Our heroine asked her what happened, to which she replied in such a whisper, covering her mouth with her hand, that His Highness William asked to call her. Samantha's eyes lit up instantly, and her soul felt warm as soon as she heard Will's name. The girl went out into the forest, where she found William, who took off his hood upon seeing the girl, and said there was still some time left before starting, and suggested they take a walk together. The young man said he would like to hide from the attention of others, put his hands together, palms together, and asked her. But the girl didn't even care, so she raised her eyebrows and kindly agreed. Samantha, as they walked together, said it had been a long time since they walked together in the forest. Will confirmed this. He even said smilingly that it was she who found him in the forest and saved him. When the girl enthusiastically reminded him that accidents happen every year at the tournament, and asked the young man to be careful, William said that thinking of her gave him strength. Samantha smiled cheerfully. She had heard that he was excellent in magic and fencing, and was interested in seeing how he hunted. Moreover, His Highness continued saying, "If you get hurt, I will heal you," the prince asked. Samantha said that of course it would be so. Now there was Adelaide, whose powers had awakened, so no one would be surprised if her wound suddenly healed. Our heroine thought with a smile. Suddenly, the young man noticed that Samantha's mood had changed and asked what was wrong. And the girl replied that she was thinking whether it would be right to keep hiding her power as a goddess. The next moment, William attacked the girl, grabbing her by the shoulders and looking at her madly, telling her that it was necessary now. Samantha asked what this meant. William's eyes were very mad, and he told her to ask her not to announce this power now. He loosened his grip and calmed down after Samantha said she understood. The next moment, William's face turned sweet and even cheerful, and a blush appeared on his cheeks. And he thanked his beloved. He hugged our heroine and finally explained that this was necessary so they could be together with her. Samantha's eyes lit up and opened when she heard these words from her friend. But the next moment she started pushing away His Highness, the crown prince, her cheeks flushed. And she asked Will to wait. But William took the girl in his arms again and told her he didn't want to let her go. Our heroine's face turned very red. She was thinking about what it was, but the point was that her heart was beating very fast. William again mumbled quietly that this was not a good thing. He became more and more greedy. Samantha asked what he meant, and His Highness, the second prince, said he felt like he was missing more than he had now. Grabbing the girl by the shoulders again, he got very close to her face and told her, looking directly into her eyes, that he wanted to be with her all the time. William said he wanted to touch her, and ran his hand from her shoulder to her hair, and her face, which was already filling with bright colors. William got even closer, his lips practically touching the girl's lips. His hand hugged her. She opened her mouth slightly and softly said that she desired her more and more. Samantha gasped embarrassed and closed her eyes, but the next moment William moved away from her. And embarrassed said he was just joking. He told Samantha to wait a little longer, and, offering her his hand, told her that everything would start soon, and suggested they return. Samantha held her hat to her chest, and taking the young man by the hand and walking behind him. She thought something strange was happening to her. As if her heart was about to burst, her face was burning the whole time. But even this whole scene was peacefully observed by a lady who had come from a neighboring country. She gasped theatrically and, lifting her head, said out loud that she had explained everything to her very clearly, and announced cheerfully that it was not good to take other people's things, and said that she needed to be punished. Standing next to her, Adelaide told her sister that the competition had finally begun. But Samantha was simply indifferent and just accepted looking into the void. The younger sister, placing her hand on her chest, told her sister that her whole face was red, and asked her if the temperature had really risen. Samantha held her burning cheeks with her hands and with her face expressing shame. In horror, quickly babbled that it wasn't so. Our heroine certainly said that, to be honest, something strange had been happening to her heart lately. And Adelaide asked if something had happened, pressing her hands to her chest and with a look of pity on her face. She said that Will constantly hugs her. My sister asked if every meeting the girl said something like this, but for some reason she couldn't take it calmly. Then our little one realized and asked if she had accidentally felt chest pain when seeing Will together with Mrs. Cornelia. Then Samantha suddenly blushed deeply again and embarrassed, shouting. And stuttering, she asked how she knew this. Adelaide's eyes shone brightly and her cheeks flushed, and she was about to tell her sister what it was, when Cornelia suddenly interrupted her and called both sisters. She immediately approached them and sweetly asked if they would like to have tea together. The blonde said she invited several other people, but it was awkward for her to sit alone with them, seeing the girls' complaining look. Our little Danka nodded nervously. She thought she didn't know anyone here. It must have been difficult for her. Samantha asked her sister what she wanted to tell her, to which the girl suggested it would be better to talk about it later in private, referring to it being very important. But our heroine didn't understand what was wrong. And then, all the ladies gathered at the round table for tea and discussed who would become queen this year. Someone said they wouldn't be surprised if it was Miss Samantha. And moreover, Mr. Louis had no equal in the house. As well as Mrs. Cornelia, enthusiastically, said that Mr. William was very strong. A girl said this was also true, to which Will's potential fiancé said she thought Mrs. Samantha knew better about this than them. But our heroine said she didn't think so. And then her soul once again felt sad and hurt. She even felt jealous that Mrs. Cornelia knew about this better than she thought. That they probably spent a lot of time together. Then a girl in a greenish dress approached our heroine and asked Mrs. Samantha to leave with her for a few minutes. She leaned into our heroine's ear, covered her mouth with her hand, and said they needed to talk about His Highness William. Samantha felt creepy. Experiences flooded her head again. She wondered what was wrong with Will, as it was impossible to say even here. Samantha got up from her seat and, apologizing to the company of noble ladies, said she would be gone for a while. As Samantha left the meeting place, Cornelia got up from her seat and said that it looked like they were chasing Mrs. Samantha. The next moment, our little one opened her eyes. The sun shone on her head, and in front of her she saw green grass. The girl got up from the ground, holding her head and trying to regain her senses, when she suddenly opened her eyes and discovered that she was in the forest and got goosebumps. Our heroine looked around and wondered why she was there, when suddenly she remembered. But the point is that she was called to talk about William, and then someone grabbed her and gagged her. The girl thought the conversation might turn to Will's past, so she asked the guards not to accompany her. But who did it and why? Now the girl was interested. She raised her head again and realized that it was in this forest that the participants were hunting. But whatever the case, she needed to return. The girl got up from the ground and started thinking about what she should do. She didn't even know where, and she wandered. And the atmosphere here was quite creepy. When suddenly, our heroine heard a loud rustle of leaves behind her. And she was greatly horrified. She shivered with fear. Cold and goosebumps ran down her body. And her eyes opened in horror as she turned around. Behind her, she saw a crowd of men dressed in black robes. Her soul immediately felt calmer. She was glad to have met the tournament participants. She walked out from behind the bushes towards the people who were not too far away, and apologized loudly and said she was lost in the forest. Suddenly, one of the men she approached pulled his bowstring and shot an arrow that passed right by the girl's head, frightening her terribly. The girl's eyes instantly opened in horror, and at that moment, the arrow left a long scratch on her cheek and cut locks of violet hair, and Samantha asked why they were doing this. But then she saw a face peeking out from behind the robe of the archer, whose arrow had wounded her. And she realized that he was hostile, he was smiling, and it definitely wasn't by chance that he shot her. Samantha realized that she would find no help here, but on the contrary. Death would catch up with her, and she decided she needed to flee quickly. Running in the opposite direction with heels to the men in boots, she wondered what was happening here, and who all these people were. There was nothing like this in the novel, when suddenly the girl stumbled and fell to the ground. How, the next moment, the men caught up with her, and they weren't even running. And an arrow flew to the ground right next to her head. Samantha got up in their arms and looked at the arrow with horror, and wondered if he had missed on purpose. Her entire face, hands, and clothes were covered in dirt. When the men behind her started arguing about their home, saying the arrow had come close, the other said that it was necessary to loosen her a little more. Samantha looked at the man with horror, and at the same time realized that they were enjoying the chase, as if they were hunting her. The next moment, the girl ran forward, hoping that the men would lose sight of her. She lost her shoes along the way and hid behind a tree, covering her mouth with her hands. While she was safe, our heroine healed the wound on her cheek and thought that someone was trying to kill her. How scared she was, her heart was beating wildly. Samantha hugged herself with her arms and thought she could use some magic. But she was not fit for battle. Of course, she would heal her wounds, but then her strength would quickly dry up. She wanted to cry more and more. Suddenly, she looked back in horror, hearing loud arguments from the men approaching her hiding place. Samantha ran forward. Tears of fear and resentment formed in her eyes. In any case, she could only run further and seek help. For a long time she hid from the hunters, ran on one shoe, and finally the girl fell to the ground from exhaustion. Breathing heavily, dark and red circles had already formed under her eyes from tears. She gasped in horror. Thinking that she couldn't take it anymore, her legs no longer obeyed her, and she was already having trouble breathing. Finally, they caught up with the girl. The chubby men smiled cheerfully and talked about how they had to kill her as quickly as possible. Another said she was beautiful, that he even felt sorry for her. A third man said he thought they could have some fun with her. There was animal horror in Samantha's eyes. They cornered her like prey, and the men kept saying that if they didn't complete the task, they would kill them. So it was better to deal with her. He was leaning. When one of the assassins said they could have fun with her, and after killing her. These words in no way calmed the girl. She was terribly frightened. A chill ran through her body. One of the men pulled the bowstring and aimed an arrow at our suffering heroine. But she couldn't even scream. Fear had frozen her body to such an extent that she could not utter a word. She just locked herself in and mumbled. She thought she would die here. In a past life, somewhere deep in her soul, our heroine didn't even care about dying, because no one would cry for her anyway. But this life was completely different. She loved her younger sister Adelaide. There were people who loved her, like her crown Prince Louis, as well as loving parents. There were those whom Samantha herself appreciated very much. These were also her sister and her parents, but in particular it was William. Now she didn't want to die. Bitter tears sprang from the girl's eyes. She pressed her chest with her hands and through tears begged Will to save her. The girl closed her eyes and drew her eyebrows together, expecting retaliation against herself. She heard a heartbreaking scream. Tears formed in her eyes, and she slightly opened her eyes. Suddenly, she realized that she was still alive and raised her eyes. She saw a familiar silhouette in front of her. William came to her aid. The girl looked with horror at the boy, whose face was equally spooky, not believing she was alive. And that what she saw in front of her was not an illusion, and she called him by name. The young man pitifully raised his eyebrows and sharply turned his head toward the girl, looking at her with crazy eyes. He was horrified and dismayed by the state of his beloved. He knelt down in front of her. He stretched out his half-bent arms forward, not knowing what to do. He extended his warm hand towards the girl's face, which was still in a state of horror and stupor. Samantha thought the hand was warm, which meant the real Will was in front of her, that he had come to save her, and at that moment she could finally unleash her emotions. Realizing she was safe, bitter tears sprang from her eyes. William was worried that his beloved had been subjected to this, and he apologized for arriving so late. He regretted that she had to go through something like this. The girl continued complaining and crying, and the young man trying to calm Samantha. He gently hugged her and told her that everything would be fine now. Suddenly, from the side, a harsh male scream was heard from the attacker who had been wounded by Will. He asked him what he had done. This scream truly frightened our heroine. Suddenly, William sharply asked if she was hurt, to which Samantha, without taking her eyes off the men, turned her head and said she was almost healing all the wounds. She didn't finish what she wanted, but restlessly asked what they should do and said they needed to run faster. To which William calmly replied that it was not necessary. Smiling, Will said he would quickly take care of everyone and asked the girl to continue here for a while, putting his arm around the girl's shoulder. His Highness, the second Crown Prince, got up from the ground and looked at the assassins with a threatening gaze, and asked them what they had done to her. The man in the robe, wounded in the arm, also got up from his knee, and upon being dismissed, put a smile on his face and, exhaling inquisitively, said they were just having fun. Hunting. William looked threateningly at these repulsive men in front of him, with a feeling of total disgust. Then the man wounded by the guy continued saying that they were simply going to kill her, so they could have fun later, and accused the prince of interfering with them. Then the young man's gaze suddenly became crazier than before, and from the tone of his voice, one could tell that he was very, very angry, and His Highness exhaled inquisitively, emphasizing the last vowel. Samantha's gaze and facial expressions tightened with fear again, scared just by the appearance of her friend. William, in turn, extended his left hand and, with eyes full of rage, said that death awaited them now. The men screamed in agony as they were devoured by the prince's dark magic. And the girl watched with horror and wondered if it was Will's magic. Samantha looked at William with fear and thought she sensed coldness and hatred from him. The man being devoured by dark magic crawled towards them, saying he felt pain. And William said that for those who dared to treat Samantha like a toy, they were in too good condition. He told them not to think they could die so easily. He would play enough first and then kill. At the end of his monologue, he asked if he should kill one person first or all at once and, angry at the screaming man, he said he lunged very loudly and waved his sword. The hot blood of the assassin's body, who had just been cut down and killed by the second prince, splattered on Samantha's face. Her eyes opened in horror at what she saw, and particularly at the fact that she realized that Will, a madman now covered in blood, had just killed a man. The other two men, tired with fear and despair, tried to scream and beg for mercy. But William simply smiled madly and exhaled cheerfully and loudly, parodying laughter. When suddenly, he used his dark magic on the man again, turning his hand in the opposite direction, and breaking his fingers, which caused a heartbreaking scream. William cheerfully asked if what they were going to do to Samantha would have been much worse. And he answered his own question by saying it must have been much more painful. He said in the same crazy tone that it was too early for them to die, because they should be punished for invading Samantha's life. But the girl wondered if he was really the same Will she knew. She looked at his back in horror, shrank with fear, and fearfully thought that he kills people without the slightest hesitation. She also had the feeling that he enjoyed it. Now he looked more like the second prince from the novel. Samantha realized. And realizing this fact, the girl suddenly called out loudly to the boy and told him to stop. For a moment, the young man froze, and the next moment he apologized to the girl with a cheerful smile on his face. The girl looked horrified at His Highness, the second prince. Everything was not normal at all. Even despite Will's kindness, the blood on his face and the awareness of what this man was capable of were quite terrifying. His Highness turned to the girl and, standing in front of her, completely calm. He told her that it seemed to him that because of his anger, he had lost his mind a little. He wiped the blood from the cheek of the lady of his heart, but there was still fear in Samantha's soul. What scared her most was not the fact that he killed people, but the way he was indifferent to it, and tried to impose on her that she did nothing shameful. The young man put a look of pity on his face and said it was wrong to leave the girl in that state. When suddenly, William smiled cheerfully again and asked her if she could wait until he killed everyone else. A chill ran down the girl's body, and she realized what scared her so much about him. Samantha wanted to stop him, but the knot in her throat did not allow her to. The only thing she could do was grab him by the clothes. The girl grabbed the second prince by the leg, and the young man called her by name. At the same time, she managed to utter the necessary words and asked him not to kill them. William asked why she couldn't do this, since they were going to do the same to her. He knelt in front of Samantha again and with a crazy look, looking directly into her eyes. He asked her why he should forgive them. Our heroine looked at Will with horror and wondered if he really didn't understand this. The girl immediately replied that it was wrong, but Will understood it completely differently. And with a more relaxed look, he said that surely he needed to leave one alive to be able to guide him to the client. This joy, relaxation, and calm scared our baby, especially when he spoke casually about it, and that he would take the other one with him afterwards. Samantha put her hand to her chest and squeezed the fabric, after which she asked if human life was really worth nothing to him. To which William replied smilingly that they were useless anyway. Samantha looked horrified at the second prince and, fearing him, asked if this was the first time he had killed. William looked at the girl with a sad, serious, and calm gaze and remained silent. Samantha was annoyed and surprised. She was chained by fear and horror, even because she couldn't warn the prince of such a future. It turned out she didn't know anything about Will. For some reason, it seemed to her that the events would unfold differently than in the novel. She was mistaken if she thought Will would become a different person. It didn't even occur to her that perhaps he would not forget all the suffering he had to endure. She swore that despite everything they would be together. But despite all this, she couldn't understand what was always there. Tears formed and ran down her eyes, and realizing her mistakes, she apologized to Will. The young man looked at his beloved with horror and concern, and asked her why she was apologizing. He began to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes, and worried, asked her what hurt. He asked if she was crying because of him and if so, to apologize. Samantha looked tearfully at the boy, who looked worriedly to the side. After all, the Will she knew, whom she liked so much and truly existed. But now there was no time to shed tears. The girl accepted everything and wiped her eyes of tears. Samantha got up from the ground, and this unexpected event could not be ignored, and she called the girl. Along with the boy, they walked towards the corpses of the mercenaries, and when the girl saw the bloody body of a man, she gasped in horror and covered her mouth with her hand, suppressing the urge to vomit. But suddenly Samantha, despite all the horror she saw in front of her, recovered. And having recovered, she sat down in front of the man's bloody hand and began to heal him. The second crown prince came from behind, and in a threatening and irritated manner, asked the girl what she was doing. He asked, trying to find out if Samantha understood what these people were trying to do to her. But the girl replied dryly that she knew. He looked away and, frowning and annoyed, asked her why she was doing this. Finally, not a single wound remained on the assassin's body, and Samantha, after finishing treating him, exhaled deeply. After that, she abruptly got up from her seat and turned to the prince next to her. She took him by the hands and lowered her head and said that she was very scared, and her action did not mean that she forgave them. But these people should not be judged by them, but by the country's government. She raised her head, looked directly into the second prince's face, and said that Will did not force them to kill. The prince's eyes and face were not without reason, and he lowered his gaze with understanding and some sadness, but he did not answer. The next moment, Samantha opened her arms and hugged her beloved friend and thanked William for saving her. Tears formed in her eyes again, and she admitted that when she saw that he had come to her aid, she immediately calmed down. Of course, that was true. And then the prince could not contain his feelings and hugged his beloved tightly. So they remained embraced for a while longer, and Samantha, having calmed down, she asked if he could help hand the mercenaries over to the military police. William said that of course he would help. And burying her face in the shoulder of her dear and beloved man, she praised him, calling him a good boy. In fact, she was still scared. She could hardly hold back tears at that moment. However, she could not allow Will to repeat the novel's fate, and decided that she would do everything possible to make him happy. And now, 2 weeks have passed since the day of the tournament, after what happened. They immediately handed those men over to the police. Since she healed them, the investigation immediately began. However, a restriction spell was placed on them, so the perpetrators cannot say who their client was. Furthermore, since the crime was committed against the Duchess, the hunting tournament was cancelled. Upon leaving the forest, our heroine joyfully met her terribly frightened sister and rushed to calm her down. And immediately after that, the first Prince Louis approached them and immediately noticed his brother in the context of the angry girls. And Samantha's parents were so scared that they forbade her from leaving home until they found the main culprit. So Samantha spent all her time sitting on a soft chair and looking out the window, still trying to regain her senses, but she also wondered whose hands they would be. She had never had to deal with something like this before. Of course, she was very worried about it. But still, all her thoughts were occupied with worrying about Will in their first encounter. He definitely hadn't had to kill yet. And, if you think about it, most likely it started with the move to the castle. Of course, for others, the royal family pretended to accept Will, but who knows what they did to him in the castle? And what danger they exposed him to there. When suddenly a maid entered the girl's room, she curtsied and told her mistress that a guest had arrived. The girl was surprised. And her surprise was due to the fact that her father forbade anyone from coming to her. But he still allowed one person to come to her. After a while, the second crown prince entered the room, but he did not look like he usually did. He was tired, and the bruises under his eyes stood out even more. Samantha quickly ran to her friend and worriedly asked if something had happened. The young man sadly lowered his head, looked at his beloved, and sadly asked if she was afraid of him now. Samantha asked him what he meant. She looked inquisitively at William and asked him why he had such thoughts. The young man replied that after the tournament she didn't even look at him, but she hadn't received a single letter from him, even though she wrote to him every week and he didn't answer her letters. Samantha looked at the young man with horror, realizing that in the last week all her thoughts had been occupied with what had happened. And she had received so many letters with questions about her condition that she physically couldn't look at them all. The girl, with her head bowed, apologized to Will, saying she didn't do it on purpose. And she explained that she just wanted to be alone for a while to put her thoughts in order. The young man, hopefully, asked the girl if she was telling the truth, and the girl, closing her eyes, sadly confirmed it. As His Highness, taking his beloved by the hand, told her to speak looking him in the eyes. Samantha, of course, was very surprised, but when she opened her eyes, she saw how depressed the young man looked when he approached her. The girl instantly felt pity for her beloved friend, and in her thoughts compared him to an abandoned kitten. Then Samantha stepped forward and placed her hand on the cheek of the upset face. And looking directly into the young man's eyes, she said that she was telling the truth and asked him to forgive her. William narrowed his eyes and pitifully raised the corners of his eyebrows upwards. He smiled and his face turned red, and he, placing his hand on the girl's hand, said he was glad to hear this from her because he would die if she stopped liking him. Samantha looked at Will surprised, not expecting him to say those words. William's eyes also opened in surprise. He did not expect that this would amaze the girl so much. Removing Samantha's hand from his face, he asked her if that meant she was against killing people. The girl confirmed her position. The young man said that in the future he would be careful, so he said there was no need to hate him, because killings are necessary, and he asked her to understand that there are situations where there is no other way. Looking up again, he said that, judging by her logic, he should have continued to suffer to eventually die. This surprised the girl, but also confirmed her suspicions that this was happening in the royal castle. And she wondered if it was because she had forbidden him to kill anyone. After all, for him, murder was the only way to stay alive. Samantha looked at Will with pity and told him she didn't mean any of that she would never hate him. And she asked him not to worry, and also asked him not to risk himself. William said he understood our heroine. He hugged her tightly and thanked her. After that, the couple went out to the courtyard of Duke Eldred's house and walked side by side. Samantha suddenly asked Will to listen to her. He was happy to finally be able to spend this time with the lady of his heart, and asked with a smile what they wanted to talk about. Samantha asked him if he had faced any danger since moving to the castle. The young man was surprised by the answer and already from the first notes, guessing what it would be about. He became gloomy, but remained silent. So Samantha began to think about his reaction, because as she suspected, he did not deny it. Accepting this fact suddenly made her feel very sad, which William noticed. But nevertheless, somehow it didn't cheer the girl up, nor anything like that, but on the contrary. He asked her what she would do if that were the case. Faced with the girl's inquisitive look, he continued speaking, asking her if answering that question, what would change in her attitude towards him? Samantha averted her gaze and tried to find an answer in her thoughts. She thought Will hadn't talked to her about this topic until now. Still, she was sure there was a reason why he didn't want to tell her. And probably, he wouldn't have liked her trying to find something out herself. But one way or another, her goal was to become support for Will. Therefore, she said that, of course, she didn't have the power to protect him from everything. But despite that, she would like to help him, and therefore she was willing to do anything. William asked if Samantha was telling him the truth, to which the girl firmly confirmed that all the words she said were true. But William's mood remained the same, and he was not relieved in the slightest when he said he understood her. And then he said that she was right. Since leaving his estate, the Queen's people had repeatedly tried to kill him. This greatly surprised the girl. But William continued. He talked about how they threatened him, poisoned him, and even the servants who seemed to treat him kindly turned out to be traitors. And suddenly, looking away, he said he didn't want to worry her, so he didn't talk about it. The young man admitted that only her presence made him happy, and that he didn't care much about other people. And in the end, blushing, he said those feelings would accompany him until his death. That's why he wanted her to stay by his side. The boy's words struck and moved our heroine. Therefore, she immediately started chatting that, of course, as until now. They would be together, when suddenly Will said that not everything was like that. He explained to Samantha, holding her by the shoulders, that he would like something more. And he asked if she understood him. But the girl asked him what he was talking about. And then he, gently squeezing the fabric of the dress on the shoulder of our sweet heroine, looking tenderly into her eyes and smiling kindly, asked how about an engagement. It seemed the girl still didn't understand what the second crown prince was telling her. Or she didn't understand if it was a joke. But seeing that the girl didn't get it, William continued by saying that this was an opportunity to get a title in which he could openly be next to her, acting as her boyfriend. Samantha hesitantly asked what to do about Mrs. Cornelia, to which Will replied that they were not engaged to her yet. She was just an outsider whom the Queen found, and this had nothing to do with him. He suddenly asked Samantha if she really didn't want him to enter into the marriage he wanted. And the girl immediately began to deny it, because she didn't want this either. Still, she feared that Will's situation could worsen even more, and she didn't want him to keep living in danger. But William continued by saying that, moreover, in relation to the recent event, it would be better to stay away from her. Then Samantha asked him what he was talking about, and the thing is that she suspected that this girl had attempted her life. The girl's eyes instantly widened. She couldn't believe that Cornelia was the one who hired people to kill her, and she couldn't even imagine why she needed it. But William hurried to dispel all the girl's anxious thoughts and, taking a lock of her hair in his hand, smiling, he said that now maybe she wouldn't believe him, but that later she would find evidence. Samantha's cheeks blushed at such a sweet gesture, but she still couldn't believe that Mrs. Cornelia was really guilty. There was a conversation about how she has had a close relationship with Louis for many years, and that this good girl did this, but William again continued saying that the feelings she has for him are not like falling in love. So let's not talk about it. It must be worrying. He repeated again that there is no one he can open his heart to. Except her, Samantha, he cannot trust others. With them, he feels unprotected. These words bothered our kind heroine. Next, she asked if she could avoid getting engaged to that girl, she would accept his proposal. Samantha's eyes widened, and her eyebrows arched pitifully. She looked at William with some horror. William's face instantly became very pitiful and sad, and with the same sadness. But still without losing hope, he asked if her words were really false. But the next moment he apologized, saying that he did not want to pressure her. That he knew that their feelings, for each other, were different. And so, after uttering the words, William moved away from Samantha, and again a malicious smile formed on his face. And he said he had to leave. Samantha already wanted to stop the young man, but she thought if she could even stop him if she wasn't sure of his feelings. William's request was inconsistent with the relationship they had up to that moment. And he definitely wanted her to be his lifelong partner. Her desire to be close to Will is not false, yet she was not ready for this. And if she rejected him now, she could lose him forever, and she didn't want that. She didn't think she would be able to reciprocate his feelings, for now she was confused. But the dearest person to her was him, and the girl, closing her eyes, said, "It's okay." At the same moment, William turned towards the girl, his hair fluttering in a cool breeze. And the young man seriously asked her what she meant. Then Samantha, firmly confident in her convictions, proudly announced with her hand on her chest that she would marry him. Will. And she also said that she would definitely get her father's consent for all this. William raised his head proudly, as if he didn't trust what Samantha was saying, and asked if it was true. But the girl had already made a decision for herself and was not going to reject the words she had uttered. William looked at the girl, suspiciously from head to toe, with his bright golden eyes. And after a short pause, he said, since the girl says so, that she should kiss him. Samantha was very surprised. William, blushing, said he wanted to make sure of the seriousness of her intentions, and carefully took the girl by the chin. Samantha's face immediately turned red. She clasped her hands nervously. And anxiety, and with a trembling voice, repeated the action Will spoke of. Suddenly, the handsome young prince took her hand, and with a smile on his face told her that. Of course, he did not intend to stop at the engagement. He said he would like to marry her and be with her his whole life, so she must understand if she is ready for it. Samantha's face took on a noticeable blush, and at the same time she became thoughtful. However, she understood what Will meant by this. This would be their first kiss. After all, this usually happens between lovers, but however embarrassing it was for her. Surprisingly, she didn't mind. Samantha pursed her plump lips, with concern, and swallowed the knot that had formed in her throat. Because she had already accepted the engagement, there was no time to back down. Her face turned increasingly pink, but in the end she proudly raised her head and said she will. The moment Samantha said this, the eyes of the young man, who had previously been so self-confident, opened in shock. William could not sketch a smile or anything, just something like her, and said that he did not expect this. And the next moment, Samantha, embarrassed and stammering, asked where she should start, reminding the young man that this would be their first kiss. William gently took her head with his right hand, while Samantha remained confused and didn't know what to do. A noticeable blush also appeared on the boy's cheeks, and he, sighing cheerfully, he apologized and said he was just trying to hold back. The girl looked at him inquisitively. Then His Highness, the second prince, said that he would close his eyes to make it easier for her. The hesitant girl asked him if he was telling the truth. But the next moment, William closed his eyes and Samantha's eyes opened in surprise. And her face blushed again. She couldn't stop admiring the boy's facial features. But then she composed herself and remembered that if she didn't hurry, he might think she didn't want to do this. The next moment, Samantha quickly leaned towards William's face, still confident that she could do it. But she still couldn't sort out her thoughts and cope with all the anxiety. And her head was simply boiling with emotions. But the next moment, the girl looked at William's face again, serene, but embarrassed. Her heart beat rapidly. Suddenly, she finally gathered all her thoughts and standing on her tiptoes. Approaching William's face, she gently and carefully touched his lips. But immediately after the young man approached her, the embarrassed girl instantly pulled away from the young man and covered her mouth with her hands, thinking that Will had kissed her and her heart was about to burst. When suddenly, His Highness the Prince opened his beautiful golden eyes and looked at Samantha. He approached her again, without taking his eyes off her excellent violet eyes. He missed this gentle touch. Samantha smiled cheerfully and wanted to say that she had kept her promise, but William did not let her finish. He gently but abruptly grabbed her head and eagerly and abruptly leaned towards her lips and opened her mouth. The next moment he kissed her softly, tenderly, and carefully. Both their hearts beat wildly, enjoying the moment. But not everything lasts forever, so the kiss ended and the young man carefully separated from his beloved's lips. Immediately after this, Samantha, quickly and embarrassed, pulled away from William, covering her face with her hands and asking him what he was doing. To which the boy, exhausted but happy, without suppressing his smile, replied that he could not resist. And he apologized. He hugged Samantha's head again and thanked the girl, and said he was very happy that she was crazy about him. The girl, still embarrassed, did not allow the prince to get too close, pushing him slightly away from her chest. William, whose cheeks were all pink happily, with a smile on his face and bright eyes, offered to continue appreciating their relationship starting from this day. The girl, seeing William's handsome features and the sweet expression on his face, suddenly turned away abruptly and embarrassedly, and Will asked surprised what was wrong. Samantha, all excited and trembling, apologized and explained that she just couldn't stop her heart from beating so fast. While Will cheerfully asked if it was really because of him, Samantha immediately covered her eyes with her hands out of shame, mentally asking him to finally let her calm down. But William kept smiling, and our dear heroine was still glad that Will was happy. She thought it would be great if she could become his support for at least a short time. And she was even happy to be close, because she felt happy with him. She again clutched her burning cheeks and pursed her lips, thinking that it seemed for some time she would not be able to look him in the eyes. William sweetly observed his beloved girl's reaction and never tired of the fact that they had finally become closer. As the day came to an end, Will had long since returned from the Eldred house. And that night, he found himself in the dungeon, where Richard noticed that today his friend was in a very good mood. William did not deny it, but smiling and using his dark magic again on the prisoner. He said that it was so. His friend suggested that something good happened between him and his beloved. If he doesn't tell everything, Richard blackmailed him. He promised to tell Mrs. Samantha how bad he was, to which Will said that in that case he would kill him. But still, William decided to tell something of what happened between them, and said that she accepted the engagement. Yawning tiredly, Richard was practically not surprised, but asked, "It seems there was some intimidation." William, as usual, did not answer this question, to which his friend, crossing his arms, said it was quite expected. However, our second prince did not think that his answer could be considered sincere after all. He just took advantage of Samantha's kindness. When Richard asked why his dark friend decided to take extreme measures, although he values her so much, William said that he was afraid that Samantha would hate him and leave, and that would not suit him. That day was the first time she looked at him like that, so once again he felt strange. He couldn't understand it. It was as if he were a stranger to her and scared her. Our hero could not soothe his fear. The thought that she would hate him scared him more than death. And if he couldn't be there, then he didn't need that life. It was necessary to grab Samantha before she was completely disappointed in him. So much so that he evoked her sympathy, such a kind soul to keep her, even if she didn't think about stopping him. Well, Richard began to speak with a smile, and said that William has always been crazy, but that even he has an innocent side for Samantha. After all, it would be bad if she found out what he was doing now. William remained silent at this friend's statement. Richard exhaled tiredly, yawned and said, whatever the case, he offered to quickly extract information from this criminal. Will agreed. Little is known about restriction magic, but it is not omnipotent. The moment of truth comes just before death, which he noticed while torturing one of the assassins from the past. Which is why he has to torture one person slowly and wait for the right moment, which lasts only a moment. William narrowed his eyes and assessed the situation with his bright golden eyes. and he realized that the moment was approaching, as he immediately asked the dying man who ordered Samantha's assassination. Poor, a man who had suffered all this day, saliva was running from his mouth and his eyes were rolling up. And he spoke of a girl from a neighboring state, black hair, gray eyes. William realized that the criminal was talking about Mrs. Cornelia's maid. And he called her Demon Bill. The man, with his last breath, begged for mercy, but William killed him in cold blood. Then Richard asked if an admission of guilt would be enough, to which His Highness replied that such a person's statement is not enough proof, and it is impossible to punish the Duchess. But it was enough for him to get proof, he said, distressed, because he would kill at any cost anyone who invaded his Samantha. A week had passed since the announcement of her engagement to William. She had decided to tell her father when the talks about an engagement with Mrs. Cornelia ceased. So she did nothing, but still something changed. Here, smiling, Will said he thought a lot about Samantha, every day from morning till night. And immediately after he took her chin and kissed her ear. Samantha looked at the young man surprised as soon as he moved away from her, and her cheeks blushed. Our dear heroine noticed that his behavior had definitely changed. She no longer saw the boy in him, now she felt attracted to him. Suddenly, William again hugged the girl by the nape of her neck and holding her shoulder with the other hand. He reached her lips. Samantha's ears also turned red. It didn't occur to the girl anything better than to start pushing the crown prince with her hands on his chest. And stammer, telling him to wait, the young man smiled. But as soon as they moved him away, he made a very cute face and frowning. And pouting, asked why she didn't want this. Samantha said that's not the point. They are simply not even engaged yet, and that is not good. She, embarrassed, said she believed the order of actions was also important. She thought, frankly, that it was just excuses out of shame. Besides, she is embarrassed because she really doesn't care. After all, this was the first time for her. William looked away sadly and said he understood her. Samantha sighed in relief, put her thoughts in order, and thanked God. How could the insatiable and greedy young man look at the embarrassed girl with pity again? And surprised and ask her only once. He looked like a whining puppy and asked if she agreed. The young man said he promised to be a good boy. Samantha squirmed with embarrassment. She got goosebumps and her face flushed, and she agreed. If it was just for this time, she was completely powerless against Will. His Highness, the second prince, smiling again, approached the embarrassed girl. And with pursed lips, he placed his hand on her cheek and pressed her chin with his thumb, opening his mouth. And pressing his soft lips against her plump lips, kissing her tenderly. Both their hearts beat very fast. The young man carefully pulled away, and their gazes met. And again, closing his eyes, he gently kissed the girl. Samantha started squeezing the fabric on her chest and didn't close her eyes. And so, finally, the young man pulled away again. He took the girl by the shoulders, who looked at him with displeasure from under her forehead, and stammered, pouting. She remembered that he had only spoken once, but Will, who was pushed into the chest, said that they were still a work in progress. And so, having said this, he eagerly grabbed his beloved's lips again. Pulling away, the girl, embarrassed and indignant, started shouting that William was a liar, because this happened more than once. To which the happy young man cheerfully said he didn't think so. Our cute one's head started to boil. And she pouted her lips. However, our second prince really liked to infuriate the girl with his antics, embarrass her, and then observe her cute reaction. And the next moment, he opened his arms to the sides and hugged Samantha tightly. And the girl immediately calmed down and said she was very happy. The previously surprised girl hugged the prince back, and a sweet smile was drawn on her face in any case. She couldn't help but be happy for him, and the next moment said she wanted them to announce their engagement as soon as possible. And that then they could do much more. Samantha was about to answer something, but the next moment she turned around and thought about his words. In many things, she probably thought about the wrong things and became even more embarrassed. After tender meetings in Samantha's bedroom, the couple went out to the courtyard. And then the girl told William that she didn't just want to walk around the house's territory. The criminal had not been caught yet, so she was forced to stay at home. She, of course, was afraid, but she already wanted to. All this time she was holding the prince's hand. When suddenly, the second heiress muttered with irritation that the murder was not enough to calm her down. It was necessary to find out if she was definitely involved in this. Moreover, the lady started talking, but noticing that the young man didn't accidentally call her by her name. William smiled sweetly and, groaning and apologizing, asked her what she was talking about. Samantha looked sadly down and, placing her hand on her stomach, said that she had gained up to 5 kilograms. The girl was very sad about this, although it is not particularly visible in this dress, but still gains weight easily. The girl complained sadly that she wanted to run and ride a horse. The young man was surprised, and the next moment tilted his head to the side and said, a little embarrassed, that it was unnecessary. Because anyone would like it. He hugged her by the waist and, looking directly into her eyes, said that Samantha, whom he had met, was the most beautiful in the world. Memories of how William and Louis said these words in childhood flashed before the girl's eyes, and she thought that she should have informed the first prince about her decision. And the young man continued, said that no matter what figure she had, even without arms or legs, he would always like her. Samantha was not delighted with those words, to put it mildly. But although a little abruptly, the girl realized that he meant that he liked what was inside her. William also said that he hated the idea that she might become even more beautiful, because then there would be many men around her. The embarrassed girl said, well, why worry? And Samantha thought that he was very similar to Will. When Ull asked her what she thought about a short trip, there are excellent places outside the capital. He was sure that the Duke would allow it if she was accompanied by enough guards. William said cheerfully. Samantha, with hope in her eyes, said that it would be wonderful, because if you remember, they didn't go anywhere. Ull, with rosy cheeks, smiling cheerfully, said he would persuade the Duke, and asked her what this would say. But the girl didn't believe her father would allow it. But here she was, dressed in a beautiful dress and hair tied up in a bun, smiling cheerfully because everything turned out well. Duke Eldred, when the couple approached him, said that Samantha really could use some rest, and he asked the second prince to take care of her. The young man nobly brought his hand to his heart, and blushing sweetly and smiling, he said that he would try never to leave the girl's side. He couldn't even think that he would agree so easily. But whatever the case, Samantha walked forward smiling sweetly. Her cheeks were pink, and she thought her father trusted Will. Their trip was supposed to be in a week. She couldn't wait any longer. And besides, Will and Adelaide called. The girl kept walking smiling, humming to herself. And besides, William said he wouldn't tell anyone else but them where they were going, which made the girl wonder what kind of place it was when she suddenly saw her sister nearby. She quickly walked up to Adelaide and congratulated her on her return. The younger one said she was already home. And then our heroine remembered that today she was invited to the castle by the power of the goddess, when suddenly a silhouette appeared behind the girl. And it turned out to be the first crown prince of the kingdom, Louis, who, smiling sweetly, wished Samantha a good day. The girl's eyes widened, and her eyebrows rose to her forehead in surprise. She felt a little awkward, but still greeted the prince. Louis looked at the girl with loving eyes and smiled sweetly at her. Adelaide whispered that His Majesty, the King and Queen, wanted to speak in private. So he invited her, because in the castle they were under the gaze of others. Both sisters were annoyed and worried about this fact and looked down. The heroine thought that this meant that His Majesty, the King and Queen, wanted to get married. Samantha gathered her will into a fist and decided that it was time to tell him everything and, turning to Louis, she asked if they could talk in private, to which the prince happily agreed. And so they moved to a bright, golden room and sat in silence for a long time. Louis calmly drank the tea offered by the girl, enjoying it. At that moment, our heroine was still sorting out her thoughts, when suddenly, the prince was the first to break the silence and said that they had not seen each other since the day of the home tournament. And he asked how she felt, thinking it was not easy for her. The girl replied that everything was fine and thanked him for his concern. But the next moment, crossing her legs and forming a lock with her fingers over her knee, he asked Samantha what she wanted to talk about with him. The girl felt awkward somehow. It was unusual to talk about this. And she started with something simple. Samantha thanked Louis for honoring her with his attention. The prince tensed. She said that he was always kind to her, and she was grateful for that. He was simply a wonderful person. As a person and as a friend, she really liked Louis. But despite this, Samantha continued lowering her head. She could not reciprocate his feelings. And she sincerely felt it. But the first prince was not surprised, and immediately asked the girl to please raise her head. Because he already knew. And smiling at our heroine, he tilted his head to the side and asked if she could find out the reason. However, our silly girl did not want to lie to someone who was always honest with her. She thought everything would be fine if she told him. Still, he is kind, unlike His Majesty the King and Queen. And raising her head, she said with a little sadness in her soul that she wanted to be close to Will. Because they promised to always be together. Once again, an oppressive silence filled the room, but after a while, Louis smiled irritably, crossed his arms over his chest, and asked her if she thought she would be happy with him. Our heroine instantly became frightened, and her eyes widened. She had never seen His Highness in such a state. But the next moment, he relaxed his face and said that, of course, he liked how kind she was. But this already looked like self-sacrifice, and she said that she was simply confusing the concepts of love and affection. Samantha was very indignant that he had said something like that. The young man lowered his head without taking the smile off his face, and asked her if that meant William was the only man for her. If she didn't say, she dreamed of marrying for love. But Samantha looked at the prince's condition with pity, raising the corners of her eyebrows. A drop of sweat trickling down her face, she didn't know how to react because she liked Will. And while the girl was thinking and looking at her interlocutor, he started covering his mouth with his hand in uncontrollable laughter. He looked at the girl with pity and told her to understand that she wouldn't be happy with him. But she wondered what he had said since she agreed. The young man sincerely regretted that his beloved did not understand this at all. His face expressed concern, sadness, and pity, and said that he was simply taking advantage of her kindness. But even these words did not open Samantha's eyes to the truth. They only scared her, and she asked what he meant. To which Louis, answering more calmly, asked her to understand that he was no longer the child she had picked up. Samantha's eyes widened in surprise on one side. She was aware of this, but could not accept it. But William is an inhuman, cruel, and dangerous guy, the prince said seriously. It was better for her and her family to stay away from him. Suddenly, our heroine felt terribly creepy from these words and, scared, she frowned and thought that Louis knew about Will. His Highness, looking towards the door, asked her if she didn't remember what he was like on the day of the tournament. A cold-blooded and manipulative killer, but Samantha did not want to admit all this. And she argued that he only did it to save her. The next moment, she lowered her head worriedly. She thought that Will had become like that against his own will, but she couldn't blame Louis's parents without solid proof. The girl pursed her lips and realized that, of course, he didn't know this. When suddenly Louis asked her what she would do if Will raised his hand against her family. The girl raised her head in panic and, opening her eyes in horror, asked what he was talking about. A chill ran down her spine. The prince raised his head to look down at the girl and, squinting his eyes, he asked her if she was sure that wouldn't happen. But Samantha kept thinking positively, even despite her fear, of course. Will from the novel tried to kill Adelaide, but her will is different from the prince in the novel. She again lowered her head thoughtfully and looked worriedly at the floor. Could she trust him? No, it wasn't like that. He didn't promise that he wouldn't allow this to happen. That's why she decided to be there. Will was much more important to her than her own happiness. Therefore, she, proudly lifting her chin and placing her hand on her heart, firmly said she would stay with him, no matter what. Will was dear to her. The prince was disappointed with this answer and reported it by saying that, unfortunately, William had deceived her. He relaxed his shoulders, and although his eyes betrayed his sadness, he smiled and said that even if that were the case, everything was fine, he would turn a blind eye to it. Samantha noticed that he wasn't listening to her at all, which made her feel incredibly offended. And she pursed her lips with concern. As a friend, the next moment, Louis stood up from his seat and approached Samantha. He knelt in front of her and took the girl's hand. In such a frank position, he again declared that he liked her. The girl only felt sorry for him. She looked at him with pity. The young man nobly said, without taking his eyes off her hand, that he was always thinking of her, and asked her to understand that he cared about her well-being. But Samantha already saw that Louis was genuinely worried about her, but she could not respond in the same way. The girl was afraid that no matter how many times she said everything would be fine, she wouldn't convince him when suddenly someone knocked on the door. And Samantha pulled her hand away. She quickly got up from her seat and pressed her hands to her chest. She apologized and said she would leave for a while. The girl had just approached the door and was practically grasping the handle to open it when suddenly Louis reached her from behind and, hugging the girl by the shoulders with one hand and closing the door with the other, he sternly but carefully asked her to wait. Samantha, who was very frightened and surprised by such a gesture from the first prince, turned sharply towards him with questions. The young man's hand moved to her forearm, pressing the girl against his waist. But Louis had no intention of letting the girl go so easily and leaned against her slightly, hugging her tightly with one hand. The girl suddenly gasped in fear and surprise. Terrified, she asked not with embarrassment, but rather with disgust, to let her go. When suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind the door asking if she was here. Samantha's eyes widened in horror. She was almost paralyzed with fear. Frankly, she didn't understand what Will was doing here. William knocked on the door again and kept calling the girl. Samantha was horrified to realize that right outside the door was her beloved. And next to her was the one she sincerely hated, and she couldn't even imagine what would happen if they saw them together. Then Louis leaned towards the girl's ear, who was very worried about her situation, and in a low but serious voice asked to scare him away. But the girl reasoned in desperation that if she resisted, the noise would alert Will. And she realized she had no idea what to do. As Samantha apologized, saying she simply fell asleep, that she would turn around and come, so she asked to wait a bit. Louis, who was still hugging the girl, instantly put a cunning smile and satisfied on his face. William said everything was fine, that he would wait, and said that if anything happened, to call immediately. Samantha thanked him. After that, the girl heard footsteps moving away from the door, and Louis hugged her tighter. But still, he released his hand from the girl's waist. Pulling her aside, Samantha turned sharply and indignantly towards him. Frowning with some threat and anger in her voice, she politely asked him not to do that again. The first prince raised his chin higher and narrowed his eyes, looking at her, and said that someday the day would come when she would have to break up with him. The first prince asked if it seemed strange to her, like the recent accident, and asked how such a capable magician could get so hurt. His Highness said with all seriousness that if he had died then, he wouldn't be here now. Samantha asked excitedly, because she believed he knew that Will had committed murders. At the same moment, Louis's eyes widened in horror at the words he heard. The girl, looking away, said she found out about this recently, but that it would be impossible to turn a blind eye. The prince asked if there was a conversation about Miss Adelaide awakening the power of a goddess in the future. Samantha frowned again, confused by what he was talking about, but Louis interpreted the girl's silence in his own way. And looking away, he said that, in his opinion, in the royal family's library that William frequently visited, there was a book that said that a strong desire to save something can awaken the power of the goddess. Then the crown prince said that he thought he had arranged the accident to awaken the power in Adelaide and make her a potential bride. Samantha was surprised. She couldn't believe these speculations because Will himself had suffered a lot, and she thought that Louis was simply making things up. Receiving no answer, he headed for the door and told her that he had to leave and asked her to please think about his words. He narrowed his eyes again mischievously and smiled slyly, saying there was no need to see him off, that he would come back here soon. After waiting until the young man left, she fell to her knees exhausted. Everything only got worse. Louis didn't even try to understand her, but still, she had to approach Will. He held her cheeks and told her that she had to endure. And so, having regained her senses cheerfully and with a smile on her face, she opened the room door and apologized for taking so long. In the room, he and her sister were sitting opposite each other. Then William asked worriedly if everything was all right. It seemed like she had turned pale. Samantha approached and sweetly said everything was fine and apologized for the recent incident. Will said he had something to do nearby, so he decided to drop by. After hearing the boy, the girl sat calmly next to Adelaide, who immediately called her sister. She approached the girl's ear and, covering her mouth with her hand, whispered that she thought Will shouldn't know about her meeting with Louis. So she asked the servants not to tell him anything and to try to make sure they didn't find out. It didn't happen by accident. Tears of joy formed in the corners of Samantha's eyes, and she thanked the sister. Of course. The fact that she had to hide it made her feel regret, but nothing could be done. William noticed that his beloved was not sitting with him, but was quietly discussing something with her sister. And this alarmed him. So the young man asked the girl why she was sitting there. Samantha was surprised because she hadn't even noticed. So she got up and immediately moved to sit closer to him. She usually sat next to Will, but now it felt awkward. But she didn't confuse the boy anymore and quickly turned her head towards him. She apologized and said this had no hidden meaning. William was happy that this was the case, and therefore put his arm around the girl's waist and pulled her closer to him. When Adelaide excitedly said she was already looking forward to their trip. Our heroine, cheerful and radiant, said she agreed with her. Only this was her first trip as a couple. The sister said hesitantly and asked if she could definitely go with them. Samantha was a little surprised by what her sister said. What couple was she talking about? Adelaide asked confusedly if that wasn't true. They were simply told that the engagement agreement was based on their mutual love. So she thought yes. Samantha's face turned very red. She was indignant about what Will had told her. William turned his head and asked his lover if they weren't a couple. Samantha's face burned, and she said in an uncertain voice that it was so unexpected. William, frowning and pouting, asked what that meant and if it was normal for her to kiss a man without having a relationship with him. Samantha abruptly shook herself and abruptly covered her mouth with both hands and, embarrassed, told him not to talk about such things in front of Adelaide. The girl, hearing all this, quickly covered her eyes with both hands out of shame and said that everything was fine. She didn't hear anything. While still silencing the boy, she thought that even in such a situation, Adelaide was trying to smooth things over. When suddenly William, not wanting to endure the impossibility of speaking, bit Samantha on the little finger. The girl abruptly pulled her hand away from the second prince's face, surprised. When suddenly he moved close to Samantha's face and insistently asked her if they were a couple. Or not, the girl still didn't know what to answer. Her head was spinning. She thought everything was very complicated, but if they announced their engagement, consider them almost together. And in the end, with an embarrassed exhalation, she confirmed that they were a couple. William was happy. He moved a little closer to the girl again and asked if that meant they could kiss now. Samantha didn't know what to answer. The next moment, he hugged his lover tightly and told her he couldn't wait for their trip, because there they could be together all the time. He cheerfully handed her the second letter. The girl thought that maybe she had misunderstood everything again. She returned the loving hug to her lover, thinking that Will was behaving as usual, and that Louis was simply making things up. Thus the evening of this day arrived. In the royal castle, Cornelia, covered in blood and holding a dagger in her hands. She sighed boredly. When someone knocked on the door, it was Louis, and she turned to her fiancé and told him she had had a conversation. Cornelia happily said she would come now, right now. She would finish her business. And she would come with her brother. She got up from the sofa and, taking off her bloody glove, threw it at the corpse and told the maid to clean up here. The maid, standing near the window, humbly said she would fulfill her order. Cornelia went out into the castle hallway in a bloody dress and, resting her head on her hand, She said she was very bored and that Lord William didn't care at all. The only thing that had amused her lately was the search for Samantha. Well, she said because of this, the engagement with her fiancé was postponed and she still needed a close person. Cornelia looked with a crazed gaze at the moon, whose bright light illuminated her madness. Beauty and horror that made her whole body bleed. She said there was no point in killing alone. Then came the day they left for a trip, and Richard happily said it was the perfect day for a trip. Adelaide rolled her eyes. Samantha hesitantly agreed with the boy, saying she was with great anticipation. When William, sitting next to her, asked if she had a dry throat and handed her a flask. Then the day of their trip with Will arrived. It turned out that Mr. Richard was also going with them, and they would be at his estate. It is located relatively close to the capital. So the trip would last several days. The girl thought that this was why Will decided to invite Adelaide. It seemed to her that Mr. Richard liked her. The next moment, the platinum-haired young man asked his pink-haired friend, embarrassed, that the news that she was going with them was probably unpleasant for her. But immediately Adelaide calmly replied that it wasn't so, but that it would be better if they told her right away. And so Richard was no longer sad, but cheerfully and slightly blushing, said that then he should openly invite them. The girl turned to the young man and told him that she had completely forgotten to thank him. Because he was the one who took her home when she fainted, and embarrassed, she asked him to allow her to thank him somehow. Although Richard was delighted with this offer, he still smiled and said that for him it was the least he could do, and that she shouldn't bother. He closed his eyes and, smiling, suggested that it would be better if when they arrived at the designated place, she would go for a walk with him. After a while, the blue-eyed young man, looking out the window, said through Adelaide that the Marquis's estate was already visible. Samantha looked out the window and admired the views with excitement. Her eyes sparkled, and without stopping admiring, she even put her hand on the glass. While Will admired his beloved. And that's why he said he was glad to see her smile and asked her if she liked his gaze. The cheerful and sparkling girl said yes. Both in her previous life and in this one she had never traveled, so this opportunity made her very happy. They got out of the carriage, and Richard told her to make herself at home and allowed her to use all the rooms. Samantha approached the owner of the estate and told him that she thought they should greet his parents. In response to this, Richard, smiling cheerfully, said that the girls don't have to worry about that, because he doesn't have them. The eyes of our sweet heroine suddenly widened and rounded. She felt awkward. But Richard, without a drop of sadness, continued speaking colorfully about the fact that this is why they can make noise all night long. Both sisters looked at each other and realized that they were thinking and feeling the same thing. And then the company moved into the estate, and Richard kindly asked his guests to wait a little while as he needed to make some preparations. William noticed his beloved state and asked if it was because of Richard's words. The girl nodded sadly. Mr. Richard was always so cheerful that he never showed any sign of worry. So William asked his friend's housemaids to leave them alone until Richard arrived. After the maids obediently left, our prince took a sip of the offered tea. And finally, having ordered his thoughts, he told his sisters that their parents had been murdered by the king. The girls were shocked by this information, and there was a long pause in the room. After a moment of silence, William continued by saying that they had thought it was an accident. But when Richard found out that this was the king's doing, he was threatened and forced to remain silent. Samantha said this was His Majesty's crime, but Will said he didn't want to create reasons for her concern. So he couldn't say anything more. The girl gasped in horror, thinking that what he said could not be considered implausible. Because they tried to kill Will himself. William said that, of course, he didn't want to spoil her mood now. But he also said this so that they would be careful of the royal family. Samantha smiling calmly and quietly replied that they understood that. Will also asked the sisters not to tell anyone what he told them. The girl looked at her sister annoyed. She thought that they would put Mr. Richard in an awkward position if they sat around with long faces. She had to control herself. When the Marquis cheerfully entered the room, he happily thanked them for waiting. He said that the preparations were finished, so he offered to take them for a tour of the mansion. A group of friends cheerfully rushed to the young man and smiling asked him to leave. And finally, this day ended. The girls gathered in Samanaw's bedroom and discussed that today was fun. They really liked everything. Suddenly, Adelaide's face changed in an instant, and she silently started looking at the floor. Samantha noticed this and asked her sister if she was thinking about Mr. Richard. Her sister said yes, she imagines he has to be alone all the time, he gets very sad. Our heroine thought that, of course, she supposed that he inherited the title for a reason at such a young age. But still the very reason for inheriting the title bothered her. She thought it was very difficult for him. Samantha immediately said cheerfully that Mr. Richard was an incredible person, and that he never gave them any reason to worry. Adelaide smiled softly. Realizing this warmed her soul, and she said that her sister was right. Our heroine suggested that they carry on without making him feel uncomfortable, that tomorrow they should have a lot of fun. Adelaide agreed. She could no longer wait for a tour of the city. When the sisters' conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door, and a voice followed it, asking if Samantha was still asleep, the girl realized it was Will. And she said she was awake and offered to come in. The room door opened, and William, smiling, entered the room. And once he noticed Adelaide was here, he apologized and asked if he had disturbed them. When our heroine's younger sister suddenly got up from her seat and said no and was already preparing to go to bed, quickly ran out of the room and sweetly wished them good night. Samantha, embarrassed, tried to stop her sister by stretching her hand forward. She couldn't even think that they would be alone for the night. And Will calmly watched the girl leave. Immediately after he approached and sat next to Samantha on the bed and asked if the girl wanted to sleep by herself. Worried, she said everything was fine, but thoughts wouldn't leave her head. The young man leaned his elbows on the girl. He rested his head against hers and said it was fine. She couldn't even imagine how happy he was to spend the whole day with her. Samantha's gaze opened, her eyes sparkled, and with a sweet smile on her face, she said that she too. They talked a little more, when suddenly the girl drew attention to the window and said that tomorrow they would have to get up early and suggested they go to bed. But William was not happy with this. He didn't want to leave yet and said so with a complaining look. Samantha simply laughed at this behavior and compared him to a child at times. He reminded her of her childhood self. As in this case, the persistent prince invited the girl to sleep together, Samantha was speechless. As the next moment, her face turned very red upon realizing what he had said. And completely surprised and embarrassed, she said they couldn't sleep together. William again looked with pity and asked why, because they had slept together before. The girl felt so embarrassed that in a trembling voice, she asked if he was still asking about this. Our heroine's head was boiling, because circumstances were different now. Will, calmed down once more, said that when they returned to the capital, they wouldn't be able to spend more time together this way. And holding the girl by the shoulders, he reminded her that he constantly felt lonely in the castle. The next moment, the girl felt ashamed imagining little Will sitting alone in his room. Therefore, the girl abruptly changed her mind and patting the child on the head. She said she wouldn't mind sleeping together. The next moment, the young man hugged his beloved tightly and thanking Samantha. He said he adored her. He smiled slyly and whispered in Samantha's ear that she was very kind. William said he would turn off the light. The girl thanked him and immediately after crawled under the blanket and, embarrassed, moved away from the prince. But our baby was not shy either, and covering himself with a blanket, he hugged the girl from behind and wished Samantha sweet dreams. The girl was worried that he would lie down in this position. She even suggested he sleep like that every day, which embarrassed her even more. Her face turned red, and the heroine thought that the whole week had crossed all the limits. Having waited until Samantha fell asleep, he quietly left the room when suddenly he saw his friend. The young man looked inquiringly at his companion with a raised eyebrow and said the word "look," as if he wanted to hear. After which he asked what they were doing at a party. William exhaled irritably, frowned and said he wouldn't even answer this. Richard asked him if he would return to the castle. Will confirmed. The blue-eyed friend asked if the prince knew that teleportation magic consumes a large amount of mana. But William said that was not a problem and promised to return in the morning. The young man who was being watched smiled sweetly, waved goodbye, and told the prince to take care. William entered the room where the crystal ball was and, directing his magic towards it, he named the departure point the Royal Castle. He was transported to the Royal Castle, and by the sensations, His Highness realized that he had expended a lot of strength, assuming it was due to the distance. Teleportation grimoires are very valuable, so they are hard to find, and few people use them due to the enormous amount of mana they consume. As he is now the second prince, he has more concerns, mainly routine work that he doesn't really want to do. He also has to participate in expeditions to kill monsters, although this is not a prince's job. But his status can be useful. And when there is no interest, freedom comes easily. He looked at his watch and realized that today he could even take an hour-long nap. William looked with a smile at the teddy bear sitting on his desk. He stroked the bear and said that if it is for a future with Samantha, he is willing to do anything. In the morning, the company gathered for breakfast at the table. Richard asked with a smile how everyone slept. Samantha said she was fine and thanked him for his concern, while the young man continued by saying that it seemed she and William had a closer relationship than he thought. Even sleeping together, Adelaide shuddered with embarrassment and blushed completely. Samantha was no less blushing and loudly began to refute Richard's conjectures, saying that they simply slept in the same bed. Moreover, when she woke up, Will was already gone, she said discontentedly, but the prince said with a smile that he simply decided to take a short walk. When his friends suggested they go to a nearby neighborhood, the girls agreed. Upon arriving at the place, Samantha's eyes focused on the architecture, and she said the streets were very beautiful. Richard was happy to hear this, and suggested that they split up and take care of their own business. The next moment he hugged Miss Adelaide, pulled her towards him and smiling. He told her that he would like to have a date with her. Surprised and dissatisfied, the girl turned to the boy and asked for a minute, when suddenly the blue-eyed young man leaned over the little one's ear and asked her in a whisper if she thought they should help this couple. Adelaide nodded her head and said that it was still true. The sister told Samantha that she would go look around with Mr. Richard and told them to enjoy time together. She said okay, our heroine. Still, she was happy to see that Adelaide and Mr. Richard found common interests, and they smiled sweetly at her. Our main characters arrived at the shop, and Samantha, looking at the earrings, found some very beautiful ones and told Will that she thought they would suit him, and the young man offered to buy them. Samantha agreed, but asked him to allow her to pay, saying it would be a gift. The young man returned his lady's smile and, blushing a little, thanked the girl and told her he would cherish them for his whole life. After the purchase, William tried on the earrings, and Samantha happily reported that, just as she thought, they looked great. After spending time together, the couples finally reunited in a large company. And as they walked, each discussed something of their own. Samantha asked Adelaide how she spent time with Richard, her sister, embarrassed. She said she found out that the gentleman was very popular among his people. Suddenly, distracting the girls from the dialogue, William, extending his hand forward, asked Samantha if they would hold hands. Samantha gasped with joy and, surprised by the attention, still accepted her lover's hand. Together they began to walk hand in hand, smiling sweetly at each other. They were sincerely happy. The loving couple moved ahead, leaving behind a budding new couple in the person of Adele and Rich. That same evening, His Highness the Prince moved away again from teleportation, and he thought Samantha might suspect something, so he needed to return early today. As if in a circle, walking decisively forward and without slowing down, he reached the corridor, from whose corner a familiar silhouette emerged. This man turned out to be the first prince hated by William, who asked him if he hadn't left with Samantha. To which our cruel prince replied, smiling slyly, that it did not concern him. Louis walked past William and seriously told him not to think that he could always take advantage of his kindness. Our prince remained silent. when suddenly Louis, mockingly, but wanting to demonstrate his insight, said that she was simply confused in her feelings, and that there was no place to trust their relationship. The prince's eyes widened. He mocked his brother and asked him if he knew that he had met with her. The young man froze. She sent him to stay with him, said the first prince with a smile. William, with disbelief, horror, anger, and irritation, and in fact the whole spectrum of emotions, exhaled loudly and questioningly, looking at him with a frown. William recalled the recent events and realized that Samantha had lied to him at that time, and frowned, surprised. He asked the first prince if he had been with Samantha that day. Louis annoyedly said yes. He raised his chin and, narrowing his eyes, said mockingly that behind the door he was hugging her tightly and calling her cute when she was embarrassed. The flow of composure, after hearing the words, broke in an instant, and William derailed, and his eyes became extremely crazed. With all the fury of a beast in his eyes, he raised his head and terribly, with an oppressive aura. He said he would kill him. Our hero extended his hand forward and began to form a clot of some kind of energy from his dark purple magic. Louis stood up, forming a half circle, and, extending his hand forward with a smile on his face, he used a reciprocal golden magical protective circle. The first prince broke the second prince's dark magic with his light magic, and confidently said to try if he could. William continued to use his powers furiously, looking wildly at the young man, and baring his teeth. Suddenly, the next moment, our hero remembered his beloved lady, how she smiled cheerfully, and asked him not to do anything stupid. His lips trembled, and he said again that he wanted to kill him. But the next moment, he lowered his and stopped supplying magic to his hand. This would only benefit him. Louis also stopped using the magic circle. He opened his eyes wide, exhaled surprised, and said this was unexpected. But our rabid dog did not stop looking at the man in front of him and said that sooner or later he would definitely kill him. At this statement, Louis smiled satisfied, lowered his chin, and continued looking at his brother from under his forehead. The next moment, maids rushed towards the princes. They heard the noise and worriedly asked what happened, and William hurried away. It was still night outside, but suddenly our heroine's eyes slightly opened reluctantly, due to a strange feeling. Looking slightly to the side, she saw Will in front of her. There was still silence for a while, when suddenly a warm tear fell on Samantha's cheek. Her eyes widened. Now she clearly saw her lover's face, who was crying very bitterly, and asked her why in a trembling voice. And whining. Our heroine abruptly got up and raised her hand towards the young man's face and asked him what happened. Bitter tears streamed from his eyes, and he said very pitifully that Samantha was too cruel. He looked very pitiful. His appearance truly evoked pity and tears, and crying bitterly he asked why she lied to him. Samantha asked in surprise what he meant, but such a statement gave her chills. It was the first time she had seen Will like this. William asked her if she was with him that day, but our heroine sincerely did not understand what he was talking about. He closed his eyes, and a fresh, hot tear sprang from them. His face had been red for a long time. He said that she kicked him out to be with him. A chill ran down Samantha's spine. She lowered her eyes and thought that he was really talking about that day. But one thing was unclear. Who told him that everything was fine at night? Tears were falling from his chin. He asked sadly why she did this to him. Our heroine stammered and apologized. He did not let the girl go and asked if she really wanted to be alone with him. Samantha shook her head. William looked into her eyes with bright, tear-filled golden eyes and asked if the words that they would always be together were a lie. Our heroine shouted loudly so he could hear her and said that it was not true, that everything was wrong. Suddenly, Will grabbed the girl by the wrists, pressed her against the bed, and asked her why she did this. Tears also began to form in the girl's eyes. She understood that she needed to apologize to him for this. Looking at the man looming over her, she apologized and told him she didn't want them to fight. William said sadly that she still chose him. If he were dear to her, she wouldn't have done this. He asked to hear her and that he was hugging her. Will also asked for real. The girl's eyes widened. Samantha fell silent. She thought she wouldn't even tell Adelaide this. Only Louis knew. He really told him this. The girl turned her head to the side. Will's expression was terribly surprised. He didn't want to believe it and sadly lowered his head. Samantha was not particularly happy either and called the boy. But the young man didn't even want to listen to her. He didn't want to believe it. He kept saying out loud, "No, no, no." He looked at the girl with an angry and pitiful look and said that he was going to marry her. He asked her why she had betrayed him and asked her to answer. If she hadn't decided then to talk to Louis, the girl thought to herself. But on the other hand, what else could she do? Devastated, William asked if perhaps she also kissed him. Samantha answered loudly, nothing of that, she only went with him. The second prince's expression changed again. A smile appeared on his face, and he said he didn't know. He grabbed his head with one hand and, almost shuddering with rage, said he hated him. That it was very difficult for him, as if he was going crazy. Samantha brought her hand to her chest and clenched her fist. She thought about what she should do. What was the best way to act? William approached Samantha's face and looked at the girl with pity and told her to kiss him. Tiredness, pity, and a seal could be read in his eyes, and he asked to be comforted. Samantha looked at her lover, confused and horrified, and didn't understand if that was appropriate now. But Will moved away slightly. Who knows what will happen next? And she placed her hand on the young man's cheek. And the next moment, she joined her lips in a soft and calm kiss. Will's eyes opened. He didn't expect his lover to do it so easily. But the next moment, he resumed the kiss. Her cheeks blushed, she calmed down and closed her eyes. After the kiss, the couple hugged. William still sadly asked her if she liked it. The girl said yes. He asked to talk about it. And Samantha said she really liked it. She no longer understood what was right and what was wrong, but she wanted him to be happy. She looked at his sad eyes and wondered why she valued him so much. After that, the girl hugged the boy tightly again, and he asked her not to let other men touch her anymore. Samantha apologized. William said he liked Samantha too. He asked her not to leave him because he loved her. He laid the girl on the bed and kissed her. Adelaide and Richard sat opposite each other. The girl said dinner was approaching and her sister, and Will still hadn't left the room. That bothered her. As Richard said here, and to be honest, yesterday, closer to evening, he heard their voices from the next room. It seemed they were arguing about something. He didn't think they should worry. For a new couple, fights are normal. When suddenly the room door opened, William entered. Then Richard cheerfully said, "Remember the devil," but didn't continue. He turned his head back and said they were terrible sleepers. And asked where Samantha was. Will said she was in the room. However, the second prince did not stay with this couple and again, leaving the room. He said they would be together for a while and asked not to interfere. Richard exhaled with satisfaction and waved his friend goodbye with a smile. Adelaide looked at Will with embarrassment and concern. Blue Eyes said breakfast was already prepared and offered to eat. The girl agreed. He asked if everything was fine, to which Richard asked, "Fine here means cuddling in the intimacy of the room." As that young man raised his finger, blushing and smiling, he said they were alone again. But in that case, he simply had an idea for a date and asked her what she thought about it. Our dear Adelaide raised her eyebrows, her eyes sparkled, her cheeks blushed, and sighed peacefully. At that moment, Samantha looked bored, sitting on the sofa, lost in thought. She wondered why Louis decided to tell Will about that day, and how they could meet if he were in the castle now. Her heart truly broke for William's tears that night. She pressed her fist against her chest. She couldn't make that mistake again, even thinking about it scared her. Suddenly, the room door opened, and William entered. Approaching, he sat next to Samantha on the sofa and folded his hands in front of him. Suddenly, worried, he asked the girl if everything was all right. Samantha happily said of course. But William kept looking at his beloved with a sad look. Sadly, he asked if she was pushing him away now. The girl was very surprised and sharply replied that there was none of that. Samantha said she was very sorry. She promised to tell him everything from now on, and taking his hand told him she was more worried about his attitude. The young man's eyes instantly opened, and his eyebrows raised in surprise. He said that now he sees that she is dear. When he asked her why she loved him, Samantha couldn't help but be surprised. She thought that at first she only felt pity for him. She saw in him herself from a past life. Suffering due to illness and loneliness, she worried that he was gradually opening up to her. She was amazed by his feelings, and his jealousy seemed sweet. Will always treated her warmly. She thought this was because she herself wanted to be first for someone. And the one who loved her most was William. And then Samantha started saying it was because her face turned red, her eyes sparkled. And with a smile on her face, she said it was because he loved her more than anyone. William's eyes instantly shone and widened at the revelation of his beloved. He narrowed his eyes sweetly, his face turned red, and he raised his eyebrows up. And pitifully, but with a smile on his face, he said he would never give up to anyone. William took Samantha's hands and told her that before and now, and from now on, only she would please him, so he hoped for reciprocity. The girl agreed. But she feared it wasn't only Will who depended here, who immediately said he was very sorry for yesterday's situation. It was just that Louis's words hurt him a lot. Samantha realized that, after all, it was him. She pursed her lips. She would have to deal with Louis after the trip. She didn't want to hurt Will anymore. After the couple sat together for a while, they returned to the rest of the company. And Adelaide cheerfully threw herself onto her sister and hugged her, happy to see her. They had lunch together, and the rest of the day the friends spent time together, talking a lot, and admiring the starry sky at night. On the night of the last day of the trip, the boys gathered in the room. And Richard, leaning against the wall, sighed sadly, said that tomorrow he would have to return. And he regretted how quickly time passed. Just like William here, he took a sip of wine from a glass, and his friend said that during that time, he managed to get close to Miss Adelaide. Winking, he said that his Samantha was really very kind, and that if he were in his place, he would have hated him a long time ago. William, taking the glass from his lips, said that this was still not enough. He wanted to be a priority for her in any situation. The more pity he can give her, the fewer chances she will have to leave him. He said that maybe next week, he could even kill someone in front of her eyes. Richard said he was truly going crazy. After returning to the capital, she and Samantha will rarely see each other again, given the incident with Cornelia. It won't be easy for her to leave the mansion. William said threateningly, looking at the wine left in the glass, that first they had to deal with this girl. Then with the royal family, the king and queen, and after that, Will said seriously, he would kill him too. Richard looked inquiringly at his friend and asked if he could really deal with him that easily. William pressed his finger against his chin and remained thoughtfully silent, looking at his friend. A simple murder would not calm Samantha. Some way was needed where Cornelia would be known to be the criminal. Why did they even need to look for her? William thought, if it hadn't been for such a disaster, they would have definitely killed her. And Cornelia is the type of person who enjoys killing. Maybe the corpses in the castle are her doing. William exhaled irritably and, frowning and smiling, said he had an idea. Adelaide gave her sister a bracelet and happily said it suited her very well. Samantha looked at the gift surprised. She thanked her sister and told her she would take care of it. She brought her hand to her chest and said she felt a little embarrassed because she had nothing for her. Adelaide said there was nothing wrong with that it was strange to exchange gifts for traveling together. Samantha kept looking at the gift, saying it was beautiful and that it awakened envy of her good taste. Adelaide said there was no need to say that. They chose it together with Mr. Richard. When suddenly, the younger sister realized what she had just said and, embarrassed, covered her mouth with her hands. They returned home 2 days ago, the day she and William retired the day before. Adelaide and Richard went to the city. Then they bought her this bracelet as a gift. When Samantha said these earrings suited Adelaide very well, the girl felt embarrassed. She brought her hand to her chest and, with shyness and tenderness, began to say that Mr. Richard had given them to her. Our heroine couldn't even believe that Adelaide was wearing a gift from a man. This was the first time. Samantha smilingly said it seemed she had befriended Mr. Richard. The girl remained silent. Suddenly, our heroine noticed that her sister was not responding, but simply looking at the floor. The younger sister said that Mr. Richard said it was the first time someone liked him. Samantha was surprised. The blue-eyed baby said embarrassed that at first it was common, ordinary love, but with every meeting, she fell more and more in love with him. He said he was serious with her and that he was thinking of marrying. Samantha asked Adelaide loudly if she had understood her sister correctly. She thought she couldn't even think that things had already gone that far. Our dear heroine, blushing, thought she should give her some advice, but in matters of love she knows no more than her. She asked her sister if she believed in Mr. Richard. The girl replied that she was still not sure of her feelings. If Adelaide is worried, it means she feels something for him if she were indifferent to him. It wouldn't matter. Samantha said they still didn't know each other very well, but she believed Mr. Richard could be called an honest man. At first his persistence scared her, but if he were a frivolous person, they would have already heard rumors about him. In social circles, Mr. Richard had never been called a fickle person, so she believed that Adelaide was his first love. The blue-eyed baby smiled sweetly, believed her sister's words, and said that it was probably true. She said that Mr. Richard is an unusual person. Sometimes he looks like a child, and sometimes a completely different person. So, when he grew up, Samantha thought this contrast could be charming. Our heroine happily admired her in-love sister and was happy for her. And the little one kept talking about their walk. She had never seen Adelaide like this. Who knows, maybe he is also her first love. Initially in the novel The Goddess's Love, Mr. Richard was not present. And our heroine thought she was afraid they would move towards a completely different future. The baby thanked her sister for the conversation. Now she could look forward positively. Our heroine said that it didn't even help. Truly, Adele continued. She invited her to lunch next week, and she would like to accept the invitation. Samantha happily supported her sister. At first, she was worried about interfering with Adelaide and Louise's relationship. She feared that due to her actions, they wouldn't have a happy future, but she really wanted her sister to be happy. And hugged her. Suddenly, a personal maid appeared in the open doorway and said that her mistress had received a letter. Samantha asked whose letter it was, and Jenna replied from Mrs. Vanessa Follett. The redhead met her friend and told her that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. 3 years had passed since then. Our heroine agreed. Samantha, looking at her old friend, said she was glad to see her in good health. Mrs. Vanessa was going to study in a neighboring country. They exchanged letters. But the last time they saw each other was 3 years ago. The criminal has not yet been caught, but given Mrs. Vanessa's status and her friendship, her father allowed her to invite her for a visit. Samantha continued to smile sweetly and rejoice at the meeting. She thought she was beautiful before, but now she had become even more beautiful. Vanessa said she thought a lot had happened during this time. Our heroine, with her head down, admitted that this was not the right word. The green-eyed beauty brought her finger to her chin and asked her if she had a boyfriend during that time. Samantha looked at her friend surprised and her cheeks turned red, but she didn't stay silent for long. And she said she wouldn't call him that yet, but she had promised a man she valued highly that she would get engaged to him. Vanessa was happy and, clasping her hands, smiling, begged her to tell her all this in full detail. The girl told everything and her friend asked, because Samantha confirmed the rumors that Prince William's engagement. And Mrs. Cornelia was planned, and she thought even Vanessa knew about it. When suddenly the redhead friend's mood changed, she stared around. And leaning close to her friend's ear, she asked her to please be more careful if the matter concerns Mrs. Cornelia. Vanessa explained that in the neighboring state, she had already heard enough rumors about her. Samantha remembered that Mrs. Cornelia was from a neighboring state and asked what they said about her. And then Vanessa said that everyone who got close to her, after that there was a short pause, were found dead. Samantha's eyes widened and a chill ran down her spine. William was sitting in a strange wooden shack at a table in front of a lamp. Suddenly, he heard the creak of the door and approaching footsteps and tensed up realizing that the guest had arrived. Meanwhile, Mrs. Cornelia entered the shack in an elegant dress and walked carefully towards the prince. She cheerfully said that she didn't think the day would come when he would invite her to a meeting. Amazing things happen, and she was happy about it. Standing behind, he asked what she wanted to do with him in such a deep forest. Lady Cornelia hugged the second prince from behind and told him she couldn't stop her heart from beating. The girl asked about the fact that he didn't even let go of her hug, to which William replied with a question, asking her if she had tried to kill Samantha in that forest. Cornelia held his head with her hand and asked him how he could talk about other women when they were alone. The girl from the neighboring country laughed and said that Mrs. Samantha was especially charming that day. That it was a pity they were interrupted. William irritably looked at the hitman from under his forehead and frowned angrily. Cornelia leaned towards His Highness and, taking his head between her hands, turned it towards her end. Laughing, she said he was very formidable and asked if he called her precisely for that. The prince, previously irritated and seemingly embittered, instantly smiled. And he said that was true. Instantly, he pulled out a dagger from somewhere and quickly pressed it against the throat of the girl hugging him. And smiling, he said he had called her to take her out. But Cornelia, although surprised at that moment, seemed more pleased with this attitude. And even a blush appeared on her face. Meanwhile, Vanessa and Samantha continued their discussion. The redhead said it wasn't about one or two cases, and each had a difficult character. The second one asked in what sense that meant. To which her friend, squinting and worried, reported that people were tortured so much that it looked more like a game for the insane. This information greatly amazed our dear heroine. She felt terrified. And she even started feeling nauseous. Vanessa continued saying that, of course, these are just rumors, but they shouldn't be blindly dismissed. She also found out about the situation at the tournament. Samantha was very scared. She wrapped her arms around her shoulders, remembered Will's words, and thought he was still right. But no evidence was found against her. It always seemed strange to her that the queen, who wanted Will dead, decided to put him in contact with the daughter of a duke from a neighboring country, which would play into her hands. This meant something was wrong with Mrs. Cornelia. She seemed to like William. But now she had a bad feeling. Samantha arrived at the royal castle, but the maid apologized. Now it wouldn't be possible to meet His Highness William. She said she understood. She understood that showing up at the royal castle without an invitation was rather informal. But she couldn't calm her excitement and even left the house without permission. The girl walked down the palace corridor and, looking out the window, wondered what William was doing now. Suddenly, Samantha, standing quietly by the window, was called by a familiar voice from behind. Our heroine turned around and saw that the first prince was just a step away from her. Her eyes instantly opened, and her eyebrows raised in horror and surprise. His Highness, Mr. Lewis, turned his head to the side, smiled sweetly, and asked what fate awaited her here. They hadn't seen Lewis since that day, although she wanted to talk to him, so it can be said that everything turned out well. And he said he came to meet Will. Lewis continued in the same position and asked that nothing seemed to be working. Samantha asked him why he told Will about that day. The prince asked what, but the girl asked him when he took Will away. He told her they were hugging. Louis let out a laugh, turned his head and said, now he understood what the dialogue was about. When Samantha raised her eyebrows and opened her eyes wide, clasping her hands in a knot over her stomach. She asked in a trembling voice why he did it. Louis finally opened his eyes and, without moving from his position at all, asked if he shouldn't have said that. Samantha was horrified. Louis really told Will on purpose. She realized that he wanted to create a fight between them. Louis in the novel was a noble man. Everyone envied his devotion and innocence, which influenced him so much. The girl wondered if this was related to Will's changes or the fact that he liked her, and not the main character. Louis pitifully asked the girl not to make that expression, saying he only wanted to keep her safe. Samantha was afraid that Louis seriously believed that Will was a threat to him, which is why they couldn't reach an understanding. Suddenly, our heroine turned sharply when she heard an equally sharp cry for help in front of her. She saw a maid running quickly towards them and wondered what could have happened. His Highness, the first prince, also tensed up and asked the maid what happened. The girl looked at the prince with an angry expression and shouted that His Highness William had run into trouble. At that moment, Samantha became alarmed. She was very scared and frowned, asking what was wrong with Will. As a result, the maid couldn't really say anything, but she showed them the way. And when the guys entered the room, they saw something terrible. William lay on the floor. He had a dagger stuck in his chest. A pool of blood had already formed under his body. And Mrs. Cornelia was sitting on him with a crazy look, holding the dagger. Looking at them, both the first prince and our little one looked horrified at the scene unfolding before them. William, with a thread of blood coming out of his mouth, and his pupils already lost in the depths of his eyes, called Samantha in a trembling voice. Cornelia pulled the dagger from William's chest and, laughing, said very happily that it seemed they had been caught. And it all came to this Cornelia, who came to meet William, and to whom a knife was presented to her throat. She took the blade and cheerfully said she didn't mind dying at his hands. But in this situation, he would lose everything. She said she was sure that her dear lover Samantha would not approve of this. If he were really such an intelligent man, he thought she would go to that place alone. To which William replied with a smile and asked her when he said he was going to kill her. The girl didn't understand what His Highness was talking about and looked at him questioningly. The young man looked crazy. He used magic on the weapon he held in his hand and with a crazy look said he was talking about taking it from him. And from Samantha. He calmly handed the dagger to Cornelia's hand. She looked fearfully at her hands that wouldn't obey her. In a trembling voice, she asked what was wrong with them. William got up from the chair he had been sitting on all this time, with a crazy smile on his face. He laughed to himself. With the help of his magic, he pushed himself with Cornelia's hands, and they fell to the floor together. The girl found herself sitting on the prince's stomach. When suddenly, controlling the girl's hands with the help of magic, he raised them. Connecting both hands on the handle, Cornelia was completely disheartened by her condition. And such a configuration. She absolutely didn't want to do this, but all she could do was watch and speak with horror. So she said this couldn't be happening. But William just looked at her with his golden eyes, tired and cunning, and there was a smile of satisfaction on his face. Suddenly, in the next moment, he hit himself in the chest with the help of magic. The girl's eyes were wide open, and a drop of blood splashed on her cheek. William tried to bear all the pain he was experiencing. He didn't even have words as he restrained himself from screaming, but there was a smile on his face. The next moment, he waved his hand and directed magic towards a nearby magic orb. And he spoke about the destination, the royal castle. In an instant, a white magic circle with a bluish glow formed beneath them. Mrs. Cornelia simply became disheartened, because now she was also witnessing the magic of teleportation. She became terrifying. The next moment, they found themselves in the royal castle. Blood was already flowing profusely from William's body. Cornelia looked around and said, horrified that it was still a castle, her heart began to beat faster. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream of horror was heard from behind the door. It was the maid screaming. The next moment, she ran out and called for someone's help. Cornelia was shocked and scared. Her heart beat fast. Here William also raised his voice. He said his end had come. She would be charged with attempting to murder a member of the royal family. Will said this with a smug smile and said that he also had several leads regarding her previous murders. Even as a duke's daughter. At best she would face life imprisonment and at worst, the death penalty. After hearing all the threats and in principle what awaited her in the future. The girl couldn't find words, she ordered her thoughts. Suddenly, out of desperation and not accepting what was happening to her, she threw her head back sharply and burst into mad laughter. William looked at her with eyes that were no longer golden. They were filled with blood and took on an orange tint. Cornelia looked pitifully at William, leaned towards him, and with a smile on her face. She said out loud that she really liked him, Mr. William. She was very happy with her situation now, and said madly that she very easily fell into his trap. She was so afraid for her life that she didn't even think about such a situation. It excited her. she asked, tilting her head, and all this to get her out of the place of candidate for his girlfriend's position. But he wouldn't choose such indirect paths just for this. Will said that Samantha couldn't calm down until the culprit was found. Moreover, William's cheeks turned red and his eyes became loving. And he said that she was the only one who truly loved him. These words became the starting point for Cornelia's state of madness. Such words greatly shocked the girl. She calmed down a bit and raised her eyebrows and said with satisfaction that he was truly crazy. Will asked whose words she was hearing that from. The next moment, both people fell silent. Each seemed to be ordering their thoughts. Just as Cornelia was saying that people usually rejoice in the happiness of their loved one. She felt pleasure from the suffering on his face. She asked him if he thought fear was the strongest feeling. Being on the verge of life or death, the faces of all people are directed only at you. Above all, she liked it when all the feelings of a person were directed at her. That's why she committed so many murders. William frowned. He didn't even like hearing this. No matter how crazy he was, he didn't go that far and said she was a crazy bitch. The girl laughed and asked if he was somewhat like her. He didn't hesitate to take other people's lives. So she thought he definitely wanted to kill her. She felt sad. Well, soon the maid will call the guards and they will grab her. The girl continued to say humbly while her body was tied by the young man's magic. It seemed she wouldn't be able to escape again. Suddenly, Cornelia looked towards the door, behind which the fast footsteps of several people were heard. Suddenly, William also turned his head towards the door, and his eyes instantly opened. In front of him, he saw Samantha and her brother looking at them in horror. A smile appeared on Cornelia's face and she, leaning towards the surprised William. She told him that it seemed his appearance was not part of his plans. Cornelia pulled the dagger from William's chest and laughing, said very happily that it seemed they had been caught. Moreover, she addressed William. "Did you make another omission?" she asked. Death was not part of her plans. William was scared. Suddenly, Cornelia, looking mad, began to use her magic on Will, chaining his body. William's eyes widened, and his pupils became very small from shock. And fear. He realized that his body wouldn't move. He couldn't even use magic. The girl, raising the dagger with a smile, said that if the enemy took her by surprise, she would be given the opportunity to take away his freedom. But her brother Louis would not save him, the girl remembered. At that moment, luck turned against her. William looked at him fearfully, realizing that he could face something like this. But the magic of teleportation over such a long distance for two people. It consumed a lot of magical power, and he also lost a lot of blood. She raised the bloody dagger and, blushing, smiling, said goodbye to Mr. William, and asked him to remember that she loved him. Samantha's eyes opened. She had no idea she was actually watching all this and was paralyzed with fear. But as soon as she saw Cornelia start moving her hand with the dagger towards William, she abruptly stepped forward, frightened, and called out to her lover. She extended her hand in front of her, with which she wanted to push the girl away from the boy, when suddenly a bright pink light began to emanate from her hand. This light illuminated almost the entire room, and Cornelia naturally saw it and was very surprised. Samantha subconsciously understood what to do and aimed her hand at the girl. She began to protect herself from the bright light that blinded her, but the magic of the goddess Samantha was not only capable of healing. And so she pushed the girl with the help of magic, with such force that she flew towards the windows. And the dagger in the other direction. Tears formed in Samantha's eyes. Misunderstanding and fear were visible on her face. Only now did she realize what she had just done. Louis, who was calmly relaxed behind, was surprised for a moment. His eyes widened. And he asked out loud, "Is this really the power of the saint?" But our sweet heroine didn't have time to figure out what had just happened. She quickly ran to William and sat restlessly by his side. Tears streamed from her eyes. She was very upset and scared. Now she was still so devastated that she didn't even know what to do. William looked at her from the bloody floor and smiled sadly, happy to have seen his beloved. That she was now near. As a friend, the royal castle guards rushed into the room. and the man gave the order to seize Mrs. Cornelia. The girls closed their hands with the help of magic. Seeing that everything had turned out this way, Samantha turned her attention back to William, who lay by her knees and said worriedly that she would heal him now. But William carefully took her hand and said this was unnecessary. Samantha, looking at her lover in horror, asked him why. Will said that problems could arise if others found out about his power, and moreover, they needed evidence against her. But Samantha was persistent. She was very worried about Will. She said his life was more important, and multicolored magic flowed from her hands. But the next moment, William blocked the magic from Samantha's hands and got up, clicking from the pain in his chest, as the girl loudly asked why. Will's eyes were exhausted. He had large bruises under his eyes from losing a lot of blood and fatigue. He said tiredly that he wanted to be with her, so he asked her, breathing heavily. But Samantha didn't want to put up with that. Tears formed in her eyes, but she understood he was serious, and her actions would only make things worse. But still, she didn't understand why it was so unfair and painful, and Lewis continued to watch them the whole time, but abruptly turned around and left. After a while, the whole company gathered in one room. Adelaide was glad that he was safe. Samantha thanked her sister for her help. Adelaide said tiredly that she didn't need thanks. They asked Adelaide to heal him so as not to prolong the situation, but Cornelia was captured and put under guard. She tried to kill Will. Samantha thought sadly, but she was grateful to God that he was fine now. But she was still sad that she wasn't the one who saved him. Adelaide, who was still nearby, saw how terribly sad her sister was, and she also felt uncomfortable. Suddenly, Richard approached the sweet and sad ladies and told them he would take care of William and advised them to rest for the time being. Samantha wanted to object, but Richard said that if he got worse, he would be angry. He leaned over Adelaide's ear and asked her about it. After uttering the words, he placed his head on his lover's head. Adelaide's cheeks turned red, but she still nodded sadly. She invited her sister to go home. Samantha agreed, but still stopped by William for a while and called him by name. She ran her hand over his cheek. His face was exhausted and tired. There were huge bruises under his eyes. And she, looking at him sadly, thought what was all this needed for. The girls said goodbye at the doorway of the room, and Richard said goodbye to his sisters. The girls got into the carriage, and Samantha immediately started looking out the window and thinking, if she hadn't had time then, what would have happened to him then? She didn't think she could survive. In those moments, she realized how dear William was to her and looked sadly at the floor. She could only save him with this power. If she didn't have to hide it, she would also train at the temple. It seemed to her that she could control it, but in reality she still had a lot to learn. She needed strength to protect her loved ones. But if others find out about this, then she will have to marry Lewis, she thought. What should she do? What should she do to use the power of the saint and at the same time be with Will? That's exactly what she needed. As soon as Richard said goodbye to the pleasant ladies, the smile did not leave his face. When suddenly Will asked if they had already left. The blue-eyed young man turned around and indignantly said that he always hurt himself. And he asked him if he was a masochist. Will told his friend to shut up. He got out of bed and sat down, holding his head, and told Richard that he wanted to kill that bitch with his own hands. The platinum-haired young man leaned forward with his hands on his hips and said that he should have been more careful. But William ignored these words and asked how Samantha got to the castle. Richard replied that he heard bad rumors about Cornelia, so he went to meet her. Who knew that he would find them together, Will fell silent. But in an instant, a smile appeared on his face, although not everything went according to plan. But they achieved their goal. Cornelia will be sentenced to death. Even Samantha saw everything. And yet, her only friends started arguing. Why exactly the forest? Will replied. She would definitely be alert there, and he was afraid that Samantha would try to take revenge on her. And moreover, if she had made even one squeak, the plan would have failed. Richard said he understood, but asked not to risk it again. He turned to his friend, and William finally paid attention to Richard and looked at him. The blue-eyed one asked to understand why he is worried, and now, it's not easy for Samantha either. Richard finally said. William lowered his head and looked down and said sadly that he understood this. Now they can be together. Our hero thought about getting rid of the rest in 2 years. And besides, he wanted to make Samantha happy someday. The next day, Samantha went to visit William and sat on a chair right opposite the bed. Taking Will's hands and smiling sweetly with blushing cheeks and sparkling eyes, she proposed marriage. William's eyes opened in shock, and he asked what the girl had just said. After everything that happened at the castle, Samantha came to talk to her father. He told her that he had already heard that she left the house without permission. He was very worried. The girl asked for forgiveness. After talking with Mrs. Vanessa, she went to the royal palace. A bad feeling did not leave her. The father, looking away, said he couldn't believe Mrs. Cornelia was the criminal, but that he was glad she was caught. Now he could move around the street calmly. Samantha was upset, but still thanked her father for the experience. Duke Eldred also said it was good that Prince William remained unharmed. Our heroine agreed. The Duke said he would try to do his best, but he didn't think anything would come of this. After all, the king has a better opinion of him. And this is far from a secret. Samantha grabbed the fabric of her dress skirt and thought that Will didn't have many allies. She lowered her head and pursed her lips, ordering her thoughts. When suddenly she turned to her father and told him she had a request, the Duke asked what it was. Samantha was already taking this dialogue seriously and asked if he could approve of her marriage to Will. This is how our sweet heroine came to His Highness, the second prince, with flowers in her arms. The young man was very happy to see his beloved at the entrance of his room. Samantha asked if he was feeling better, placing flowers on the table. Will said yes. Adelaide helped a lot and also apologized for worrying him. The girl was very happy about this, so she hugged the young man tightly. William asked what Samantha was doing. And the girl, smiling, said that she was very glad that he was safe. William was also happy that the girl of his heart was so worried about him. And a blush appeared on his face. He thanked his lover for helping him and apologized again for stopping her. Samantha said everything was fine, because she did it for their sake. Prince Will hugged the girl tightly and told her he was scared, hurt, and frightened, and that he thought they would really kill him. This dialogue made Samantha feel bad and sick at heart, but she still found the strength to say that now everything is fine. She sat on the chair opposite William's bed and stroked the cheek of the young man sitting opposite her. They both looked at each other sweetly, when suddenly Will began to delight in his beloved's hand. Samantha sweetly looked at the young man and thought he was very cute. After all, he was important to her. Suddenly, taking the young man's hands, she called William and asked him to listen to her. She told him they needed to talk seriously. William, looking at Samantha with interest, asked to speak seriously. The girl confirmed. And smiling sweetly, with blushing cheeks and sparkling eyes, she proposed marriage. William's eyes opened in shock, and he asked what the girl had just said. He lowered his head and asked, annoyed, why should they get married? Samantha replied cheerfully, with a smile on her face, that they could always be together. After the conversations about Mrs. Cornelia's engagement were over. And Will, she was going to ask her father about their marriage. Will had learned that Mrs. Cornelia was a criminal. Now he understood the meaning of all her words, but canceling the engagement was a piece of cake. But divorce between members of the royal family was unacceptable. This procedure would not be easy. If they got married, then Will's problems would be solved, and she would no longer need to hide her powers. She would have to marry anyway, so it didn't matter when it happened, she thought. Continuing to hold the boy's hands, she said she didn't want to hide her strength. Because thanks to it, the girl raised her head and said firmly that this way she would be able to protect the people she loves in her heart. She has the power of a goddess, so people should change their attitude. However, William did not respond to his beloved's proposal, but remained silent. Samantha continued by saying that her father had already given his consent. Not even the king and queen would stop them. If they signed the documents now, she herself could take them to the temple. And then we can celebrate the ceremony. Samantha continued cheerfully, but she noticed that Will did not make any comments. But William, contrary to expectations, with a strange and pitiful expression on his face and slumped shoulders, refused. He said he didn't want to marry her now. A chill ran down Samantha's spine, and she asked Will again. In a moment, she lowered her head and felt cold, her hands clenched into fists. She wondered why. He said he wanted to live together for his whole life. Then, after touching, Richard opened the door and entered the couple's room. He said he bought what his friend asked for. He noticed that not only his friend was in the room, but also his girlfriend, and asked if he was in the way. But Samantha replied that no, everything was fine. She got up from the chair and quickly turned around. She apologized for saying something stupid. Will already realized that he had made a mistake and began to deny. He said that everything was wrong. She turned to His Highness the Prince and, forcing a smile, said she would visit him later. After that, she literally flew out of the room in a moment. Richard immediately noticed that something was wrong. He approached his friend, who was already holding his head with both hands, and asked if something had happened. Overcoming himself, he admitted that Samantha had proposed marriage to him, but he refused. His friend was extremely surprised and asked him why. William's hand trembled and, in a trembling voice, he admitted that he was scared. He said that he couldn't fight his thirst, that he wanted to have her all to himself, that he thought he could part with her without hesitation when the time came. But he didn't want her to look like this. Richard looked questioningly at his stupid friend and then, laughing, said that, in the end, it turned out that there was still something human left in him, which angered Will, and Richard said he was joking. But he also said that he really loved her. William exhaled questioningly and said it from the beginning. Suddenly, Richard explained that he was selfish. When he said he would make her happy, he was only thinking of keeping Samantha for himself. He asked, and now that she chose him, he suddenly tucked his tail between his legs. Suddenly, William felt ashamed of this and lowered his head. Richard, smiling, said that attention to other people is an indicator of growth. There was still something cute in him, and he patted his friend's head. Will told him to step back and shut up. Sadly, he looked into the void and said that everything wasn't supposed to be like this. Richard looked surprised at his sad, stupid, and crazy friend and continued with his hand on his head. And then he raised his eyebrows. His cheeks flushed, and looking and smiling sweetly, he said that apparently the time had come for his older brother to make his move. Samantha lay on her bed and reviewed the recent events in her head. She couldn't even think that Will would reject her. Why did he do that? He said he loved her. She was ashamed. She wondered why she didn't even think about a possible refusal and why she was so upset. It seemed to her that Will still loved her. She had no doubt about it. She saw that even now he was not indifferent. But she was afraid that this love would disappear. She buried her face in the pillow when suddenly the door to her room opened. And Richard cheerfully greeted his sister, for which he received a pat on the back from Adelaide. Samantha got out of bed and was very surprised to see Adelaide and Mr. Richard in front of her. They went out into the hall, and the blue-eyed young man said he had a small conversation. Smiling, he said that, in fact, he had found a good girl for William. Samantha looked at him, surprised, and even seemed to believe him. She was so shattered. Adelaide abruptly turned to the blue-eyed young man and told him that was not what they were talking about. But Richard put his finger on the girl's lips in a calm voice and whispered to her to be quiet for a while. It was clear that he had his own idea to solve this problem, but Adelaide was even a little angry. But still, she gave the young man freedom of action, and he continued smiling, saying she was a wonderful girl, with good character and good status. He said that they live in a world where relationships are highly valued. Thanks to her, William will be looked down upon. He said they understood his relationship with her and didn't mind if they continued communicating as family. Samantha's gaze fell to the floor. Richard said he thought it was a good condition and asked if she was okay with it. He convinced William that all this was for her sake. Adelaide had already seen how bad her sister was. Indeed, Samantha was already sadder than the night and sadder than a week's downpour. She wanted to protest. but she turned her head. Then Richard, as if not understanding what was wrong with the girl, asked her if something was bothering her. But this actor continued smiling, said that William would have reliable support, and that they could be a family like before. Samantha no longer knew what to answer. Words got stuck in her throat, but she didn't want to put up with it either. She wondered if she should worry. These are very good conditions for William, and for her too. When suddenly, the girl imagined Will with someone else, and a sharp pain pierced her heart again. She finally realized that she had loved Will since childhood, but now her love is different. Looking at the floor embarrassed, she finally said that she no longer wanted to be that family for Will. But Richard was not satisfied with the simple answer and persistently asked why. And then our sweet main character finally admitted out loud that all this was because she loved him. She didn't know when it started, maybe it had always been like that, and said that was why she didn't want him to marry another girl. What about Adelaide, who could no longer bear or witness her sister's suffering? And called her to confess everything to her. But Richard saw this too, and the poet, taking advantage of the moment, cheerfully said it was simply wonderful. He cheerfully announced that he could now forget everything he said, because it was a lie. Both sisters exhaled indignantly and looked at him sadly. But Richard, crossing his legs and arms over his chest and winking, he said he had to lie so that she would finally realize everything. And laughing at Samantha, he added that she wouldn't have married someone else anyway. The girl was in complete shock. She was terribly embarrassed. She held her burning face with shame in her hands and thought that her feelings had been revealed, and that she had been tricked. Here Adelaide didn't hit Mr. Richard hard on the shoulder and indignantly said how terrible he was. How could he do this? Richard apologized and said that she was very sweet when she was angry. But suddenly, Samantha decided to reassure her sister and told her that, whatever the case, thanks to them, she could finally realize her feelings. She happily thanked both friends for their help. They looked at her surprised, as if expecting a different reaction. The blue-eyed young man said she shouldn't thank them and advised her to tell William all this. He didn't understand it yet either. The eyes of our sweet heroine instantly lit up and became kinder. She agreed with Richard. She closed her eyes and, ordering her thoughts, realized that she truly loved Will. Her soul felt warm. Richard asked if she would then speak to him quickly, but the girl excitedly said that she needed to prepare mentally. But the young man said not to worry. He was willing to bet that she would cry with joy. Adelaide agreed with him. She also said that maybe that's why he rejected her. That's all. Samantha realized for herself. Will always showed her his feelings before proposing marriage. She should have told him. Samantha abruptly jumped up from her seat and thanked them for their help, and already standing at the door. She cheerfully said she was leaving. Richard and Adelaide saw the girl off with cheerful smiles, and indeed, it was very warm in her heart. Samantha ran through the corridors of her house and repeated to herself that she loved him and hoped he would be happy. Louis arrived at the prison, where his longtime girlfriend from a neighboring state was incarcerated. Cornelia cheerfully greeted her brother, sincerely glad to have met him. She said he had come and His Highness, the first prince, looked at her with quite some anger and irritation. He, looking at the sweetly smiling girl, asked her why she had done something so stupid. Cornelia asked which of her actions her friend was talking about. Then the prince replied he was talking about the assassination attempt on Samantha. A girl from a neighboring state instantly changed her mood. On the one hand, she was ashamed, but mostly she was not ashamed at all. And a smile formed on her face. She, happy and smiling, said that he shouldn't worry. Then she didn't even try to stop. Except that she asked him why he was trying to justify Samantha. Louis looked sadly at the girl and frowned, and threateningly told her to answer the question. Cornelia asked if he knew that she was engaged to William and had no intention of breaking up with him. She asked if it was natural that, in such a case, it was impossible to remain friends. She rested her head with her hand and said that she liked Mrs. Samantha. She was beautiful and charmingly innocent. She had a sweet expression on her face when she cried. The first Prince Louis was boiling with rage. He was very angry at his friend's words because she knew how much he loved her. But she didn't even regret what she had done. But still, Cornelia asked him not to be surprised that she would become a murderer. Louis said more calmly that there were rumors, so his mother promoted the engagement to William. He said that she kept creating problems, that maybe she no longer even expected support from the ducal family. But the girl kept smiling. And if in the end Louis sadly reminded her, if she kills William, then that should be enough. The girl asked laughing, but he, who was watching this silently, would also be to blame. Moreover, she planned to perfect her skills. This would take time. And yet, William deceived her, said Cornelia. Louis asked surprised how that was. There was no evidence. So she remained silent, fearing that no one would believe her. Cornelia told everything that happened that day. Louis, after listening, concluded that it was nonsense. The girl said that in truth everything was due to Samantha, which is why she got scared. Leaving him alive was dangerous. Louis agreed. Cornelia sighed and said that the two of them were washing blood with blood, although they saw the state of things, and assumed that she would be executed. Louis said he believed that was the case. William presented solid evidence. The girl understood that it was probably because she had already committed many murders. She turned towards the exit and said she was very sorry because she didn't hate him, so she thought they wouldn't meet again. Finally, Cornelia laughed and said goodbye to her brother and told him that she too. Samantha sat down ashamed. She was worried, although she had told Will many times before that she loved him. When she realized that this was love, she began to feel ashamed, and it was difficult for her to calm down. Her heart started beating fast again. Suddenly, hearing footsteps, she raised her head in surprise, already tuning into the dialogue. But contrary to expectations, her brother, the first prince, Mr. Louis, entered the room. The young man, tilting his head to the side, greeted Samantha, saying he heard she had come, and asked her if she could spend a little of his time. There was an important conversation. Our sweet heroine, albeit reluctantly, agreed. The young man thanked her and sat on the sofa, bowed his head, and said that first he wanted to offer a big apology on behalf of Cornelia. Samantha gasped in surprise and asked him to look up, because it was not her fault at all. Louis stood up and still looked away, frowned, and said that they introduced each other. The girl started denying it anyway. She and Cornelia already knew each other. When Louis said in a slightly creepy way that she was really very kind. That's why he was so worried. The first prince said he had just met and talked to Cornelia. It seems the assassination attempt was William's doing. The eyes of our sweet heroine instantly opened at what she had just heard. She said that it was true that Cornelia was a criminal, but she didn't believe that she was lying. William could easily trick a weak girl. For starters, not even servants can enter rooms for no reason. Let alone her, completely possessed by Will's agony, forcing her to attack to win his sympathy. What? How can this be? The girl thought. She didn't understand how they forced her to do this to win his sympathy. Samantha didn't even understand what Louis was talking about. He said that he saw distrust in her face. Even though she was poisoned and deceived, you can't guess. He asked her if she could firmly deny it. Our heroine was paralyzed with horror. Of course, she didn't think Cornelia would treat Will so unilaterally. They saw all of Will's strength during the hunting tournaments, especially since he still didn't say why this situation happened. Louis said that William was acting strangely, so he wanted to continue. But suddenly Samantha said that, even if that were the case, the crown prince's eyes immediately opened in shock. Our best heroine said that she accepts Will as anyone, no matter the situation. The golden-haired prince asked with hope in his voice and expression if it was because they were family. But Samantha, firmly confident in her feelings and intentions, said no. Will is the only one she loves. The young man sitting opposite her fell into a great shock. He never expected to hear such a direct answer from his beloved girl. He squeezed the fabric of his pants and asked her if she was sincere. Samantha said yes, that they were even planning to get married soon. The prince clicked with irritation. The girl looked away and realized that Louise definitely hated Will in her heart. Although she came here to be surprised with Will. Louise appeared, but Will hasn't shown up for a long time. It's strange. Therefore, the girl got up from her seat and said goodbye to the prince and told him that she would probably go. Our sweet heroine walked firmly towards the door, but Louise still couldn't accept her words. When suddenly the prince jumped up from his seat and grabbed the girl's hand. He loudly asked her why she shouldn't break up with him. Samantha shouted at him to please let go. But the prince said he hated her, and in an instant sharply pressed Samantha against the door. Frightening her greatly, he said he was her. But our heroine did not tolerate such an attitude towards herself and began to resist. She asked him to stop. She really loved Will very much. Suddenly, using force, the prince pressed her and holding her hands. He leaned closer. And the next moment, tightly holding his beloved's hands, he kissed her abruptly and roughly on the lips. Instantly, Samantha felt terribly disgusted, terribly frightened. But she didn't have the strength to resist the strong man.